Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 2 Poo. Chapter 42. All 150 pacifists dispatched. 4263rds. Chapter 42. All 150 pacifists dispatched. Previous. Next. Chapter 42. All 150 pacifists are dispatched. As time went by, Li Mu also fought against the pacifists. Because the winner had not yet been decided, the pacifists were all awakened by this movement. At this time, there were many pacifists in the city who kept waking up under the commotion. Buzz buzz. The eyes of the originally sleeping pacifists shone with light. All woke up. After these pacifists were killed from the prison city, Li Mu discovered that there were hundreds of pacifists. His eyes were shining, and he was filled with indescribable excitement. That's more than 150 pacifists. How many attributes are you going to bring to me? Before his excitement was over, the pacifists began to attack. Suddenly, lasers all over the sky rained down on Li Mu. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of magical energy and blood. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Suddenly, countless system messages poured into Li Mu's mind like a tide. At this time, the attribute point values in the system panel are rising steadily. Li Mu could also vaguely sense that his strength was increasing exponentially. He was immediately overjoyed. This trip to the government city was not in vain. This harvest is almost comparable to the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago. He thought a little happily. In his heart, he felt even more grateful to Zon Momomaru. If it hadn't been for Zon Momomaru, he probably still wouldn't have discovered the bug-level method of obtaining attribute points as a pacifist. At this time Li Mu also began to sigh. He didn't expect that his strength would increase so significantly in such a short period of time. You know, not long ago he was an unknown little pirate. When encountering a supernova, you have to worry about losing your life. But now that he has the strength to serve as a substitute for Marine Admiral, even pacifists, let alone supernovas, are treated like toys by him. He can take down even Marine Admiral's attacks. And 27 he was also thinking about what to do next. First of all, he was still unwilling to give up in the Summit War not long after. That's why he continued to improve his strength. Fortunately, I found the pacifist bug. Otherwise, I really don't know where to go to get so many attribute points. Li Mu thought happily, and the fact was just as he thought. Even the attribute points that a supernova-level pirate can explode are not as good as those of a pacifist. If you rely on fighting to find pirates to improve your attribute points, I don't know that it will take until the year of the monkey to reach Admiral's level. And conflicts between Marines and pirates rarely happen. Especially after arriving at the Grand Line, there are even fewer conflicts. When it comes to New World, Marine can't even control it. They are also unwilling to conflict with the pirates of the New World. The New World is the territory of the 4 emperors, and no pirate group that can gain a foothold in the New World is simple. The screen turned to the machine castle. Because of the huge commotion outside, people inside also noticed something strange. Because Guan Island rarely faces this situation, and the pacifist attack is a very powerful method. Therefore, the people in the castle were also clearly aware of the movements outside. At this time, I came out of the training ground on the island. Marine soldiers were originally training, but the huge movement outside the city still interrupted their training. And there is a reason why Marine appears here. The cooperation between Guanjima and Marine has always been very close. Because the pacifists produced on the island are provided to Marine, there are many other high-tech products in Marine that are needed when needed. So it's not surprising that Marine would appear here. After all, the cost of making the pacifist is so high, and Marine doesn't want any problems to occur during the production of the pacifist. After all, this is a thing that costs hundreds of millions. Sengoku also specially sent some elite Marine soldiers to guard here, to prevent accidents. I heard that someone broke into the machine island and caused such a commotion. The Marines suddenly became angry. Who is it? Didn't know this was a place protected by Marine. I saw the Marines who were still training suddenly walking towards the outside of the city angrily. When they came to the city gate, they saw a scene they would never forget. A man actually kept moving around under the siege of more than 150 pacifists. This scene of one person versus 150 pacifists is really impactful. Who is this person? He can actually fight with so many pacifists. This is impossible. What a surprise. The Marine soldiers shouted excitedly. The scene before them completely subverted their understanding. After all, in the hearts of these Marine soldiers, pacifists are already very powerful existences. After all, living on the island, they have witnessed many pacifist attacks. The Marine Vice Admiral is well aware that the strength of a pacifist is close to that of an average person. And what is the concept of 150 pacifists? This is enough power to destroy a kingdom. But he couldn't even do anything to a man. At this time, Li Mu also noticed that Marine was coming here. But he paid no attention. Because his top priority now is to drain these pacifists dry. There are 150 pacifists, and attribute points are recorded every minute and every second. The laser beams all over the sky had already destroyed almost everything outside the island. To the naked eye, it has almost been razed to the ground. The ground was covered with scorched earth. It all smells like burning. The Marines looked at this scene in disbelief. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't even close their mouths. No one was shocked. The scene at this time was also very shocking. Just like Star Wars, the laser fired like it was free of charge. It looked like a hail of bullets. You know, this is a pacifist. Vegapunk extracted Shichibukai's genes to create a humanoid weapon. And there are as many as 150. With such fighting power, this man actually looked calm and unbreakable. I originally planned to teach this guy who invaded the machine island a lesson. But at this time, the Marines had already lost the courage to take action. Because the guy in front of me is really too scary. Is there anything they can do about a guy who can fight 150 pacifists back and forth? Is this man an intruder? The Marines thought with some sigh. Grand Line Island. The coast is covered with scorched earth and uneven potholes. A man was walking among a group of pacifists. There were many stunned Marine soldiers in the city looking at this scene stupidly. At this time, lasers were scattered all over the sky. They came again and again, but still couldn't do anything about this man. This man is, of course, Li Mu, who wants to drain the pacifists dry. At this time, Li Mu was like taking a bath in the laser. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of agility attribute. Even though the battle has been going on for a long time, Li Mu still has no intention of stopping. He also continued to shuttle back and forth in the battle, inducing pacifists to attack him. And these pacifists are also very cooperative with his actions. Another burst of lasers shot out. But the core energy of pacifists is also limited. After all, I can't afford Li Mu's consumption. As time went by, Li Mu finally wiped out all the 150 pacifists. At this time, the energy of these humanoid weapons is constantly being exhausted. Congratulations to host, you picked up 3,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 500 points of energy and blood attributes. The number of attribute points he can pick up is decreasing visibly to the naked eye. Is it still over? He thought with some reluctance. At this time, these humanoid weapons were so tired that they had no energy at all. One by one they fell to the ground. Li Mu suddenly felt very unhappy, and he wanted more attribute points. After all, there are not many opportunities to easily obtain attribute points like this, and Li Mu naturally does not want to let this opportunity go so easily. He also wants to find more pacifists on the island. I saw him teleporting into the city and grabbing a Marine soldier by the neck. He grabbed the Marine by the neck and started questioning him. Are there any more pacifists here? The Marine soldiers were stunned when they heard this, but when they thought of the horror of the man in front of them, they all fled away. Li Mu glanced at it and chose not to pay attention. These Marine soldiers cannot provide the attribute points he wants. He continued to look coldly at Marine who was being choked by him. Most of the pacifists created have been put into Marine. There are probably no more pacifists in this agency castle. The choked Marine soldier hurriedly explained. Li Mu saw his panic and believed that he would not dare to deceive him. And chose to believe him. Moreover, even though he was causing trouble on the island, no more pacifists came out to stop him. He also believed what the Marine soldier said. Because he knew that the summit war was about to begin. It makes sense for Sengoku to transfer all the pacifists back. Then he let the Marine soldier run away. There was no need for him to do unnecessary killings. For him, as long as he can obtain attribute points, it is enough. There is a very important reason why Li Mu has been looking forward to Summit War. As the largest war since the Age of Discovery, it goes without saying that the Summit War is valuable. Missing Trichrome. After all, even a Marine Vice Admiral or a squad leader is a good hand for Haki to use. And he has been coveting Whitebeard's fruit abilities for a long time. Whitebeard's shock fruit is very powerful. Even if shock fruit cannot be picked up, the number of devil fruit attribute points it can provide is estimated to be very small. Thinking of this, Li Mu became even more excited about Summit War. But now his strength is still lacking, and it is not easy to participate in Summit War. After all, it was a war between the 4 emperors and all Marines. If he is not strong enough, he will probably be nothing more than cannon fodder. Li Mu tried to squeeze his fist, and he found that his strength seemed to have improved a lot. So he couldn't wait to open the panel to check his various attributes. Character. Lin Yan. God level pickup system. Chi and Blood. LV80, 686W, 800W. Power. LV81, 520197W, 810W. Agility. LV80, 635W, 800W. Physical skills. LV85, 459W, 750W. Swordsmanship. LV35, 439W, 350W. Observation Haki. LV50, 265W, 500W. Armament Haki. LV51, 415W, 510W. Conqueror's Haki. LV1, 0/10W. Sparkling Fruit. LV7, 0/10W. Comprehensive Evaluation. Marine Admiral. Seeing the strength coming to Marine Admiral, Li Mu was shocked. I didn't expect this pacifist to be so useful. Attribute points have actually been improved so much. Li Mu said with some joy. But after thinking about it, he gained some understanding. Because Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of Marine, his current situation is obviously still far behind Marine Admiral's strength. After all, his fruit ability is still underdeveloped. The only explanation is that there is also a gap in strength between Marine Admirals. Divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Because the strength of Kazaru Akynu Aokiji is completely beyond what he can match now. But now Marine's 3 admirals belong to a very outstanding generation among all Marine admirals. Only then will it appear that there is still a gap between his strength and admiral. He understands that he has now entered the admiral level. It's a first glimpse of the door. But Marine Admiral has ceiling level combat capability after all, and it's already pretty good that he can get a glimpse of it at this time. At least there is some ability to protect oneself on this sea. Sure enough, Summit War is the most important thing. Li Mu frowned and thought. He understood what the gap was between him and Marine 3 Admiral. Although he has started to use Conqueror's Haki, his proficiency is not very high. Moreover, the attribute points of Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit are relatively difficult to pick up. So he is still lacking in these aspects. It seems we still have to wait for the Summit War. These pacifists provide nice attributes though. But after all, it still cannot provide the attributes of Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit. Li Mu made a royal statement in his heart. He knew that if he wanted to gain more power, he still had to wait for the Summit War in the near future. At that time, countless strong men will take action. Which one is not a skilled remote user of Conqueror's Haki? And then the owners of Devil Fruit will be like cabbage. Too many to count, although it is said that he has entered the Admiral level for the first time. But Li Mu clenched her fists and felt confident. He is a little more confident about the upcoming Summit War. Chapter 43. Prepare for the Summit War and join the Whitebeard pirates. 43/63. Chapter 43. Prepare for the summit war and join the Whitebeard pirates. Previous. Next. Chapter 43. Prepare for the summit war and join the Whitebeard pirates. With all the pacifists drained, Li Mu also left the island. But there is still some time before summit war starts. He must take advantage of this time to do something. So he chose to enter the new world. After all, his strength has reached the Marine Admiral level. Even if there is some water in it, he is still a Marine Admiral. Although it is impossible to walk sideways in the new world, it is not a big problem to protect yourself. Dadali Dara Islands. It is a mysterious island located in the New World. This island is located closer to New World and is under the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard pirates. Li Mu decisively chose to enter the island. Even if you can't get enough attribute points, it's good to get some useful information. After all, the conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine is about to begin. Ace is probably being held in Impel Down's prison at this time. Marine is expected to send a notice to the whole world soon. Fire Fist Ace is about to be executed. Li Mu knew that Summit War would come soon. But at this time, he didn't know much about the layout of Summit War. Although I know the general story. But in such a large-scale war, he also has his own rules. Moreover, Li Mu now lacks an opportunity and identity to appear. When we got to the island, no one came out to stop us. Sure enough, there is still a certain gap between the islands governed by pirates and those governed by Marine. Although there are some people living on this island, there are also trades. But the jurisdiction over outsiders is not too strict. On the one hand, the management on my own island is not strict. On the other hand, because without the support of the world government, the economic situation of this island is not as good as that of the islands under Marine jurisdiction. Therefore, a large number of businessmen are needed to drive the economic development of the island. At this time, there are many places with street stalls on the island. These vendors also look very vicious. After all, it is an island ruled by pirates. It is still difficult to survive without any strength. Li Mu came to a relatively prosperous place. People come and go here. On this street, he found a recruitment message. The recruitment information is hung on a bulletin board. It can be seen that this bulletin board is one of the means used by the Whitebeard pirates to manage the island. At this time, many people gathered around, paying attention to this recruitment information. The recruitment information is also very simple. A group called the Ice Witch Pirates is recruiting members. Ice Witch Pirates. Is there this pirate group in the New World? Li Mu frowned in thought. He had never heard of this pirate group, and he couldn't remember this pirate group. Although he is a senior sea fan, he has not reached the point where he knows everything clearly. So Li Mu also began to inquire about this so-called Ice Witch Pirates. After some inquiring, he found out that the Ice Witch Pirates were actually a large ship group under the Whitebeard Pirates. And it has been established for a very long time. He is one of the 43 great ships of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ice Witch Pirates. The captain, the Ice Witch, was one of the pillars of the Whitebeard Pirates when they were first established. When she became the main force of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco was just a little intern. The Whitebeard Pirates are awesome. As one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is known as the most advanced man in the world. He is one of the strongest men in the old era of pirates. As early as the Rocks era, his name had spread throughout the ocean. After Roger opened the Age of Discovery, he deservedly became the Emperor of the Sea. Known as one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is the oldest of the 4 emperors. Although as time goes by, he gradually gets older. But no one dares to mess with Whitebeard even at sunset. Over the years, his position with 4 emperors has never been shaken. And since this Ice Witch followed Whitebeard very early, it seems that her strength is not too bad. And this so-called Ice Witch Pirates seems to have a lot of connections with the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh, are they from the Whitebeard Pirates? Li Mu thought thoughtfully. Then he had a bold plan. He is ready to join the Ice Witch Pirates. And his purpose is very simple. Naturally it is for the Summit War. After all, Summit War is a battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine. He is neither a pirate nor a Marine, so it is extremely difficult to join this battle. At this moment, he just lacks an opportunity to join the Summit War. If he joins the Ice Witch Pirates, wouldn't this opportunity come? Li Mu thought very happily. I came up with a pillow when I was so sleepy. He was still thinking about how he wanted to join this unprecedented battle. Fortunately, I quietly picked up the attribute points. Unexpectedly, a perfect identity came to him. If he could join the summit war with the Ice Witch pirates, he would just have to play an ordinary pirate. No matter how brutal the fighting is, it will have nothing to do with him. All he needs to do is follow the Whitebeard pirates and fight together. With his current strength, he can handle this war with ease. And due to his status as an ordinary pirate, no strong person would take action against him. Li Mu felt happy when she thought about this. Now he had all the conditions to participate in the summit war. All he needs now is patience. After all, the Ice Beauty pirates are a large ship group under Whitebeard. But his strength is at the level of Marine Admiral. As long as he uses a little strength, it won't be too difficult to get a chance to join the Ice Witch pirates. Of course, he was not prepared to show too much strength. After all, if you do that, you are likely to be targeted. Even if you are suspected, then the gain outweighs the loss. Originally, Li Mu planned to pretend to be a marine soldier to participate in this battle. But he really didn't expect that he would be discovered by the pacifists. But pirates are different. Being a pirate is a very casual identity and does not require recognition from the world government. As long as he wants to, he can become a pirate immediately. This way there is no risk of being discovered. But joining the Whitebeard pirates, there is a very troublesome problem. I wonder if the large fleet that joins the Whitebeard pirates should recognize their father. If you recognize your father, forget it. Li Mu thought thoughtfully, although the Whitebeard pirates are famous. But he didn't want to create an extra father out of thin air. But after all, it was just a complaint in Li Mu's heart. He probably wouldn't even be able to meet Whitebeard, let alone recognizing his father. Even if he successfully joins, he will probably only be an ordinary pirate. Let's go take a look first. Li Mu came to the recruitment office, and figures were wandering around. It can be seen that there are still many people who want to join the Ice Witch pirates. After all, the Whitebeard pirates are famous. So it makes sense that more people come to participate in the recruitment. The Whitebeard pirates are the oldest Four Emperors pirate group in the New World. The pirate group, which has been on its own since the Rocks era, naturally has a good reputation. It is an existence that all major forces are extremely afraid of. Definitely one of the strongest forces in the pirate world. And some ordinary pirates all don't want to rely on such a big tree. It's easy to enjoy the shade under a big tree, and the same goes for joining the Whitebeard pirates. When others know that you are a pirate belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, they will respect you even more. The most important thing is that pirates often fight. At this time, if you can reveal the identity of a member of the Whitebeard pirates, it is very likely that you can save your life in times of crisis. After all, he is a subordinate of Whitebeard, the overlord of the sea. And Whitebeard is famous for protecting his shortcomings. Now that such an opportunity is in front of us, how could we not cherish it? Although the Whitebeard pirates are gradually getting older, their influence is constantly declining. But even so, the influence of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World is still very huge. After all, they are the oldest Four Emperors pirate group. The Whitebeard pirates have a very strong foundation. Except Captain Whitebeard was once a powerhouse in the Rocks era. The captains on the main ship are also powerful pirates. Not to mention that there are 43 large fleets under the Whitebeard pirates. If these large fleets were placed in the first half of the Grand Line, they would be unique pirate groups. The Ice Witch pirates are one of the large fleets. Although it is only a large fleet, Li Mu understands that there will definitely be a chance to participate in Summit War after joining. After all, he clearly remembered that all the large fleets under the Whitebeard pirates were involved in the Summit War. Because of the influence of the Whitebeard pirates. So there was a scene where everyone was vying to join the Ice Witch pirates. But if you want to join the Ice Witch pirates, you must have something special. The first thing to consider is naturally strength. Strength is the last word in the pirate world. If you have enough strength, you can naturally join the Ice Witch pirates. At this time, there is a recruiter for the Ice Witch pirates at the recruitment office. And the recruiting officer was a fat man. It looks very big. Even just by looking at his size, you can tell that his strength is not too bad. The method of recruitment is to let those who participate in the recruitment attack him. This recruiter is able to cast armament Haki. Very confident in his defensive capabilities. He calmly received people's attacks and gave comments. The evaluation criterion is the criterion called Dowley. Only those who punch him in the body and get enough strength evaluation are qualified to join the Ice Witch Pirates. Li Mu smiled when he heard this. He was very worried whether he would knock the recruitment officer down with one punch. Will he be recruited by then, or will he be hunted down? But he didn't want to expose his strength. In the end, it was decided to set aside some strength in the assessment. He doesn't want to be a conspicuous bag. It seems that this recruiter is very confident in his own ability. How could he recruit pirates like this? But in general, it can be seen that the use of armament Haki is enough to become a qualified pirate in the New World. Nani, Dowley, isn't this a setting that old thief Oda once abandoned? I didn't expect it would happen here. Now, Li Mu complained in his heart. The setting of Dowley was originally similar to a bounty to evaluate a person's strength. It once appeared on Fukuro in the Water City. But now it doesn't matter whether you use Dao Force or not. Because Li Mu knew that if he punched him, the recruiter in front of him might not be able to bear it. This recruitment method really makes Li Mu feel a little bit Ichiraku. Your test is so accurate, why don't you let Garp give you a try? And this is what the pirates who participated in the assessment thought. Isn't this looking down on people? Good guy, the setting that was originally abandoned actually appeared in the New World Minister. You are also using it as a means to recruit new students. Li Mu smacked his lips and thought to himself. Thinking about it, if the setting of Dowley is not used in the New World, it would be quite reasonable if it is not used on those first-line powerhouses. Just based on this link alone, it is indeed possible to quickly screen out a large number of unqualified guys. Therefore, Li Mu agrees with this screening model. But this setting really cannot be expanded and used. If it were deployed and used, the combat effectiveness evaluation system would collapse in minutes. Isn't it that the reason why countless works have a breakdown in combat effectiveness is because they have numerical values to evaluate the character's combat effectiveness? But a character's combat effectiveness must also depend on time and occasion. De Li Hao cannot always be in the same state. Therefore, the setting of Dowley is only applicable to the current situation. After introducing the method of this assessment, another man who was also very fat came out. The one just now was the recruiting officer, and this one is the referee for this recruitment. The referee punched hard and hit the recruiter with one punch. The fat under the blessing of armament Haki is like an iron body, and there is no movement at all. An ordinary marine's attack power is 10, but the examiner's attack power just now is 100. The recruiter said so. The people around him started talking after hearing this. This doesn't seem difficult, does it? Are marine soldiers so weak? It's probably not difficult to have 100 power. The guys who came to participate in the recruitment were talking a lot. In their opinion, the attack just now was nothing special. It doesn't seem particularly difficult to achieve. Looks like I can join the Whitebeard pirates. Fortunately, I came to participate in this recruitment, otherwise I would have no place to regret it. The pirates said very happily. They all felt that this assessment would not be too difficult. After all, even the referee can only exert such power. And once you join the Whitebeard pirates, it will be a turning point in your life. The referee who threw the punch had already stepped aside. I saw him with his hands on his hips, looking at these guys participating in the recruitment as if they were watching a show. Don't look at it. I only have more than 100 points of Taoist power. You'll have something nice to look at later. You have no idea how big the gap is between you and me. He shook his head thinking about the fire. After all, it was his full blow before. It was because the opponent used armament Haki's original that his attack looked ordinary. But nothing could be further from the truth. The qualification assessment starts at 10 o'clock. Chapter 44. The whole audience was shocked. This newcomer's strength was a bit outrageous. 44/63. Chapter 44. The whole audience was shocked. This newcomer's strength was a bit outrageous. Previous. Next. Chapter 44. The whole audience was shocked. This newcomer's strength was a bit outrageous. With the referee's order, the assessment officially began. The first person started to step forward. He is a man with long hair, and his face is full of confidence. After watching the previous demonstration, his confidence was very high. He thought it was easy to reach 100. I saw that he had gathered enough strength and tried his best to hit the examiner. But his fist was like hitting an iron plate and had no impact on the examiner at all. On the contrary, his face was very ugly, with a livid complexion. It is not difficult to see that he encountered a lot of resistance in the previous shot. At this time, he only felt extremely painful in his fist. The referee obviously noticed this scene. He just smiled and didn't say much. 8 o'clock, failed, next one. The referee said calmly. He had seen too many people like the man before. They all thought they were powerful enough, but little did they know that they were just sitting in a well and watching the sky. Therefore, the referee did not take him seriously. Those who failed the test knew that they were embarrassed and chose to leave the game. As he left, the people behind him also followed him. 6 o'clock, failed. 7 o'clock, failed. 8 o'clock, unqualified. A series of 50 or 60 people were tested, and no one exceeded 10 points. It can be seen that the qualifications of Marine soldiers are really not low. After all, these people can be considered relatively confident in themselves. I still thought about joining the Ice Witch Pirates, but I never expected that they were not even qualified as Marine soldiers. At this time, the referee who had been paying attention to the power of everyone shook his head. Originally, he still had the slightest expectation, but now reality has taught him a hard lesson. It seems that it is not that simple to find someone with the qualifications of a Marine soldier. You guys really let me down. There is not a single qualified person. You look like this and you still want to join our Ice Witch Pirates. The referee said very angrily. After all, they had gone to great lengths to recruit powerful pirates. In Whitebeard's territory, personnel were sent everywhere to recruit pirates. But even if you are required to meet the same qualifications as a Marine soldier, it is like rushing through the sand. No wonder Marine has been able to stand for more than 800 years without falling. 357. It turns out that most of those talented people have already been recruited by Marine. Under such circumstances, there must be very few pirates who can become famous. If it weren't for Roger's words that started the Age of Discovery. I don't know what the situation will be like on the pirate side now. It is estimated that the situation of pirates will not be as optimistic as it is now. There won't be any supernovas. But this cannot be blamed on the referees and assessors, let alone the Ice Witch Pirates. The New World is an extremely dangerous place, and even a strong person may lose his life here if he is not careful. Not to mention ordinary people like them. Going to sea in the New World is not as easy as they thought. Therefore, for the sake of the lives of these people, dishes with really poor Taoist power will not be used. But the referees and assessors really didn't expect that dozens of people would be tested and none of them would pass the assessment. At this time, everyone felt angry after hearing the referee's instructions. But even so, they didn't dare to show it. He looked like he dared not speak out in anger. Seeing everyone's appearance, the referee became even more disappointed. But considering everyone's feelings and self-esteem, he patiently explained. This is already the minimum requirement, otherwise even if you really join the Ice Witch Pirates, you will only be cannon fodder. And the referee's explanation does make sense. New World is not a place for people to have fun and watch. As long as you are not careful, you may lose your life. The strength of these people seems to be relatively poor, but when a battle actually breaks out, it will be fatal. That's why they are unwilling to lower their requirements easily. Because this is already the minimum, this is the historical requirement to survive in the hands of Marine soldiers. Compared with New World, it is not that easy to go out to sea. At this time, all the people who participated in the test lowered their heads after listening to it. They were also willing to admit that they were not strong enough. Also realized that the referee is doing them a favor by not being willing to give them a pass. He was immediately ashamed of his previous anger. I no longer think that New World pirates are that easy to be a pirate. After a long period of screening, Jack still couldn't find the right person. The referees and assessors were also a little disappointed that they had spent so long. But nothing was gained. But after thinking about it, they were relieved. Even they are like handymen in the Ice Witch Pirates. Wasn't it also chosen out of thousands of choices at the beginning? It's really not that simple to find someone with good talent. What's more, they are recruiting independently, and some powerful people may not come. Most of the people who come are just guys who have a little bit of luck in their hearts. I'm afraid I won't be able to pick a suitable candidate today," he said with some regret, just as the assessor and referee were preparing to leave the field. Li Mu just walked up. "Finally it's me," Li Mu said. Seeing that there was another person who wanted to participate in the test, the referee looked at each other while writing the assessment. "My heart is full of disdain. After all, so many people failed to test out the right candidate before. Now that there is only the last one left, they don't give any hope." The two of them already seemed a bit reluctant to test. "How about you go back? This test is not as simple as you think," the referee said seriously. The assessor on the side had already put on his clothes and agreed with the referee's point of view. He also chose to nod along. At this time, the people who failed the previous test are still here and have not left. Everyone looked at Li Mu without any hope in their hearts. In their eyes, the young man in front of them is just handsome. In other aspects, there is no possibility of being strong at all. "Try it. How will you know if you don't try it?" Li Mu said somewhat playfully. Seeing Li Mu's appearance, the referee and assessor also sighed. I had to test it for Li Mu in the end. After all, this is their job, and as members of the Ice Witch Pirates, they must respect their jobs. This time they are here to recruit new crew members. I saw the assessor again assuming the posture used for assessment. The referee on the side also looked prepared. "You know all the previous rules, just come on. If you exceed 10 points of power, you can join the Ice Witch Pirates." The referee said so. I saw Li Mu walking forward slowly. It finally begins. Although the test has begun, Li Mu does not intend to show off his strength. After all, if you are too strong, you will inevitably arouse suspicion. It is possible that when the summit war starts, they will be directly pulled to the front line. All he wants is to join summit war and silently pick up attribute points later. Instead of going directly to the front line to fight, I saw Li Mu walking in front of the examiner unhurriedly. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is very confident. At that moment, the referee also felt that this guy would definitely pass. But the referee didn't know that his feeling was completely correct. Li Mu raised his hand and did not use armament Haki, otherwise the examiner in front of him would definitely be seriously injured by him. But even the ordinary fist Li Mu retains a lot of power. He casually punched the examiner. When that force came, the examiner's expression changed instantly. He could clearly feel that the person in front of him was stronger than he expected. Dolly, 101. The referee looked at the scene in front of him, his hands trembling, his eyes full of disbelief. Although the power he played was only a little higher than him, it still shocked him. What he didn't know was that the reason why he played the number 101 was just to test his own strength. He wanted to test his ability to control the power. In order to test his ability to control points, Li Ke played the number 10. There are also considerations in choosing this number. He not only wants to be taken seriously by the Ice Witch Pirates, but also wants to fish in the Summit War again. Then this number is definitely the most appropriate. Because he just passed the referee, he will be considered to be stronger than him. But it's not too much, and it's not someone who is too strong to control. But even so, the scene was still in an uproar. You must know that so many people have been tested before, but no one can reach 10 points of Taoist power. And this guy Li Mu has 101 power when he comes up. This shocked everyone. It has also caused a current uproar and discussion. At this time, the referee and the assessor looked at each other, and both of them were shocked. The referee thought to himself that 101's power points seemed to be only a little higher than his. But who is he? He is the mainstay of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is also considered an upper-level figure in the Whitebeard Pirates' large fleet and the Ice Witch Pirates. Many times it is like a main force. Now this guy's power is even higher than him. The power points that I worked hard to hit were originally intended to be a demonstration for those who participated in the recruitment. I never thought about the possibility of being surpassed. Now it was actually so easy to be cracked by the person in front of me. No wonder the referees and assessors were so surprised. You're kidding. The referee's face couldn't help but twitch twice. The situation at this time really shocked him. I didn't expect that there would be a guy with higher power than you. The examiner also looked in disbelief. The moment Lee Mu's punch hit him, he faintly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, this guy had more power points than he thought. At this time, the referee and assessor looked tense, and it was obvious that they had not yet come out of their shock. At this time, the faces of everyone who had stayed in place were also full of shock and confusion. This test of strength seems very simple, experienced and understood. There are tons of difficulties in hitting 101. They tried their best, but could only manage to fight. Single-digit power. The Taoist power at 8 and 9 points is already considered to be as high as the sky. But the man in front of him actually achieved 101 power so easily. They were deeply shocked by the difficulty of this matter. After a period of shock, everyone calmed down a little. The referee was the first to react. They had tested so many times before but could not find a suitable candidate. Now there is actually a player with 101 power. How can this make him unhappy? The referee and assessor quickly took the initiative to post it. They were happy to recruit a strong person today. So the two people quickly asked Lee Mu some basic information. The two were very enthusiastic. While chatting, they asked about Lee Mu's name and where she was from. Lee Mu knew that although his performance was very good, the two examiners were probably very satisfied with his performance. But there should be no problems with these basic conditions. After all, the other party is under the command of the Whitebeard pirates, so they must still have requirements for some basic conditions. So Lee Mu didn't hide it. He told the two of them his basic situation, but still concealed some of the more critical aspects. My name is Lee Mu, from Sabayati Archipelago. He first told some basic information. Actually, I have admired the Whitebeard pirates for a long time. I passed by here and learned that the Whitebeard pirates are recruiting. I thought that the large fleet also belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, so I really wanted to join. He had a smile on his face and looked very eager to join. If you want to investigate this thing, just go and investigate. Lee Mu has nothing to worry about. The referees and assessors were even more satisfied after hearing this. Because they can be sure that the guy in front of them probably doesn't have any big problems. The two of them looked happy. Lee Mu stopped when he saw that he had almost finished talking. He thought for a while and decided to ask the doubts in his heart. I heard that the Whitebeard pirates have a tradition of recognizing their father. Is it true? He inquired thoughtfully. After hearing this, the two examiners smiled. They also saw what Lee Mu was thinking at a glance. That's for the people who were aboard the Moby DK. It has nothing to do with those of us who can't even meet our father. You don't have to worry. And Lee Mu heard about it. He nodded immediately. That seems to be the truth. Chapter 45. A group of beasts attack, and a sudden encounter with Jack the Drow. 45/63. Chapter 45. A group of beasts attack, and a sudden encounter with Jack the Drow. Previous. Next. Chapter 45. A group of beasts attack, and a sudden encounter with Jack the Drow. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and there was a calm scene on the sea. No particular conflict occurred. Marines' activities have also become less frequent, and conflicts with pirates are completely non-existent. There is no hint of the impending summit war. After a few days, Lee Mu naturally successfully joined the Ice Girls pirates. In the past few days, he has been sailing in the New World with the pirate group. He also discovered that the current New World was terrifyingly peaceful. But he also understands that the calmer the sea, the more turbulent waves are hidden under it. And the waves will only become more turbulent. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. He was not worried about the rough sea. On the contrary, the bigger the fuss, the happier he becomes. Only enough contradictions and powerful enough collisions can allow him to obtain more attribute points. This is also Lee Mu's constant goal. At this time, he and the Ice Witch pirates were sailing in the waters of the New World. The crew members all fell asleep due to the recent excessive peace. A while ago, the Ice Witch pirates went to sea to trade arms. Lee Mu, who had just boarded the ship, naturally followed this action. But things that were not always smooth sailing in the past have become very smooth this time. Although I was very puzzled, I didn't think much about it. Just assume Marine is asleep. And under such circumstances, the Ice Witch pirates returned with a full load. At this time, the pirate ship is full of arms. If they can be successfully traded, it will definitely be a big fortune. The Ice Witch Whitebeard looked at the weapons in front of her, with a hint of joy on her face. It's been a long time since I've experienced such a smooth trip to sea. Therefore, she was inevitably a little happy in her heart. These weapons are very powerful. Whether you keep them for your own use or choose to sell them, they are a very good choice. Li Mu was also on the ship at this time, lying on the deck near the ship. Although he looked like he was sleeping, he was still paying attention to his captain. After all, whether he can successfully participate in the Summit War as a member of the Ice Witch Pirates in the future depends entirely on this captain. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. He also discovered that the captain seemed to be in a particularly good mood, smiling all day long. But by chance, at this moment, something seemed to appear on the distant sea. Ice Witch Whitebeard also obviously noticed this change. Her heart skipped a beat. Then he hurriedly woke up everyone who was resting. At this time, they were ready to return to the waters under the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard pirates, and they were only one step away from successfully returning. But I didn't expect that something like this would happen at such an emergency moment. As the two sides continued to get closer, they finally saw clearly what was on the opposite side. It turned out to be a huge mammoth ship. Ice Witch Whitebeard's face suddenly changed. It was obvious that the mammoth ship in front of her made her worried. The reason is that the mammoth ship is also very famous in New World. Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues under the command of Beast's pirates. Although the Ice Witch Whitebeard is the captain of the large fleet, she also followed Moby Dickman in her early years. But there is still a gap between the 3 disasters in terms of strength. The weapons of the Whitebeard pirates. Humph, I laughed at it. Jack the Drow said very arrogantly. At this time, the Beast's pirates members behind Jack also showed a very proud smile. After all, they were led by Lord Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters. Taking down a large fleet of the Whitebeard pirates is not an easy task. They all looked confident. Not long ago, Jack received news that the Whitebeard pirates had concluded an arms deal. And it will pass through the waters under the jurisdiction of Beast's pirates. So Jack has been waiting here for a long time. As for the consequences, he, Jack the Drow, is not afraid at all. But luckily those who came were not the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, but the large fleet of Ice Witch pirates. Although the reputation of the Ice Witch Whitebeard is considered to be the #1 figure in the New World. But for Jack the Drow, it can still be treated as if it doesn't exist. After all, he is one of the 3 major poster boards of Beast's pirates, so his strength is naturally undeniable. As the 4 Emperors pirate group, the conflict between the Beast's pirates and the Whitebeard pirate group can be said to have been long-standing. Both sides hate each other very much. Conflicts often broke out over the competition for territory and the grabbing of supplies. Now Jack the Drow has blocked the Ice Witch pirates, who are slightly weaker than him. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity pass easily. Uncomfortable. How can I be happy if you don't feel uncomfortable? Jack thought excitedly in his heart. It turns out that the Whitebeard pirates often rob Beast's pirates of supplies. Therefore, the two have long-standing grievances that can be said to be irreconcilable. That's why Jack is so happy at this moment. At this time, the members of the Ice Witch pirates also woke up. I was surprised to see the mammoth ship in the distance. This iconic ship made them quickly understand who they were. No, it's Jack the Drow. Captain, why are the Beast's pirates people here? The members of the Ice Witch pirates looked shocked. After all, the opponent is one of the 3 major boards of Beast's pirates. It is understandable that everyone is so frightened, although they are backed by the Whitebeard pirates. But the other party is also under the 4 Emperors. And it is one of the 3 disasters. They understood that there was still a gap between the strength of their large fleet and the pirate group led by Sanjia. And it is estimated that the captain of the Ice Witch Whitebeard will not be Jack the Drow's opponent. Thinking about this, everyone who was originally confident began to feel worried. At this time, the Ice Witch Whitebeard had already noticed the arrival of Jack the Drow. She was also very uneasy in her heart. One of the 3 major boards against Beast's pirates. The chance of their side winning is extremely small. Damn, why are they here? Ice Witch Whitebeard said with some annoyance. After all, they were able to resist the Whitebeard pirates' waters immediately. At that time, even Jack, one of the three disasters, would not dare to take action against them easily. Each division captain can also provide support as soon as possible. But now we are not in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. It was extremely difficult for them to convey this news, let alone the division captain coming to support them. At this time, Jack's eyes shone, and he was very courageous. "Pull the boat closer to me," he said very confidently. And this is Jack, the king of ships. No matter who the opponent is, the first thing he has to do is to bring the boat closer. Just when everyone in the Ice Witch Pirates was worried, Lemieux also discovered this scene. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, are you going to fight?" He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Because the sea has been calm these past few days, his system has not recorded any attribute points. If this continues, he is a little afraid that the system will become rusty. Fortunately, there is going to be a battle soon. And both sides are the best pirate groups in the New World. In a real fight, the number of attribute points would probably be extraordinary. Lemieux couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he thought of this. His originally calm mentality also quietly changed. After all, both sides are very strong, so attribute points are probably indispensable. The Ice Witch Pirates are one of the large fleets under the Whitebeard Pirates. Although it is a famous pirate group in the New World, its strength is also very high. They are one of the most powerful pirate groups in the New World. But the opponent is, after all, one of the three major players under Beast's Pirates. Obviously, there is still a big gap between the Ice Witch Pirates and the Mammoth Pirates. After all, the opponent is one of the three major boards of Beast's Pirates. Jack the Drow is known as the Three Woes. His strength is completely comparable to Marco, Josie and others of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard also deeply understands this. The opponent is the third calamity on par with the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. It will probably be very difficult for the Ice Witch Pirates to continue this battle. At this time, his brows were also deeply frowned. To put it bluntly, the strength gap between the two sides is too large. Beast's Pirates are known for their physical strength. No matter how powerful the attack is, it is difficult to cause damage to the Alliance. Many people in the pirate group have mastered Zone's devil fruit. Many people even grew the devil fruit from Zone in ancient times. It's quite a headache to fight against them. Whitebeard obviously understands this truth. She didn't think her attack would cause much damage to the guys with ancient species. Everyone in the Beast's Pirates Mammoth group looks ready to go. They don't seem to take the Ice Witch Pirates seriously. Because they are a direct pirate group of the Beast's Pirates. It is also led by Jack the Drow. And the other party is just a large fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates. Under such a gap, it is a certainty that everyone in the Mammoth group despises each other. At this time, Jack stood at the bow of the boat, his eyes full of disdain. He didn't take the pirate group in front of him seriously at all. He originally had a character that was fearless. Let alone the large fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if Marine's warship is here, and there is Garp Sengoku on it, his choice of docking the ship will not change. At this time, under Jack's order, the ship slowly moved closer to the Ice Witch Pirates. Jack even pulled out his weapon, looking like he was about to fight. The influence of the Whitebeard Pirates became less and less as Whitebeard faded away. Over the years, the Beast's Pirates and Big MBH Pirates often clashed with the Middlebeard Pirates. But the Whitebeard Pirates still have a very deep foundation. There are 12 powerful squad captains. In addition, there are 43 large fleets. Therefore, even the joint attack of the two Four Emperors groups cannot do anything to the Whitebeard Pirates group. And there's also the mix of red hair pirates. Although the red-haired man had no intention of getting involved in Whitebeard's territory, he didn't intend to just watch the Beast's Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates being eroded like this. Sometimes the red hair pirates also choose to take action to help the Whitebeard Pirates relieve the pressure. But continuing like this is not the answer after all. Whitebeard may die at any time as the sun sets. And the successor of the Whitebeard Pirates has not been cultivated for a long time. Originally, Whitebeard planned to train Ace to be his successor. And Ace lived up to his expectations and grew rapidly. Whitebeard knows that as long as he lasts for a few years, Ace can support the Whitebeard Pirates. But things never go as planned easily. The Summit War broke out because Ace was captured by Marine and the entire Whitebeard pirates came to rescue him. But it's still some time before Summit War. Li Mu also chose to wait quietly. As the two sides continue to get closer, words can now be conveyed. "Why are you here?" Whitebeard said incomprehensively. Although this is the territory of Beast's pirates, it is already very peripheral. And it is also very close to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. No one leaked out about this operation, so logically it shouldn't be intercepted by the Beast's pirates. But the sudden appearance of the Mammoth pirates at this moment made Li Mu very confused. "Need a reason," Jack said with great disdain. At this time, his eyes were already full of fighting spirit. It can be said that he is bound to get this ordnance. He took great pains to ensure that the ships transporting arms to the Whitebeard pirates would pass through here. He also spent a lot of resources to get this news. So right now, he has absolutely no intention of letting go of the Ice Witch pirates in front of him. "Aren't you afraid of the revenge of our Whitebeard pirates?" Whitebeard knew that he was probably no match for Jack, so he hurriedly moved out the Whitebeard pirates behind him. Hopefully this will scare off the Mammoth group led by Jack the Drow. But Jack is already very arrogant. He looked fearless. How could he be frightened by a few words from Whitebeard? "Humph, the Whitebeard pirates' revenge. When you say that, I really think I'm a little scared," Jack said angrily. He doesn't take the Whitebeard pirates seriously at all. Even when 4 Emperors Whitebeard arrived, he probably looked unafraid. But whether he will be beaten is another matter. But the Ice Witch Whitebeard in front of him obviously couldn't beat him. "Stop talking nonsense. If you are willing to hand over the arms, I can spare your lives." When Jack saw that the ship was approaching, he stopped chatting with Whitebeard. As long as the other party is unwilling to hand over the arms, he may take action at any time. But Ice Witch Whitebeard has also been following Whitebeard for many years. How could she be frightened by this little storm in front of her? It is obviously impossible for her to voluntarily hand over this batch of arms. "You can dream. Unless I die today, you can't touch these arms," Whitebeard shouted. I heard that Jack is no longer pretending. Holding the weapon directly, he jumped up from the Mammoth group's ship and came directly to the Ice Witch pirate group's ship. The battle is about to break out. Chapter 46 The naval battle begins. The Ice Witch pirates are in danger. 46/63. Chapter 46 The naval battle begins. The Ice Witch pirates are in danger. Previous. Next. Chapter 46 The naval battle begins. The Ice Witch pirates are in danger. With Jack taking the lead to dock and board the ship, the two pirate ships were officially spliced together. The pirates of Beast's pirates came up to kill them. Although I was a little scared in my heart, after all, they were a pirate group that had been in the New World for many years. The Ice Witch pirates are not afraid here either. They also drew their weapons and faced the Beast's pirates. Congratulations host, you picked up 300 strength attribute points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1000 energy and blood attribute points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 600 devil fruit attribute points. Congratulations host, you picked up 2000 strength attribute points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 1200 agility attribute points. The crew members have attributes of various numerical values in their fights. But in general there are rarely more than 2000 attribute points. 247, but this was also what Li Mu expected. In other words, being able to achieve such attribute points is already very satisfying. I can only say that he is worthy of being a New World pirate. Even ordinary crew members can explode over 1000 attribute points. For Li Mu, it is already very good and very satisfying. As the crews fought, the two captains were not idle either. Jack was seen charging towards the Ice Witch Whitebeard with a weapon in hand. Blessed by the ability of the ancient mammoth fruit, Jack's power is very terrifying. Coupled with the blessing of armament Haki, his offensive is extremely fierce. Every time he takes action, he carries a strong momentum. Even Whitebeard's defense was very reluctant. After just a few exchanges of blows, she was beaten so hard that she kept retreating. And he has been in a forced defensive state. Congratulations host, you picked up 30,000 strength attribute points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 31,000 points of armament Haki. Congratulations to host, you picked up 32,000 agility attribute points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 31,000 points of knowledge and dominance. Congratulations to host, you picked up 29,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Jack the Drow takes about 30,000 attribute points every time. It was obvious that he didn't hold back at all. It is indeed one of the 3 disasters. This attribute was clicked off. Li Mu thought with some joy. He originally thought that Jack, a naive guy, would choose a powerful move. But I didn't expect that he would choose to take action continuously. But after thinking about it, Li Mu understood that this guy Jack must be very physically strong. There are no powerful moves that are hidden behind the scenes. That's why every blow can be so powerful. As the battle continues, the dropping of attribute points continues. Li Mu's eyebrows raised. Good guy. They say that out of Jack's billion-dollar bounty, 900 million are ivory. But it should be said or not, this guy still has something. He said with secret joy in his heart. After all, this guy Jack contributed a lot of attribute points to him. Li Mu can be said to be very satisfied with this number. Although the pacifists also revealed a large number of attributes before. But on the one hand, the value is relatively low. On the other hand, it lacks the development of Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit abilities that he needs most. But although Jack's offensive is rapid and fierce, he still needs to rest after all. At this time, Whitebeard was beaten and was a little confused. She didn't know how she could resist such a powerful offensive. But at this point Jack was at a standstill and needed a break. Whitebeard also hurriedly seized this opportunity. Counterattack directly at Jack. Her weapon is a western sword, sharp and swift. Plus her ice magic. Although I don't know why she can use some freezing methods, but it is not from Devil Fruit. That's why she's called the Ice Witch. Soon a thick layer of hard ice appeared on Jack's body skin. What followed was Whitebeard's super fast swordsmanship. But without exception, these attacks had no effect on Jack. Jack the Drow even shook his body slightly, and the ice blocks covering his body shattered on their own. It can be seen that there is indeed a huge gap in strength between the 2 sides. But after all, it is one of the 3 major posters of the 4 Emperor's pirates, so it is reasonable for such a situation to occur. Congratulations to host, you picked up 10,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 12,000 points of swordsmanship attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 13,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 15,000 armament Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 12,000 observation Haki points. A series of messages came from the system again. Whitebeard only exploded around 10,000 points. It was obvious that she used her full strength in every move. However, there is still a big gap in strength and it is impossible to cause harm to Jack. Knowing that his attack had little effect, Whitebeard hurriedly distanced himself. If Jack slowed down, she would have to fall into passivity again. Li Mu was not in a hurry to take action at this time. He hid in a corner and quietly observed the changes on the field. Pick up attribute points of Chi Mimi. Take action. There is no need at all. Maximizing the acquisition of attribute points is the most important thing. As the battle progressed, the entire Ice Witch pirates gradually fell into a disadvantage. In terms of strength, they are no match for the Mammoth pirates. After all, the opponent is an elite pirate from the Beast's pirates. At this time, there were originally about the same number of battles between the 2 sides, but many pirates on the side of the Ice Witch pirates had slowly fallen. It can be seen that there is still a big gap in the strength of the 2 sides. As time goes by, the defeat of the Ice Witch pirates is only a matter of time. At this time, not only the crew was no match for the opponent, but even the Captain Budab was gradually falling into a disadvantage. As Jack continued to attack, Whitebeard's defense became more and more difficult. At first she could barely resist Jack's attack. But as time went by, she discovered that Jack's offensive power continued unabated. And her power is indeed gradually being consumed. Jack is worthy of being the owner of the Mammoth Fruit at 4.6. Although his attack is not very powerful, it is more durable and explosive. The power that exploded after dozens of moves did not diminish at all. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of armament Haki. Still, every shot is full of attribute points. Not the slightest reduction. And Whitebeard has already fallen into a continuous forced defense. Under such a terrifying offensive, it was very difficult for her to defend, let alone attack. Suddenly Jack seized the gap and swung a scythe towards Whitebeard. Under the terrifying sickle offensive, Whitebeard was directly shot away. He crashed into the cabin. The cabin sank directly. The Ice Witch pirates are in danger. Chapter 47. Kill the mammoth pirates instantly with one punch. 47/63. Chapter 47. Kill the mammoth pirates instantly with one punch. Previous. Next. Chapter 47. Kill the mammoth pirates instantly with one punch. Thunder struck in the sky from time to time, and gradually a light drizzle began to fall. At this time, the Ice Witch Whitebeard was beaten by Jack and was retreating steadily. She was supported on the edge of the boat on one side, breathing heavily. It was obvious that she was having a hard time facing Jack the Drow. Go see the King of Hell, Jack said manically. At this time, he already thought that he had a chance to win. As long as he killed the Ice Witch Whitebeard, then the ship's arms would naturally belong to him. He concentrated all his strength on the weapon. I want to end this battle with one blow. At this time, Whitebeard looked at the approaching Jack, feeling very anxious. She realized that she would most likely have to answer here today. After all, even she is no match for Jack, and it is even more impossible for anyone on this ship to be Jack's rival. At this critical moment of life and death, Whitebeard could not think of any hope. At this time, she was already disheartened, dragging her severely injured body trying to avoid Jack's pursuit. But looking at the approaching Jack, she just felt confused. Even the light rain falling in the sky only added a little bit of sadness. Is this going to be the case? Damn beasts pirates, Whitebeard thought angrily about the unwillingness in his heart. Just when the tide of death was about to come, Whitebeard closed his eyes in pain. Such an ending was something she could never have imagined. At this time, let alone defense, she didn't even have the strength to escape. Just when she was about to die, a cold wind blew. She vaguely sensed that things had taken a turn for the better. As one of the three plagues of the beast's pirates, Jack is inevitable on the battlefield. A strange cold wind blew from his back, making him immediately aware that something was wrong. I saw a slight change in his original expression, which was the result of his many years of fighting experience. He realized that this cold wind brought more than just a drop in temperature. This is the breath of death that reaps life. Jack frowned and began to feel worried. So Jack did not choose to kill 27 moves at Whitebeard at the first time, but instead blocked behind him with his backhand. This cold wind gave him a very uneasy mood. Clang! The sound of a powerful collision. Before Jack could see clearly what was behind him, his body was knocked away by the huge force. At this time, everyone on the field was shocked by the scene in front of them. They all put down the fighting in their hands and looked at Jack, who was flying out from Beijen. Saved. Who did it? Whitebeard was closest to Jack, and she opened her eyes immediately when the impact occurred. So he was the first to find Jack, who was sent flying away. This scene shocked her. Jack the Drow, who she tried her best to avoid harming, was actually knocked away. Captain Jack, what's going on? Who actually neutralized Captain Jack's attack? This is incredible. When the crew of Beast's pirates saw this scene, they were suddenly confused. At this time, Jack was also under the impact and could not stop for a long time. But fortunately, with the power of the mammoth fruit, he took a few steps back and stopped completely. But this also made Jack a little unbelievable. Is there anyone on this ship who can fight me off? His eyes were full of solemnity, and he looked up at the person who had previously knocked him back. The reason why Jack was so shocked was because his strength was definitely among the best in the New World. Who is he? One of the three major boards of Beast's pirates, Jack is known as the Drought among the three disasters. The top main force of Beast's pirates and one of Kaido's most trusted subordinates. How could such strength be defeated by an unknown guy? Although people often criticize the bounty of 1 billion ivory for 900 million. But his bounty was not earned step by step based on his strength. And to be able to get to this point and achieve such a status. His strength is naturally beyond words. But he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. At the same time, he was also very shocked by the situation in front of him. You must know that the attack just now was more than just knocking him back. His body is already very strong. Standing on the boat, he is like a hill, which cannot be shaken by ordinary people. But even so, the previous blow not only knocked him back. He also knocked the weapon out of his hand. At this time, his tiger's mouth was numb and making violent noises. Such strength is definitely a master. He is most likely one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Jack couldn't take his eyes away from that handsome man. When he saw it, Li Mu stood there meticulously. He didn't feel panic at all, he was just Jack the Drow. With the strength of Marine Admiral, he can handle it. The reason why Li Mu takes action is because he is also a member of the Ice Witch Pirates after all. Picking up attributes is picking up attributes, but now the Ice Witch Pirates are in trouble, so if you can help, please help. Of course, if Li Mu doesn't take action, he will also face the dilemma of having no more attribute points to pick up. After all, the Ice Witch Pirates are at the point of destruction. Who are you? Jack asked with a frown. He was sure that he had not seen the person in front of him. Speaking of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, there is often friction between the two pirate groups. Jack was confident that he knew them all. But this guy in front of him was something he had never seen before in the New World. But since he can be pushed to such a point, he must not be an ordinary person. Jack thought for a while and decided to test the guy in front of him. The weapon that was originally knocked away was summoned by Jack's wave and returned to his hand. Let me see how much you weigh. Jack really wanted to know the details and strength of the guy in front of him. So he took action directly, intending to test Li Mu's strength. Although he was caught off guard by Li Mu before. But Jack still doesn't think Li Mu can really beat him. After all, Li Mu was a sneak attack after all, and he was also careless for a moment. With the weapon in hand, a cold light flashed in Jack's eyes. He took action suddenly, and the swing of the weapon even caused the surrounding airflow. As he swung his weapon, strong winds followed. But the strong wind blew Li Mu's hair and clothes. The sickle was blocked in front of Li Mu. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of strength attribute. At this time, Li Mu clenched a fist with one hand, blocking Jack's attack in front of him and preventing him from taking any further steps. Jack was a little puzzled that his attack was actually blocked. You must know that although Whitebeard was able to defend against his offensive before, it was still very difficult. But the guy in front of him actually managed to defend himself with just one hand. Seeing this, Jack's eyes narrowed. But his strength goes far beyond that. I saw him slowly retracting his weapon, while keeping his eyes on Li Mu. After confirming that Li Mu would indeed not take action, a flash of anger flashed in his heart. What an arrogant guy, actually waiting for me to take action. He was shocked, but also extremely angry. This was the first time he encountered such an arrogant opponent. A coldness flashed in Jack's eyes, and he was determined to completely defeat the guy in front of him. So he didn't hold back when he took action. The speed is extremely fast, and every blow is extremely powerful. And the Ice Witch Whitebeard was completely unable to hold on under such an onslaught. Bang bang bang. The weapon kept hitting Li Mu's body. Jack's strikes were getting faster and faster. But hitting Li Mu was like hitting steel. It never produced any better results. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of armament Haki. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of energy and blood attributes. With Jack's onslaught, waves of news came from the system. Li Mu was naturally very happy. Jack's attribute points when he fought against Whitebeard were about the same as they are now, but Li Mu knew that as long as he could defend himself, he would gain more attribute points in the future. At this time, Li Mu armament Haki was fully open, trying hard to defend Jack's offensive. He is completely covered in armament Haki. The whole body is hard black. Jack obviously noticed this scene too. He was still very surprised. The guy in front of him was actually better at armament Haki than him. You must know that he is one of the 3 major posters under the 4 Emperors pirate group. The little-known guy in front of him is actually better than armament Haki in his long-distance use. This moment was a little hard for him to accept. After knowing that the attack was fruitless, Jack quickly retreated to distance himself. He needed to slow down, he couldn't sustain such high-intensity continuous attacks. But Li Mu was not anxious when he saw Jack retreating. He had already obtained enough attribute points from the previous offensive. I saw the corners of Li Mu's mouth raised slightly and her eyebrows raised at the same time. He looked at Jack in front of him with a provocative look. Drought is one of the 3 major banners under the 4 emperors. When had Jack ever been so humiliated? An anger gathered in his heart. Although I don't know your details, if you make me angry today, you are seeking death. After Jack finished speaking, his eyes were very firm. His body was slowly changing. I saw him throw away the weapon in his hand. The body begins to turn into an animal. At this time, he no longer favored the human body, and his whole body looked like a mammoth. At the same time, the body has also grown a lot. Even on this extremely huge pirate ship, his body occupies a large area. Death. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** At the same time, he raised his feet and stepped towards Li Mu. Mu saw Jack's huge body stampeding towards him, but he didn't panic at all. He slowly raised his hand and actually resisted Jack's stampede. Congratulations to host, you picked up 40,000 points of strength attribute. Bang bang bang. Jack was furious when he saw this, and he showed no mercy at all. Start directly. Crazy stampede. But Li Mu was overjoyed. A stupid guy like Jack is exactly what he needs. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 35,000 points of armament Haki. Congratulations to host, you picked up 40,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 35,061,700 devil fruit ability. Another burst of attribute points came. Seeing that his attack had no effect at all, there were thin beads of sweat on Jack's forehead. He was also a little panicked. The mammoth form is his biggest support. In this form, his speed and strength will increase. But now it actually has no effect on Li Mu at all. Until Jack was a little tired from fighting and could no longer take action, Li Mu still maintained his original one-handed defense posture. Armament Haki defeated Jack the Drow with just one armament Haki. Such a scene immediately shocked everyone. At this time, Jack collapsed motionless on the deck due to excessive exertion. But since he can no longer provide attribute points, Li Mu doesn't mind ending this farce. I saw Li Mu slowly coming to Jack. Armament Haki covered the fist and punched Jack's huge body. Jack's eyes were horrified, but he was unable to escape at this moment. Li Mu's fist hit Jack hard. He was beaten directly from the Ice Witch pirate's ship back to the mammoth ship. His huge body left a big hole directly in the cabin. At this time, everyone in the Ice Witch pirates was completely shocked by this scene. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. They all couldn't believe that Jack the Drow, one of the three disasters, could be killed instantly by this guy with one punch. FK. One punch. Is this guy really a member of our pirate group? Everyone in the Ice Witch pirates said in disbelief. Lord Jack. Everyone in Beast's pirates was also shocked by this scene. They shouted in concern. At the same time, he hurried back to check on Jack's condition. One punch to kill Jack the Drow. That's one of the three major boards of Beast's pirates. Since when did our pirate group have such a strong man? Whitebeard dragged his broken body and thought in shock. At this time, Jack was lying there quietly among the ruins of the mammoth ship. It was obvious that he was beaten until he fainted. At this time, everyone in Beast's pirates did not quite understand the situation in front of them. Seeing that the captain was defeated, he actually looked at Li Mu fiercely. What did you do to Master Jack? You were looking for death. Beast's pirates will not let you go. The members of Beast's pirates yelled and cursed. But Li Mu just sneered. Then he pointed his finger at the group. Laser. Under the attack of Sparkling Fruit's laser, the mammoth ship exploded directly, and everyone's bones were lost, sinking into the sea. Chapter 48 The World is Boiling, the Prelude to Summit War. 4863. Chapter 48 The World is Boiling, the Prelude to Summit War. Previous. Next. Chapter 48. The World is Boiling, the Prelude to Summit War. New World, on the Ice Witch's icebreaker. At this time, everyone was repairing the large ship that was damaged due to the battle. Although some places were damaged, it was generally harmless. There was no problem at all in continuing the voyage. In the office on the ship, the Ice Witch Budab sat on a chair. Although there was a sneak attack by Beast's pirates. But she didn't have time to think about the reason why it happened, because it was not as important as the other thing. She immediately called her most trusted subordinate into the office. Who was the guy who took action that day, and why did he appear on our icebreaker? She asked quickly. After her many inquiries, she also found out that Li Mu was really the hospital of the Ice Witch pirates. And he is a newcomer who joined not long ago. This news frightened Whitebeard for a moment. So strong. Are you telling me that you are a newcomer? She said with some confusion. You must know that what we faced before was one of the 3 disasters of Beast's pirates. This is not a cat or a dog. At this time, she also recalled the previous battle according to her subordinate's words. The terrifying Jack the Drow was instantly killed by him with one punch. Then the entire mammoth pirates were eliminated with one finger, and the entire mammoth ship was destroyed. When thinking of this, Whitebeard became a little confused. At this time on board the icebreaker, the ship's repairs are almost complete, and the most important thing now is to safely transport the munitions back. Therefore, no intensive repairs were carried out on the ship, just simple repairs. Li Mu was also on the deck at this time. After seeing his previous strength, the members of the pirate group were very curious about him. But I never dared to ask. At this time, a crew member walked out of the ship's office and walked towards Li Mu. He gingerly explained his purpose. It probably means that the captain wants to talk to you. Li Mu knew that if he wanted to participate in the Summit War, he would have to look at the face of Ice Witch Whitebeard. Otherwise, it would be useless even if he defeated all these guys. What he needs is a position where he can fish in the Summit War. When Li Mu entered the office, Ice Witch Whitebeard also started asking. But that's the same rhetoric as before. But there has been a huge change in tone and attitude. Whitebeard asked in confusion why Li Mu wanted to join the Whitebeard pirates. Li Mu explained that because he admired the Whitebeard pirates, he happened to be passing by and discovered that the Whitebeard pirates were recruiting people. So I joined in naturally. Of course, Whitebeard would not believe Li Mu easily. After all, with such a strong strength, it would be troublesome if there were any problems. So she questioned him carefully for a while. But Li Mu gave reasonable explanations, and Whitebeard was completely relieved. You are very capable, but the witch pirates are not suitable for you. I think you could consider going directly to the Moby DK. Of course, I have a good relationship with Dad, and I will help you introduce him. Whitebeard said seriously. She looked at Li Mu in front of her and found that Li Mu seemed a little unhappy. She coughed twice to cover up the awkward situation. Don't worry, with your strength you'll be fine even if you get on board the Moby DK. Dad will only appreciate you more and will never treat you badly. She continued. Because Li Mu is someone who has the strength to defeat the 3 disasters. Even on the Moby DK, he is definitely a strong guy. But Li Mu was speechless at this time. He just wants to participate in the Summit War under a borrowed identity, rather than actually working for the Whitebeard pirates. If only Whitebeard knew that his strength was not bad. At that time, he was pushed directly up. What if we meet San Admiral or Garp Sengoku? These are things Li Mu must consider clearly. He doesn't want to give it away for free as soon as he comes up. He just wants to quietly pick up his attribute points. Forget it, never mind. Fine as you like, the Summit War is about to begin anyway. He thought a little irritably in his heart. At this time, it was impossible for him to refuse Whitebeard's kindness. Whitebeard still didn't know that he would be wrong. I still thought Li Mu would be happy to join Moby DK. But Li Mu just wants to steal a suitable identity so that he can quietly pick up attribute points in Summit War. The Summit War is about to begin. Whitebeard is probably very busy over there. He probably isn't in the mood to recognize his son either. So Li Mu acquiesced to Whitebeard's idea. After all, he couldn't argue with her. If he said he didn't want to join the Moby DK, wouldn't all his previous explanations be useless? If the Ice Witch Whitebeard suspects her, it will be even worse than the loss. Sure enough, when the Ice Witch pirates arrived at the port, bad news followed. A pirate seemed to have been waiting at the port for a long time. Whitebeard hurriedly greeted him as soon as he got off the boat. Then he seemed to say something in Whitebeard's ear. After listening, Whitebeard also looked in disbelief. Her face was very ugly, and she looked a little anxious. Li Mu vaguely guessed when he saw this scene. The news of Ace's capture probably reached the Whitebeard pirates. He also didn't expect that things would ferment so quickly. Although it is estimated that Ace was defeated by Blackbeard at the time of the Sabayati Archipelago Celestial Dragons incident. But Marine actually announced Ace's execution so quickly. He originally thought there was still a few days left in time. He also understood. It seemed that he was too addicted to picking up attributes on the machine island. I couldn't estimate the time right away. But this way, he doesn't have to worry about being adopted as a son by Whitebeard. Whitebeard is probably worried about Ace being caught at this time. And that's exactly what happened. Whitebeard convened an emergency meeting, involving all division captains and captains of large fleets. Of course, as the captain of the Ice Witch pirates, Whitebeard also went. The scale of this meeting was also the largest in the history of the Whitebeard pirates. Almost no one dared to be absent. After all, we have to face the marine that has stood on the sea for 800 years. Whitebeard also takes it very seriously. Is it finally starting? Li Mu thought with some excitement in her heart. He has been planning for Summit War for a long time. He has been waiting for this day to come since he obtained the system of picking up attributes. This is his best chance to become stronger. Naturally, Li Mu would not let go of this great opportunity easily. He clearly remembers every effort and plan he made for Summit War. Taking risks on the Sabayati Archipelago. The drained pacifists on the island. Later, he took the initiative to join the Ice Witch pirates and defeated Jack the Drow. All in order to get a piece of the Summit War pie. Now the opportunity has finally come. At this time, it was not just the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the captains of the large fleet. The entire sea area under Whitebeard's jurisdiction has gone crazy. The news that Ace was captured by Marine spread throughout the waters of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates suddenly fell into a strange atmosphere. It turns out that just this morning, Marine directly announced that Ace would be executed in Marineford Square 7 days later. Who is Ace? He is Whitebeard's most beloved son. Whitebeard is even ready to hand over the foundation of the Whitebeard pirates to Ace. He knew that he was getting older and had a tendency to fade away. He is no longer able to compete for the throne of Pirate King. But he still yearns for the position of Pirate King in his heart. So he pinned all his hopes on Ace. Fortunately, Ace never let him down, even for a short period of time. Not only has Ace's strength increased by leaps and bounds, but he also gets along very well with all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. At that moment Whitebeard believed that he had made a mistake. No Blackbeard's betrayal, Ace's anger. Although Whitebeard tried to persuade Ace at that time, he still failed to persuade him. Because Whitebeard knows Ace is so much like him when he was younger. Ace cannot give up easily for his partner. In addition, Ace's strong strength made him feel very reassured, so Whitebeard ignored it. And others don't know, but Whitebeard knows it very well. Ace's true identity. Pirate King Roger is the only descendant left in this world. Roger is the legendary pirate that Whitebeard wants to kill and hate. On the Great Sea, only Whitebeard could compete with Roger. But even so, Whitebeard never minded Ace's identity. Instead, what he wanted to do was to help Ace ascend to the position of Pirate King and help Ace get out of the shadow of his father, Roger. But I didn't expect that such bad news would come out now. As soon as the incident came out, the whole world was shocked. No one expected Marine to make such a choice. Everyone knows that Fire Fist Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard is also famous as a calf protector. Marine's behavior is undoubtedly declaring war on the Whitebeard Pirates. And Whitebeard was once a strong man in the old times. He is also known as the strongest man in the world. On the Marine side, there is a powerful force that has stood in this sea for more than 800 years. Such a confrontation between the two forces instantly attracted the attention of people all over the world. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates were talking a lot. After all, it was the captain of his side's 2nd Division who was arrested. Everyone looked filled with indignation. Li Mu was always talking about this matter. Everyone frowned and was very worried. On the one hand, I was worried about Ace, and on the other hand, I was a little afraid of actually going to war with Marine. The tangled emotions are constantly fermenting among these pirates. But in general, anger still occupies the majority. Under the influence of Whitebeard, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates attaches great importance to their companions. Now that the captain of the 2nd Division has been arrested, everyone feels a little bit unable to swallow this sigh of relief. Is High going to attack our Whitebeard pirates? Damn Marine, you know that Daddy is not in good health and you have to choose this moment. They must have underestimated us, the Whitebeard pirates. That is, the members of the Whitebeard pirates kept talking. Everyone is fully concerned about this unprecedented war. At this time, the atmosphere in the Whitebeard pirates was very tense. I wonder what the results will be when the dads discuss it. It seems to me that those who dare to touch our Whitebeard pirates must make them pay the price. It is not unreasonable for Marine to be able to stand on this sea for more than 800 years. In addition to strong strength, there are other reasons. There is certainly a reason why Marine chose the Whitebeard pirates to attack. Although Whitebeard is very powerful. But after all, it was sunset, and the strength was no longer what it used to be. Undoubtedly the best target for Marine. There is also a reason why Marine took such a big risk to take action against the 4 emperors. In recent years, Marine's control over this sea has become increasingly poor. Not long ago, there were even supernovas who dared to take action against the world's noble celestial dragons in the Sabayati archipelago. Afterwards, he ran away like nothing happened. After this incident, the world government's trust in Marine was greatly reduced. People all over the world have also accused Marine of getting worse and worse. Howlee, but only Marine Marshal Sengoku knew it. After Roger started the Age of Discovery, countless pirates began to rush into the sea. Although Marines are spread all over the world, their human experience is still limited after all. Under such a tide, there are even some trends that Marine cannot control. In the New World, where pirates are most rampant, Marine has completely lost control. And this is all because of the existence of 4 emperors. Marine has to use 4 emperors to do it. Only in this way can the public's expectations for Marine be restored. And Whitebeard was originally the best candidate. Under such circumstances, Marine accidentally captured Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. So a plan was formed against the Whitebeard pirates. Marine Marshal Sengoku knows that as long as this operation can succeed, it will definitely have a great impact on the impact of 4 emperors on the world. The scene switched to the Moby DK. At this time, everyone in the office gathered together. All you can see are the important characters of the Whitebeard pirates. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, Foil Beasta. 12 squad captains sat in their respective positions. There are also more than 40 other captains of large fleets. Everyone is sitting upright, until Whitebeard spoke. Ace actually fell into Marine's hands. Whitebeard is sitting in the head chair of the office. But his body was covered with infusion tubes. After all, that stalwart body still has some Twilight feelings. His face was full of sadness, because he knew that Marine couldn't simply let Ace go this time. At this time, he felt very uneasy. Recently, Whitebeard often feels that a storm is coming. But I didn't expect the worst thing to happen in the end. Chapter 49 Ace's execution shocked the whole world. 49/63. Chapter 49 Ace's execution shocked the whole world. Previous. Next. Chapter 49 Ace's execution shocked the whole world. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. As soon as the news of Ace's execution came out, the whole world became excited. Everyone knows that a great war is coming, and it is inevitable. At this time, the usual tranquility disappeared on the Moby DK. The crew members on the ship had firm eyes with a hint of sadness. They stood guard around the Moby DK, watching the surrounding situation. At this time, Captain Whitebeard was having a meeting with 12 division captains and 43 large fleet captains. In the conference room, Whitebeard sat at the head of the table. His face darkened, his fists clenched, and then he punched the table. The captains below also looked indignant. Marine's actions are undoubtedly declaring war on the Whitebeard pirates. And he still held the necks of their closest relatives to declare war on them. Such behavior undoubtedly completely angered everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard sat at the top of the table, the newspaper in his hand had been crushed into a ball, and he was extremely angry. Ace was his proudest son, and Marine actually dared to declare war on him with the life of the person he loved most. Damn Marine, you dared to arrest my dear son, and now you even want to execute him. It seems that you are definitely declaring war on me, Whitebeard. Has Marine forgotten the horror of my Whitebeard? Unexpectedly, without taking action for so many years, the world has long forgotten the man who made the whole world tremble. Whitebeard thought angrily in his heart. His heart was filled with unyielding rage and had nowhere to vent. Since the beginning of the Age of Discovery, he had never felt as angry that day as he did now. He already thought that his family was very protective of him, but he was turned against him by Marine. No matter what, Marine must pay the due price. After learning about Ace's arrest from Whitebeard, all the captains felt very sad. They hated Marine so much that he dared to treat their brother Ace like this. At this moment, he wanted to attack Marineford directly and raze it to the ground. Marco is the captain of Whitebeard's 1st Division. He is a big brother in the Whitebeard pirates. After he became the captain of the 1st Squadron, he loved his brothers very much. He was lowering his head at this time, and his expression could not be seen at all on his livid face. But only he knew that he was extremely angry. Suddenly he raised his head 070, with a ferocious light in his eyes. Marine is so disgusting, he actually wants to put Ace to death. There must be no compromise this time, Ace must be rescued. We cannot let this hateful Marine, the lackey of the world government, look down upon our Whitebeard pirates. Even if I risk my life, first we'll fight Marine to the death. Marco's eyes turned cold and he said firmly. At this time, he had already clenched his fists. The not-sharp nails drew a trail of blood on the palm of his hand. His heart was beating loudly, indicating the injustice in his heart. After all, Ace was his favorite brother, and now that he was so humiliated by Marine, no wonder he was so angry. After hearing Marco's words, all the captains also looked over. Everyone felt the same way when they saw Marco's appearance. Diamond Josie is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division. Originally, I was a person who was not good at words. I would not be able to say a single word even if I sat in a meeting for a whole day. But at this time, there were faint veins popping out on his face, and his strong body couldn't help but tremble. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. It's so abominable, Marine is completely declaring war on us. This time no matter what, I want to kill Marineford and vent my anger on Brother Ace. I want to see what this so-called Marine's background is. I'm afraid it wasn't us, the Whitebeard pirates, who kept letting them go and giving them the illusion. Chao Zi said every word sonorously and forcefully. It can be seen that every word is his thoughts from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps because the anger in his heart was already a little unbearable, the teacup in his hand was directly crushed by him. But he didn't use the fruit ability. Instead, he let the sharp fragments cut his palm. He wanted to use this method to make his ideas more firm. Seeing the two captains express their opinions, Foil Beasta stood up directly. He had a lot to say. He just took out his sword. Base. I think about the same thing as Marco Joes. We must rescue Ace no matter what this time and defeat Marineford. When have we, the Whitebeard pirates, ever been insulted like this? Marine must have forgotten how terrifying the Whitebeard pirates are. He squinted his eyes slightly, and the sharpness in his eyes was self-evident. His anger and murderous intent were released like a sharp sword. And the object of his hatred was none other than Marine. As the 3 captains expressed their opinions, many captains also expressed their opinions one after another. We can't give up on Brother Ace anyway. Since Marine is so provocative, we might as well attack Marineford head-on. Rescue the Ace brothers and cause a scene at the Marine headquarters at the same time. Izo was infected by the emotions of all the captains. He kept his feet on the table in the conference room and said firmly. After Izo finished speaking, all the squad captains expressed their opinions. There is no doubt that they are going to kill Marineford, the Marine headquarters, to rescue Ace. While venting his anger on Ace, he also wanted to teach Marine a lesson. At this time, the atmosphere in the conference room was filled with a chilling atmosphere. The Whitebeard pirates haven't been so excited for a long time. At this time, Whitebeard turned his gaze to the captains of the large fleet below. Since it is a matter decided by Dad and the captains of each division, our big fleet will definitely help to the end. The big vortex spider stood up first and said excitedly, "That's right, our current status is all thanks to Dad. Speaking of which, we all see Brother Ace's character. Marine wants to be executed, and our fleet doesn't agree. That's right, this time I just got to the end with Marine." Suddenly, the conference room was filled with anger, and there was no end to the insults against Marine. It doesn't take much to explain everyone's attitude. Whitebeard smiled happily when he saw this. "Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. As expected of my Whitebeard sons. I'm very satisfied with your performance. Marine hasn't felt the power of our Whitebeard pirates for too long. That's why you are so arrogant. We must make Marine pay enough this time." He laughed loudly and said excitedly, "After all, Whitebeard is fading, and he has rarely appeared in the pirate group's affairs over the years. But this time it was different. Marine had touched his beloved son, and he was determined to release his last light. Let Marine once again recall the majestic figure of the strongest man in the world." At this time, because of the news spread by Marine, it was not just the Whitebeard pirates. The news was heard all over the world. The outside world also caused an uproar. After all, it is a head-on conflict between the oldest four emperors pirate group and Marine. It instantly became very popular and attracted attention from all over the world. What's going on? Marine is going to attack the Whitebeard pirates. This Whitebeard is the four emperors after all. Does Marine really have the strength to swallow the Whitebeard pirates in one go? Marine, Sabayati Archipelago can't even deal with a few supernovae. That's right, Marine just lost the Sabayati Archipelago, and now he dares to cause trouble for the Whitebeard pirates. Crazy. Marine is really crazy. But there is one thing to say, now is indeed the best time to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. People all over the world are also talking about it. After all, this is the first CHFB all-out war between the four emperors and the Marines since the Age of Discovery began. People's attention is also unprecedentedly high. These passers-by also analyzed for a while, comparing the combat power between Marine and Whitebeard pirates. Whichever side actually goes to war will have a greater chance of winning. Whitebeard is getting late, and he has long lost the strength he once had. In the past few years, the Whitebeard pirates have rarely caused trouble, and their strength is definitely not what it used to be. Indeed, I'm more optimistic about Marine. Marine said so. Haha, Marine just thinks he is righteous. First, haven't seen Marine really solve any of the four emperors in all these years. If you can't even take down the Sabayati Archipelago, don't even think about taking down the Whitebeard pirates. And Pirate Blossom said so. To some extent, people around the world are making such tit-for-tat remarks because the strengths of both sides are indeed comparable. The Four Emperors pirate group led by the strongest man in the world. The Marine has stood tall in the world for more than 800 years without falling. Both sides are the top forces in this world. But when two tigers compete, one will be injured. People are still thinking about which side will win, while the other four emperors groups have already opened the champagne. New World, Wanokuni. This eerie island is suspended in the sky. The head of the island looks like a skull, so it is also called Ghost Island. This is the base of the Beasts Pirates. In the meeting hall of Onigashima, almost all the cadres of Beasts Pirates were present. Kaido sat on the high chair in the front. Next to it are two large billboards for Beasts Pirates. Embers of Fire, Plague Quinn. At this time, Jack, who was also a 3 disaster, stood dejectedly below. The same position as Linkong Luzi. At this time, Jack was still wrapped in a lot of gauze, and it was obvious that he had suffered quite a few injuries. He was eventually seriously injured in the previous battle with Li Mu. Fortunately, the men from Beasts Pirates arrived in time and pulled him out of the sea after being seriously injured. Otherwise, he will really have to answer the question on the sea. Oh, 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 oh. Is Marine finally going to take action against the Whitebeard pirates? Kaido said with excitement. Whitebeard's strength has declined greatly as the sun sets. If first were Marine, I wouldn't wait until now. I've already done it, Jin said with cold eyes. That's great. When two tigers fight, one of them will be injured. Quinn also said with a mean smile. At this time, the reason why the Beast's pirates gathered here was because they learned about the upcoming war between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine. Such big news is that Beast's pirates also called back Captain Kaido, who usually doesn't care about things. Kaido was naturally overjoyed when he heard the news. He has worshipped force all his life and tried to change his ways to become stronger. He frantically looked for a strong person to fight, but even so, no one could hurt him. His eyes flashed when he saw the news. Is the battle he longed for coming? At this moment, an idea flashed through the naive Jack's mind. Thinking of making meritorious deeds, he hurriedly stepped forward. Governor Kaido, I have an idea. New World, Cake Island. The island is filled with cake-shaped buildings. At this time, a meeting hall was filled with people. They are all members of the Charlotte family. The person sitting at the head of the hall is naturally Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big M Tianma. At this time, she was surrounded by various snacks and cakes. Mama, this storm is coming after all. The aunt slumped in her chair and laughed. After all, the matter had nothing to do with her pirate group, and she looked like she was watching a show. This Marine is obviously well prepared. I wonder how the Whitebeard pirates should respond. Can they withstand it? Longbread thought with some worry. After all, a battle of this level will inevitably affect the pattern of the world. Once the Whitebeard pirates, who are on the pirate side, are defeated, it will more or less have some impact on the remaining 4 emperors. No wonder Marine has been acting so frequently recently. Katakuri held his chin in his hand and said thoughtfully, whether the Whitebeard pirates can withstand it or not has nothing to do with us. Instead, this is a good opportunity for us to expand. I have a very good idea. Perospero said excitedly. The idea of the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates is actually to take advantage of the fight between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine. At this time, Marine shrinks its front, and the Whitebeard pirates will also come out in full force. As long as they seize this opportunity, they can invade the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, some positions abandoned by Marine were seized. And on an unknown island in New World, the red-haired man looked nervously at the newspaper in his hand. There was a coldness in his eyes that was not seen on ordinary days. What? Marine is causing trouble, Beckman said with some confusion. Ace actually fell into Marine's hands. What the hell does this happen? Shanks was worried and a little confused. It looks like Marine has been planning this for a long time. Yasop also said with a serious face. But I have to say that now is indeed the best time to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Lackey said while chewing on a big chicken leg. At this time, Whitebeard's strength has long since lost its former bravery, and the new king of the Whitebeard pirates has not yet grown his wings. This is the best time to take action against the Whitebeard pirates. But the redhead's eyes were still very worried. He had no intention of taking the opportunity to seize Whitebeard's territory. Instead, he worried about whether the structure of the world would change as a result. Chapter 50. Lord Marshal, the Whitebeard pirates have arrived. 50/63. Chapter 50. Lord Marshal, the Whitebeard pirates have arrived. Previous. Next. Chapter 50. Lord Marshal, the Whitebeard pirates have arrived. After learning that Ace was captured, the Whitebeard pirate finally made up his mind to rescue Ace. So we began to prepare for this unprecedented battle with Marine. The 43 captains of the large fleet also returned to their own pirate groups and began to make final preparations for the next battle. And everyone on the Moby DK began to get busy. At this time, Whitebeard and the 12 division captains were also in the office discussing how to launch a plan against Marine. After all, Marine must have prepared a lot for this war. It's almost impossible to win easily. Since war is to be declared on all Marines, the Whitebeard pirates also need to make corresponding preparations. Of course, it's not just the pirates on the Moby DK who are busy preparing for war at this time. The same goes for the members of the Grand Fleet. Not long ago, the large fleet also received a secret letter. Although I don't know what the Whitebeard pirates' plan is, but everyone in the large fleet still followed the instructions and coated the ship with a diving film. At this time, Li Mu could not escape the fate of being summoned, but he had to endure it in order to participate in the Summit War. He had no choice but to work with everyone on the icebreaker of the Ice Witch pirates. A week flies by. In Marshal Marineford's room, Sengoku was wearing a neat and majestic Marine Marshal uniform. He had also been waiting for this moment for a long time. He stood up slowly, glanced across the entire Marshal's room, and looked around at everyone. Everywhere you look, everyone is ready and ready to go. Then his eyes burst into unprecedented determination. He is bound to win this battle. Action! Sengoku shouted loudly. There was no trace of hesitation or cowardice in his voice. This battle is too important for Marine. This is the first time Marine has launched a war against the four emperors. It can be said that we can only succeed but not fail. Once it fails, Marine will immediately be questioned by people all over the world. If even Marine can't help the four emperors on the sea, then who will protect the safety of the people? Originally, Marine was controversial due to its failure in Sabayati Archipelago. At this point, Summit War cannot go wrong no matter what. Then everyone stood up quickly and walked out very neatly. The door to the Marshal's room was pushed open, and the huge square of Marineford was in sight. The majestic square was lined up with Marine's elite soldiers. These soldiers had a chilling look on their faces, and they were obviously not ordinary recruits. And these are also the elite soldiers that Marine has recently transferred from all over the world. None of them are ordinary guys. Moreover, there are as many as 150,000 such elite soldiers, occupying 1/3 of the huge square. From the high quantity and quality of these Marine soldiers, we can also see how seriously Marine takes this war. At this time, there were 200 warships patrolling the perimeter of Marineford. As long as they find any movement related to the Whitebeard pirates, they will attack with thunderous force. With such a large-scale arrangement, it is difficult to imagine what kind of opponent it must deal with. After all, it can be said that not even a fly can fly in Marineford at this time. Finally coming, it's unimaginable that I can actually participate in the war to destroy the four emperors. I feel so excited that I can't stop. The Marine soldiers were also extremely excited at this time. After all, they had never seen anything like this. And this is also the largest war launched by Marine since the Age of Discovery. Just as Sengoku and others climbed onto the high platform, the door inside Marineford also opened. Boom boom boom. There was a sound, and the ground seemed to be shaking. Then more than a dozen giants walked out of the gate. Their huge bodies are more than 10 meters long, and even the extremely tall gate is just barely big enough for them to pass through. These giants are special existences in the Marine and belong to the giant army. And these giants are without exception the most elite beings among the giant troops. Every giant is a Vice Admiral level existence. These giant Vice Admirals walked out of the gate, each with a ferocious look. Their weapons were strapped to their waists. Every one of them has a sense of hostility in them. After all, what they are about to face is Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, and the pirate group he leads. Naturally, these giant Vice Admirals did not dare to be careless at all. In such a nervous situation, it was impossible for them to show a warm face. I saw the giant Vice Admirals walking leisurely. He walked to the front of the battlefield in an orderly manner, standing in a position to face the Whitebeard pirates immediately. The bodies of the giant Vice Admirals are originally very tall. At this time, at the front of the team, there were 150,000 Marine soldiers behind them. The shooting scene looked very shocking. Even the Whitebeard pirates will inevitably lose morale after seeing this scene. After Marine's giant Vice Admiral came out completely, the second group of people also came up. These people are Marine's Vice Admirals. There's Vice Admiral the Mole, Ghost Spider, Doberman and others. They also walked out of the door slowly with firm eyes. Until you get behind the giant Vice Admirals. Then came the third group of people. The ones who came were none other than the Shichibukai, the overlords of the sea. As officially recognized pirates who had reached an agreement with Marine, they were also ordered by Marine to participate in this war. The powerful Shichibukai was originally trained by Marine to check the four emperors of the sea. In order to increase their strength, Marine even opened a back door for the Shichibukai. They can be allowed to conduct some transactions freely at sea. Allow Shichibukai to form their own country. But the Emperor of the Sea cannot be easily checked and balanced. Even if Marine opened so many back doors for Shichibukai, whether it is the strength of the pirate group or Shichibukai's own strength. Compared with four emperors, it's a huge difference. But after all, Shichibukai is not something you can easily see on a daily basis. At this time, the Marine soldiers saw the Shichibukai coming out of the gate and swallowed unconsciously. They were very nervous. After all, Shichibukai is still a pirate. Looking at it at this time, the Empress, Haki, Brother Ming, etc. are all existences with extraordinary strength. The Empress had long hair like a waterfall, and her frosty eyes looked down upon the entire audience. And Eagle Eye carries Heidaoye on his back, and the aloof indifference on his body is constantly exuding. Doflamingo, on the other hand, grinned and looked unruly in his flamingo costume. Bartholomew was holding a book in his hands, with a calm look on his face. Gecko Moria laughed out loud and walked out. His purpose was naturally to take advantage of Marineford's battle to harvest more shadows and corpses and bring them back to enhance the strength of his pirate group. It is said to be Shichibukai, but at this time there are 2 missing. Lao Sha was imprisoned by Marine and imprisoned because he was found guilty of harming people. And that guy Jinbei not only refused Marine's request to deal with Whitebeard. Instead, he asked Marine to imprison him until impelled down. It can only be said that he is a guy who cannot be guessed. I don't know what I have been holding on to. With all the Shichibukai in place, the Marine soldiers finally felt relieved. They were a little surprised that Marine actually called Shichibukai here. Although Shichibukai is controlled by Marine. But at the end of the day Shichibukai is a pirate after all. It is estimated that they themselves are not willing to take orders from the Marines. It is normal for the Marine soldiers to be afraid of such a time bomb. With the debut of Shichibukai, the highlight is about to come. In order to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, Marine specially summoned all 3 admirals who were performing tasks at the outer gate. They are Aokiji, who controls the ability of frozen fruit, Akynu, who possesses the lava fruit and believes in absolute justice. Kazaru is good at catching fish and releasing water. The 3 admirals walked out slowly. They didn't go through the inner gate like everyone else. Instead, he walked out from a high place and came to the high platform. At this time, there are 3 very gorgeous seats on the high platform below the execution platform. At first glance, it seems to be tailor-made for 3 admirals. Even Marshal Marine Sengoku had nowhere to sit on the high platform. The 3 admirals sat down happily. The postures are different, but they are all wearing Marine Admiral's cloak. At this time, this picture can be said to be extremely harmonious. It also doesn't miss out on the gimmick of a famous scene. Kazaru's cynical expression and his right leg raised high. Akynu has a rebellious expression and his right leg raised high. Aokiji has a dull look on his face and his legs are spread apart. 3 Admiral, another different kind of oppression. It's the admirals. Sure enough, only the 3 admirals have such momentum and pressure. The Marine soldiers were very excited when they saw Admiral sitting down again. This is the reason why Marine dares to fight against the Whitebeard pirates. With the addition of Marine's highest combat power, Marine soldiers also began to cheer. I feel a little more confident about this unprecedented battle with the Whitebeard pirates. After everyone found their place, under the spotlight of everyone, a disheveled guy with bloodshot eyes and a miserable appearance was escorted to the execution platform. The man also has a tattoo of Whitebeard on his back. At this time, under the escort of the knife and axeman, he slowly walked towards Wai Shingmo. This person is none other than Fire Fist Ace, who was about to be executed. It was obvious that he was not doing well in Impel Down's prison. Not only was he dirty, but his eyes were also blurred, and he couldn't gather his energy at all. But there is nothing we can do about it. Because he failed to capture Blackbeard and was caught by Marine instead, Ace felt guilty. At this time, Sengoku also arrived at the execution platform. He stood next to Ace, his face full of disgust for Ace. After all, it was Roger who led to the emergence of the Age of Discovery. This might be a good thing for pirates. Countless people are pursuing the so-called great secret treasure for their dreams. But in the eyes of Marine Marshal Sengoku, this is a very bloody thing. I don't know how many people lost their families because of the advent of the Age of Discovery. The whole world has become turbulent as a result. But Roger is dead, and part of Sengoku's resentment towards him has been transferred to Ace. On the body. Do you regret it? Sengoku said very seriously to Ace. After hearing Sengoku's words, Ace's originally confused and distracted eyes regained focus. But he remained silent. At this time, Ace was kneeling on the ground, the heavy shackles weighing him down so that he could not lift his head. Sengoku saw that Ace was silent and continued to talk to himself. If you want to blame it, blame your father. He shouldn't have let you come into this world. After speaking, Sengoku also stopped and said nothing more. But after hearing Sengoku's words, Ace's heart seemed to be bleeding. What he hated most was when people mentioned his father. Because to him, the man known as the Pirate King was just a father who abandoned his wife and children. He failed in his duty as a father. If possible, he would even want to extract all the dirty blood belonging to that man from his body. Whenever he thought about that man, he would feel very sick in his heart. But at this time he was just a prisoner, and he didn't want to make any rebuttal. And at this time, Ace was very remorseful. If only I were stronger. That way we won't be defeated by that guy Blackbeard. Ace thought with some frustration. At this time, Garp was not far from Sengoku. Hearing Sengoku's words, he clenched his fists unconsciously. But he is Marine's hero, and he has his justice. There was no way he could break the justice in his heart for Ace. The only thing to blame is that he failed to persuade Ace, and then Ace embarked on the path of no return as a pirate. At this time, he was helpless, and the justice in his body was constantly pressing on him. His heart was like a scale. One side is Marine's justice, and the other side is his closest relatives. No matter which way the balance fell, he didn't want to see it. Seeing the constantly changing expressions on Garp's face, staff officer, he couldn't bear it. I saw her coming to Garp's side. Garp, I've wronged you. There are more than 100,000 Marine elite soldiers and hundreds of Marine warships. Coupled with the presence of Marine's top executives, the giant vice admirals. It can be said that Marine deployed all its combat power to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. A dragnet was laid at Marineford. Such a card is enough to deserve the title of Whitebeard's strongest man. But at this time, God was not in his favor. At this moment when the war was about to break out, it started to rain lightly. Fog begins to form in Marineford Bay. For a while, it was difficult to see clearly the specific situation around the bay. The fog obscured the view to a great extent. Even with a telescope it is difficult to see clearly. At this moment, a black shadow appeared in the bay, and then the number of black shadows began to increase. It can be seen that many ships are approaching Marineford. At this time, the Marine soldiers on the observation deck also noticed this scene. He was a little surprised that the Whitebeard pirates actually chose to attack from the front. I quickly put down my telescope, took out my phone, and dialed Sengoku's phone. Master Marshal, the Whitebeard pirates have arrived at 9. Chapter 51, The Pinnacle of the Old Era, Whitebeard. 51/63. Chapter 51, The Pinnacle of the Old Era, Whitebeard. Previous. Next. Chapter 51. The Pinnacle of the Old Era, Whitebeard. The outlines of large ships gradually emerged outside Marineford. With the emergence of the Whitebeard pirates, the entire Marineford began to boil. Everyone's attention was focused on the rows of black shadows. They all looked at the foggy center. As time went by, Hay gradually came closer to him. The observation soldiers holding telescopes also recognized their identities. There is the Ice Witch Weedeeb, and there is the Whirlpool Spider. These black figures are all the large fleets they led. But at this time, the lookout soldiers did not choose to report to Sengoku immediately after seeing the captains of the large fleet. He discovered something very strange. The most powerful Moby DK of the Whitebeard pirates is obviously not among the ranks of these shadows. For a while, the lookout soldiers were a little anxious. No matter how hard they searched, they found no trace of Moby DK. You must know that Whitebeard himself and the captains of each division are on the Moby Dick. Knowing that something was fishy, the watchman did not dare to make up their own minds. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Marine Marshal Sengoku's phone. Master Marshal, they are all members of Whitebeard's fleet. The lookout soldier said anxiously. Hearing what the watchman said, Sengoku's eyebrows knitted together. It was impossible for Whitebeard not to come at this juncture. He also felt a little uneasy in his heart. No matter how unexpected it is, Whitebeard will appear from nowhere. Search immediately for Whitebeard's ship to attack his squadron, and be sure to locate it accurately. Sengoku immediately issued important orders to the lookout soldiers. After all, the other party is one of the 4 emperors with a white beard. It would be unthinkable if he attacked Marineford from somewhere. As Whitebeard's old rival, Sengoku also knew very well that there was no way that Whitebeard would not let his large fleets come and die. After receiving Sengoku's order, the lookouts hurriedly began to search for Whitebeard's whereabouts. After all, so many large fleets are coming, so it stands to reason that Whitebeard should also come. So the lookouts continued to raise their telescopes and look carefully at the foggy sea. The dark shadow of the large ship group is getting closer and closer, and the people on board can also be clearly seen. But even so, the lookouts still found no trace of the Whitebeard pirates. No trace of Whitebeard or Moby DK has been found. The lookouts knew that things were not as simple as they thought. So he hurriedly reported the matter to Sengoku. Could not find it. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. At this time, he was standing on a high command platform, not far from the execution platform. At this time, even with the naked eye, he could faintly see the black shadow of the large fleet. It can be seen that the large fleet is very close to Marineford. But under such circumstances, Whitebeard still showed no trace. He frowned, feeling very uneasy. At this time, he expected that there must be variables on the battlefield. Although he felt uneasy, Sengoku was not in a hurry. He closed his eyes and chose to wait silently, and he became somewhat curious. How will the strongest man in the world appear? Of course it's not just Sengoku who's curious at this point. At this time, the Shichibukai were also staring at the black shadow in front of them. They also learned from the reported news that the Moby DK of the Whitebeard pirates had not appeared for a long time. Chuan. Zoo. I originally thought the Whitebeard pirates were so powerful, but now they dare not show up. Gecko Moria said with some disdain. After hearing his words, the other 4 Shichibukai looked at him as if they were a fool. Then he didn't choose to say anything. There was a hint of fighting intent in Hawkeye's cold eyes. The black sword behind him has been waiting for too long, and it seems to be shaking constantly, as if it wants to be unsheathed. Doflamingo grinned and squatted on the ground. People who didn't know thought he was smiling because he was wearing red sunglasses. But at this time, his jealousy was full of solemnity. He knew very well how powerful the 4 emperors were, and the pressure caused by Whitebeard's delay in showing up was not small at all. Immediately, the Empress Big Bear also looked towards the misty sea with piercing eyes. Waiting for the appearance of today's protagonist Whitebeard. On the high platform, Marine 3 Admiral still maintained his original posture. Waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. But seeing that the Whitebeard pirates were still refusing to show up, they were a little confused. If not from the bay, where would Whitebeard come from? You must know that there are 200 warships deployed in the surrounding waters. There are countless soldiers on lookout. Unless the Whitebeard pirates can fly, they won't be able to attack at all. Just when everyone was still curious about the location of Moby DK. In front of Marineford's bay, there was suddenly a bubbling sound. The bay is located in Marineford near the city gate. When they saw the bubbles gradually increasing in size in the bay, there was only one voice in everyone's mind. Coming. The long-awaited Moby DK and the strange bubbles in the bay. You can't blame people for associating the two. As soon as he finished speaking, a water column rose into the sky from the bay. Immediately, the huge Moby Dick emerged from the bay. In addition to the mother ship Moby Dick, 3 daughter ships also appeared side by side. There are 4 pirate ships in total, 1 mother ship and 3 daughter ships. The huge image of Whitebeard is clearly visible on the sails of the Moby DK. Then there was a pop sound. Then, boom, boom, boom. The coatings of the 4 ships were instantly broken. Under the leadership of Moby DK, they arrived directly in front of Marineford. The sudden appearance of the Whitebeard pirates made the Marines in the square feel nervous. After all, this is the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. They had no chance to come into contact with such an existence before. Most of the Marine soldiers heard about Whitebeard from rumors. They only know that Whitebeard is a powerful pirate who is known as the strongest man in the world. With the landing of Moby DK, the lineup is very gorgeous. 14 figures stand on either side of Moby DK. It was Marco, Josie and other captains. Looking at the dragnet set up by Marine, the captains had cold expressions on their faces. It can be seen that Marine has spent a lot of money to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. The squad captains knew that Marine was serious this time. But why aren't they? Marine isn't really naive enough to think that just these things can stop them from rescuing Ace, right? At this time, seeing the captains of the Whitebeard pirates appear, the Marines present were also under great pressure. These guys are all famous pirates in the New World. Just pick one of them is enough to gain a foothold in the Grand Line. They all have their own unique abilities. And the specific strength is completely capable of crushing Vice Admiral. Below the Admiral, the range above the Vice Admiral varies. The strength of the Four Emperors pirate group is not as simple as talking about it. Those are powerful strengths accumulated slowly over the years. With the emergence of Moby DK and the appearance of 14 division captains, this war is about to officially begin. Sengoku on the high platform is still waiting for Whitebeard to appear. Only when his old rival appears can this battle truly begin. Hey, where's Whitebeard? The Marines thought in confusion. After being shocked, they also realized that Whitebeard had not yet appeared. Apparently the Moby DK and the 14 division captains showed up. But Whitebeard has not been seen for a long time. Therefore, everyone looked confused. Could it be that Whitebeard simply stopped coming after sunset? But this is impossible, not to mention that Whitebeard is the core figure of the pirate group. Without the combat power of Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates cannot be a match for Marine. Suddenly there was a stampede sound. At this time, Marineford was silent because everyone was waiting for Whitebeard. It can be said that even a pin drop can hear it. Therefore, the sound of stampeding was very clear. Ta ta ta, a sonorous stamping sound came from the deck of the Moby DK. The sound was getting closer and closer, clear and loud. Every step he takes is like a Shinigami harvesting life. The sound penetrates the depths of the soul and makes people shudder. The owner of the voice was none other than the man with a stalwart figure. Whitebeard was seen walking out of the Moby DK step by step, holding the Naginata Kong Yunchi. Finally he came to the bow of the ship and stopped. At this time, he stood directly in front of everyone on the Moby DK. He slammed Kong Yunchi to the ground. Suddenly there were echoes, covering the entire Marineford. Finally, the man wearing a cape, holding a naginata, covered in thick muscles, and wearing a hat appeared in front of Marine. The Marines were all shocked when they saw Whitebeard appear. At this time, the hearts of the Marine soldiers who had never experienced strong winds and waves could not help but accelerate. They swallowed unconsciously and stared at the man with a crescent-shaped white beard in front of them with wide eyes. Is this the legendary pirate Whitebeard? Looks like an old man already. After all, he is a strong man from the old era. It is understandable that he is old. But the aura about him is real. Even from such a distance, it feels like sitting there without feeling cold. The Marines said in horror. After all, it was the first time they faced such a scene, so it was inevitable that they would be a little panicked. The Marine Vice Admirals frowned, even though Whitebeard's name resounded throughout the sea. But after all, they are also the backbone of Marine, and such a scene cannot scare them. But at this time, the Vice Admirals also noticed the terrified look of the soldiers. They wanted to do something, but there was nothing they could do. Although they were not panicked, Whitebeard's appearance still put a lot of pressure on them. Even those who are Marine Vice Admirals are in this situation, let alone the Marine soldiers. At this time, at Shichibukai, Whitebeard finally appeared. The 5 people also immediately looked over. Jejieji. Whitebeard is also in his prime. I don't know what Marine's plans are. Is it necessary to use such a big force to deal with such an old man? Gecko Moria said with a sneer. This is the rumor that the whole world. The strongest man, Whitebeard. Haki thought to himself. At the same time, he felt a little eager to try. He is worthy of being called the strongest man in the world. This aura is indeed worthy of this title. The always arrogant Empress gave Whitebeard a rare compliment. Bartholomew the Big Bear didn't talk much, he didn't say anything. But he still clenched the book in his hand unconsciously. Doflamingo also changed his arrogant attitude. He no longer grinned, but changed into a solemn attitude. It can be seen that Tien Wuhai still attaches great importance to the appearance of Whitebeard. Are you finally willing to show up? Sengoku looked at Whitebeard on the bow of the Moby DK and whispered. Looking at his old rival Sengoku, he felt sad in his heart. In the blink of an eye, his former opponent and himself were both standing on the command seat. But sighing, he knew clearly that he had to win this battle. The outcome of this battle will affect the whole world, influence Marine's future development. He must win this battle. Thinking of this, Sengoku also clenched his fists. At this time, the eyes of the three large objects on the high platform, which were originally unwavering, finally ushered in a change. They looked at Whitebeard in the distance, with a trace of fear flashing through their eyes. Although it has long since faded, he is still known as the strongest man in the world. It is very likely that we will face such a guy head-on next. There is still some excitement and fear in their hearts. After all, both sides are the strongest combatants. The solution to the beard issue will definitely fall on their master in the end. Although Whitebeard is famous, they have not experienced the so-called old times. But they are the Marine Admiral, the highest combat force in Naval headquarters. Even if you face a strong opponent like Whitebeard, you can't be a coward. Seeing Whitebeard's appearance, Ace on the execution platform became a little nervous. Originally disheveled and silent, he shouted loudly, "Dad, I'm sorry for you." After yelling, this man who had never shed a tear couldn't help but tears welling up in his eyes. I don't know if it was because of the Whitebeard pirates' rescue that I was moved to tears. Still crying out of guilt for dragging down the Whitebeard pirates. Maybe there are both emotions. But only Ace knows what kind of life he has been living recently. Every day is on tenterhooks. On the one hand, he is unwilling to accept that he failed to defeat Blackbeard, and on the other hand, he is a little worried about the Whitebeard pirates. How he wished the Whitebeard pirates would just give up on him. Gu la 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 la. Ace's roar was met with a burst of hearty laughter from Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates will never give up on any of their friends. I saw Whitebeard glance at all the Marines, including Sengoku Garp. Then his eyes fell on Ace. His eyes were extremely determined. "Ace, don't worry, I'll be here soon." Chapter 52. Damn it, 100,000 attribute points dropped. 5263. Chapter 52. Damn it, 100,000 attribute points dropped. Previous. Next. Chapter 52. Damn it, 100,000 attribute points dropped. As Whitebeard finished speaking, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates shouted loudly. The momentum was overwhelming, shaking the sea. It can be seen that the entire Whitebeard pirates group sincerely wants to rescue Ace. I also hate Marine's execution of Ace. Hearing the loud shouts of the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, a smile appeared on the stern faces of the captains. Then the battle begins, and they have to rescue Ace with their own hands. They touched our Whitebeard pirates. He is still the captain of our second division. Are you ready to pay the price? Marco said very confidently. There was a hint of pride on his face unconsciously, which is the pride and confidence that a member of the Whitebeard pirates should have. He raised his head slightly and looked at the Marines. His previous shouts were also heard by the Marines, but there was nothing they could do about him. Marshal Marine, it's time to give up this position. Who told you to touch our brothers from the Whitebeard pirates? Josie said with cold eyes as he stared at Sengoku on the high platform. He had long been displeased with Marine. The officers under his command did not care about the evil, but instead arrested Brother Ace, who he thought was just in heart. Let me see what you can do when you assemble the entire Marine force. The Whitebeard pirates have put in so much effort to deal with us, so we don't want it all to be wasted in the end. Foil Beasta smiled and said softly. His face was full of disdain, thinking that the way Marine used Ace to blackmail the Whitebeard pirates was completely unworthy of the word justice. When the Moby DK logged in, the large ships of the Whitebeard pirates also gradually moved towards Marineford. Li Mu is currently on the icebreaker of the Ice Witch pirates. Compared to the squad captains who hog the limelight, he is just an unknown little pirate. But he is very satisfied with participating in Summit War in this capacity. 27. It's started. Li Mu couldn't restrain her excitement and shouted out. He had been waiting for this battle for too long. He has been planning for this Summit War since the Sabayati archipelago. Finally he waited until today, and successfully sneaked into Marineford. The next thing he has to do is harvest attribute points. When I think about it, the superpowers will start to collide next, and countless attribute points will drop. There was immense expectation in his heart. At this time, Whitebeard, who was on the side, smiled when he heard Li Emu's voice. It is very uncommon for young people to have such an attitude. After all, most people have already been scared to death. Thinking of the fact that Li Mu had defeated Jack the Drow before, and now he seemed not afraid of this huge battle at all. Whitebeard couldn't help but admire him somewhat. This is no longer a trivial matter. I may not be able to take care of you later, he reminded Li Mu verbally. But the summit war was no different than usual. There are countless strong people in this battle, and there are more than 100 vice admirals on Marine's side. Plus 3 Admiral, Shichibukai, Garp Sengoku and others. The overall strength is no worse than the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard was also worried that Li Mu would lose his life because of his arrogance, so he warned Li Mu. But Li Mu himself also knows what this battle represents. And he only planned to silently pick up attributes, and had no intention of joining the battlefield in the center. Seeing that the morale of the Whitebeard pirate group had almost risen, Whitebeard also waved his hand to signal the pirates to stop. Suddenly the deafening shouts stopped. Whitebeard grinned, and then thrust Kong Yunchi into the ground. I saw him clenching his fists tightly and exerting force with both arms. Immediately, the mighty force reaching the sky burst out directly, and wherever his arms touched, it was like a mirror shattering. Whitebeard's blow directly shattered the space. Such a powerful force is naturally more than that, as the space between the arms completely shatters like a mirror. The entire Marineford shook. At this time, the sea water around the entire Marine headquarters was not calm. It was surging very intensely, continuously slapping the facade of Marineford. Under such circumstances, the Marines on the square were swaying and seemed to be unsteady on their feet. Even Marine, who was standing very straight, almost fell to the ground. This violent shock directly affected everyone in Marineford. Everyone was worried because the vibration was really too intense. After the shock passed, many sharp-eyed Marines discovered that the tide in the middle of Marineford Bay began to recede. At this time, everyone was very puzzled and filled with doubts. Why is the water starting to recede? Just when the Marines were still wondering, the sea level in the distance suddenly rose by 70 or 80 meters. Only then did the Marines suddenly realize. Tsunami. It's a tsunami. Marine, who was the first to react, yelled. And this is indeed the tsunami caused by shock fruit. Marine was immediately panicked when he heard that the tsunami was coming. A tsunami of 70 to 80 meters was enough to destroy most of the islands. Marineford is certainly extremely strong, but what about the 150,000 Marines on site? This tsunami is completely enough to swallow them up. At this time, the ordinary Marine was already panicking. After all, this was the first time I encountered such a strong opponent as the Whitebeard pirates. But as Whitebeard's old rival, Sengoku is as stable as a rock at this time. He naturally knows Whitebeard's abilities. But when he saw this natural disaster-like fruit ability again, he couldn't help but marvel. Shock fruit is indeed strong enough. And after so many years, I really can't believe that this old guy Whitebeard still has such unstoppable power. Even Sengoku had to admit Whitebeard's power. But fortunately, this is no longer Whitebeard's peak period. If it were Whitebeard's peak period, Marine would naturally not dare to choose Marineford as the place to start the war. To put it bluntly, if Whitebeard were to return to its peak, it would be Marineford, the headquarters of Marine. Even the red line where the world's noble celestial dragons are located can sink it for you. Although they were opponents at this time, Sengoku still showed a hint of appreciation for Whitebeard's strength. Garp is a strong man from the old days who once defeated rocks. His former strength was not much different from Whitebeard's. He also smiled when he saw the huge noise caused by Whitebeard and didn't take it to heart at all. In other words, it is as stable as an old dog. But Whitebeard was still able to exert such powerful power even at his twilight years, so much so that Garp couldn't help but admire him in his heart. With Whitebeard's strong attack, the pressure also came to Marine's side. Facing this huge wave, which seemed like a tsunami that was about to engulf the entire Marineford, even some Marine vice admirals frowned. It is definitely not a big problem to protect themselves with their strength. But they have the strength to protect themselves, but what about these 150,000 elite Marine soldiers? How many people can survive under the impact of such a tsunami? Marine couldn't accept that such huge losses had occurred even before the war started. On the contrary, Shichibukai seemed to be watching a show. They were originally pirates, but they were concerned about the fact that the Marine headquarters was flooded and more than 100,000 Grandmaster Marines suffered. But I couldn't be more willing. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with smiles on their faces, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. They were just about to be served 2 plates of melon seeds. At this time, on the high platform, Akynu raised his hand and smashed the chair at hand. He felt a little unhappy. Marine was actually reduced to this by Whitebeard's move. His face Jonin couldn't help but twitch, and then he was ready to take action. But at this juncture, Aokiji took the lead and walked out. I saw Aokiji teleport directly to the sky above Marine headquarters. Ice Age. He took action directly, and 2 icicles rapidly extended outward from his hand. Soon it was connected to the tsunami that was about to submerge the Marine headquarters. Suddenly the terrifying tsunami was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Intense low temperatures instantly enveloped the entire Marineford. At this time, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were also affected by the low temperature. Many pirates could not stand the temperature and were fighting in a cold war. Marine Admiral is so scary. No one expected that this guy Aokiji would resolve this crisis in such a clever way. And he also chose the most suitable time. Take action when the tsunami is coming. At this time, the frozen bay and the tsunami coming from both sides turned into iceberg-like existences. The 2 directly turned into a pretty good battlefield. Marine was relieved to see that this terrifying tsunami was successfully resolved. I originally thought that I would become cannon fodder before the war started. Gu la la la. The brat I used to be can now compete with me, Whitebeard said with a laugh. Seeing his strongest attack being neutralized by Aokiji, Whitebeard did not show any displeasure. Instead he laughed. Maybe he didn't expect this blow to have much effect from the beginning to the end. After all, even if Aokiji doesn't take action, there are still Akynu Sengoku Garp Kazaru and others at this time. Aokiji didn't say much. After taking action to freeze the tsunami, a light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Whitebeard. Is this the man called the strongest in the world? Aokiji was the first to attack Whitebeard. Ice gun. Suddenly more than 20 ice spears locked directly on Whitebeard. Then it was launched towards Whitebeard at an extremely fast speed. Whitebeard looked at the ice spear attacking him, calmly. A smile appeared on his face. Do you think that such an attack can be used against me, Whitebeard? He thought with some disdain. Then he exerted force with his right hand and was shocked again. Suddenly more than 20 ice spears shattered in the air. At the same time, Whitebeard's shot sent a shock wave towards Aokiji. The shock wave was extremely fast, and its momentum continued unabated, heading straight for Aokiji. Aokiji saw the super impact brought by shock fruit and wanted to attack it himself. He hurriedly created an ice barrier in front of himself. Aokiji was also successfully hit by the shock wave. Fortunately, Aokiji was very smart. At the moment when the ice barrier could not withstand the shock wave, he turned himself into an Iceman. Under the influence of the shock wave, he was smashed into pieces. Then the pieces fell to the ground. But soon these fragments continued to be spliced together and condensed into human form again. Although the 2 people only collided briefly, anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Gotta come out. In the first confrontation, Aokiji was already at a disadvantage. At this time, Marine's morale also began to become a little low due to this series of events. First, the tsunami caused by Whitebeard shock fruit completely submerged all Marines. Even though Aokiji successfully prevented the tsunami, the Marines were still very frightened. Coupled with Aokiji's disadvantage, Marine's morale was temporarily depressed. But this 047 situation did not last too long. As Aokiji rebuilt his body without taking any damage, the Marines instantly understood that they were not at a disadvantage in this battle. Although the other party has the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. But there is also Marine 3 Admiral on his side. In addition to the Marine 3 Admiral, there are also Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. It's even better than the top ones. And what's going on with Whitebeard now? He has already reached sunset and has reached the age of declining strength. This matter has long been known to the world. Age is definitely the biggest obstacle to a strong person. No matter how powerful a person is, his strength will eventually decline as he gets older. So what if I can take advantage of Admiral Aokiji now? No matter how strong he is, can he still be able to stop the 3 admirals joining forces? It has been said that generals and emperors are of the same level, so your veteran 4 emperors is not too much better than Admiral. But what if 3 admirals attack at the same time? No matter how powerful you Whitebeard is it possible that you can still resist it? Thinking of this, the Marines' morale gradually improved. Do you really think our Admiral is just a decoration? That's right, we also have the Marshal and the Marine hero Garp here. Whitebeard has nothing to fear. Everyone come together. At this time, all the Marines were filled with indignation. After understanding the current gap in combat power on the field, they are no longer worried. Morale is also at an all-time high. Just wait for Sengoku to give the order and launch the final attack on the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Lee Emu's face twitched uncontrollably. There was something unnatural about his expression. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes from Whitebeard. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes from Aokiji. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes from Whitebeard. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes from Aokiji. FK, 100,000. Lee Mew was shocked. He had never obtained such a large amount of devil fruit attributes before. He immediately thought of someone who was also an admiral. Admiral Aokiji can also hit 100,000 attribute points, but that guy only hit 40,000 attribute points at most. The gap in strength between the 2 marine admirals is definitely not that big. Naturally, there is only one explanation, and that is that this guy Kazaru has let off steam. This disgusting yellow-skinned monkey. It's really not a thing. It gave me so few attribute points in the first place. Lee Mew couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Chapter 53. The Battle Begins, Bloody Marineford. 53/63. Chapter 53. The Battle Begins, Bloody Marineford. Previous. Next. Chapter 53. The Battle Begins, Bloody Marineford. As his morale continued to improve, Sengoku also understood that the opportunity to charge had come. Then Sengoku gave an order, and all the artillery locked on the Moby DK instantly. Marines' elite soldiers drew their swords one after another. Then, under the leadership of the giant Vice Admiral, the Marines attempted to charge towards the Whitebeard pirates. Marine is calling. Let's go too. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also said excitedly. Immediately after seeing Marine attack, the pirates also stepped forward to greet him. The pirates are mainly led by captains of large fleets and some division captains. Among them, Foil Beasta, the captain of the 4th Division, charged the most fiercely. He immediately took the initiative to meet Marine. Who is Foil Beasta, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, who is best at swordsmanship? In terms of swordsmanship, he can even compete with the world's best swordsman, Haki. This level of powerhouse is simply beyond what the Marines can handle. Even Vice Admiral has a hard time facing Beasta. A little carelessness may put you in danger of losing your life. The Whitebeard pirates are led by Beasta and the captains of the large fleet. Entering the Whitebeard pirates is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and it is easy to push all the way. But it soon ran into obstacles. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral and Mole Vice Admirals blocking. The pirates also fought with Marines' Grandmaster soldiers. Both sides had people leading the charge, and they collided immediately. The differences were clear. Marine and pirates were fighting each other, and the sound of sword fights suddenly occurred one after another. At this time, Lee Mew also joined the Ice Witch pirates and charged with everyone. But he still adhered to his usual style and continued to pick up attribute points from behind. Occasionally take out 1 or 2 Marine soldiers. Congratulations host, you picked up 200 strength attribute points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100 agility attribute points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 200 points of vitality and blood attribute points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 300 strength attribute points. I saw attribute points starting to refresh the screen crazily. Although there were not many, it was better than refreshing very quickly. As the battle between Marine soldiers and pirates began, the collision of swords never stopped. At this time, the entire Marineford could only hear the sounds of sword clashes and gunfire. Seeing the system beating crazily at this time, Li Mu was naturally overjoyed. As expected of Summit War, come in. Better beat your brains out. He thought very excitedly. At this time, Marine's artillery fire continued, causing huge losses to the pirates. Upon seeing this, Foil Beasta flew up and slashed at the fired cannonballs. Roses. As he took action, rose petals began to scatter in the air. The range of his slashing attack was very huge, and he cut down countless cannonballs from the air. When the Vortex Spider and the Ice Witch saw this, they also took action and chopped down the remaining cannonballs. In this way, the losses on the pirate side can be minimized. Suddenly, the Marines opened their mouths, as if they had seen something extraordinary. I saw a very huge giant slowly walking out of the Whitebeard pirates. Even several times taller than the Marine Vice Admirals of the giant race. Logically speaking, even the giants shouldn't be so huge. At this time, the giant Vice Admirals who were killing the enemy in front were shocked when they saw this extremely huge body. Is this the Oz family? Such a huge body can only be explained by the Oz family. The person who came was none other than Little Oz from the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, I'm here to save you. Little Oz yelled. At this time, when Ace saw the appearance of Little Oz on the execution platform, he couldn't help but feel excited again. He recalled the time he had spent with Little Oz again, and couldn't help but 2 tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Little Oz, go back quickly, Ace shouted hurriedly. Because Little Oz's body is so huge, Ace knows that once he enters the battlefield, everyone will focus on him. There would be no possibility of escape at all. It is estimated that everyone will have to explain it here. At this time, Gecko Moria at Shichibukai burst into laughter. This is the Oz of the giants. I've been searching for so many years and still can't find it. Unexpectedly, he is hiding in Whitebeard's pirate group. It's really hard to find anywhere without wearing iron shoes. It doesn't take any effort to get here. He laughed excitedly. At this time, he made up his mind to get hold of Little Oz's body no matter what. When combined with the ability of his shadow fruit, he will definitely be able to create the strongest zombie in the world. At this time, the other Shichibukai were also quite shocked. This was their first time seeing such a tall giant. This is completely beyond their cognition, and it is much larger than ordinary giants. The Marines also discovered this extremely huge guy for the first time. Suddenly all the cannonballs were aimed at Little Oz. But Little Oz's body was too huge, and the cannonball hitting him was like a stone hitting him. Not even the slightest effect. Instead, Little Oz came directly to the warship without any effort. I saw him waving the big stick in his hand and smashing the warships apart. The fort was also smashed to pieces by him. Upon seeing this, the Marine Vice Admirals knew that they could no longer allow him to continue to destroy things like this. The giant Vice Admirals took action one after another and surrounded Little Oz. But Little Oz is not only huge, but also very powerful. The giant Vice Admiral Darlays drew his sword and struck at Little Oz. When Little Oz found out, he frowned, and then swung the stick at Dolls. The 2 attacks collided, and Darth was immediately hit several meters away. Seeing this, Vice Admiral, the other marine giant, quickly drew his sword and attacked. Suddenly there was a scuffle. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 7,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations host, give up 6,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of agility attribute. Li Mu received another attribute point. Well done Little Oz. Seeing Little Oz smashing all the most annoying turrets, Foil Beasta praised loudly. After all, the most annoying thing in the battle at this time is Marine's shells. Not only are they numerous, they are also powerful. Many pirates were lost under this fort, although the appearance of Little Oz successfully relieved the pressure on the Marines. But he himself is also entangled with Marine's giant Vice Admirals. Upon seeing this, the captains of the large fleet and Foil Beasta wanted to step forward to support. Foil Beasta, your opponent is me. A Marine Vice Admiral with 8 arms on his body walked towards the Foil Beasta. It is not difficult to see that this person is the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. He has 8 arms like a spider. Each arm holds a sword. It was obvious that he was also a swordsman. The swordsman and the swordsman must have a fateful showdown. Foil Beasta couldn't resist the fight of Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider. You lead everyone and continue to charge forward. I will deal with this guy. Beasta said this, while fighting spirit flashed in his heart. After hearing this, the big whirlpool spider and the Ice Witch Whitebeard nodded, and then continued to lead the pirates to charge. They are both swordsmen, and the two of them looked at each other for a moment. Then the Ghost Spider took the lead. After all, he was facing the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and to be honest, he didn't have much confidence. Therefore, he must take action first to take advantage of the opportunity. With the blessing of armament Haki, the sword of Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, struck at Beasta like an afterimage. Beasta was not in a hurry, he slowly drew his sword. It was very easy to block all the attacks of the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, and then he suddenly stood up from the ground. Come to the air, Violet Cross Dance. Petals began to appear around him, and then he made a cross slash in the air. Immediately, he slashed at the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral with a cross. Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, was shocked. He hurriedly placed all his swords in front of him to protect himself. But even so, he was still pushed back several meters. Moreover, the aftermath of the slash left 2 blood marks on his body. Foil Beasta is really not easy. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral said with some fear. Congratulations to host, you picked up 7,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 9,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 10,000 points of armament Haki attribute. Congratulations to host, you have picked up 10,000 points of observation Haki attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 9,000 points of vitality and blood attributes. Another large sum of attribute points was credited to his account, and Li Mu couldn't open her mouth from ear to ear with joy. Just the beginning of Summit War has ushered in so many attribute points. Is it okay next time? He secretly had fun in his heart and was always paying attention to the changes on the field. Vice Admiral, the mole who was killing the enemy at this time, also noticed what had happened and hurried over to support him. Vice Admiral, you're just in time. We have to join forces. Foil Beasta is indeed very strong. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral knew he was outmatched, so he chose to join forces with the mole Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral, the mole, was also verbose, and directly drew out his sword, staring at the Beasta in front of him with cold eyes. It is still difficult for Marine Vice Admiral to deal with captain level. Even the old Vice Admiral like Ghost Spider Vice Admiral is very difficult to play. But fighting is fighting, and they can't stop even when it reaches this point. So the two started to fight with the Foil Beasta. While the Beasta can easily crush the Marine Vice Admiral. But the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral and the Mole Vice Admiral are the mainstays of Marine Vice Admiral. It's not that easy to deal with. Moreover, the two people have so much fighting experience, and their strength has increased by leaps and bounds after joining forces. Beasta was unable to break through the two defenses for a while. At this time, Little Oz seemed to be invincible under the siege of the digital giant Vice Admiral. Although his body and strength are very powerful, but because of the huge original skin, Marine was in trouble. His body was already riddled with holes, and countless bullets and cannonballs left him with a large number of wounds. Finally, the Vortex Spider and the Ice Witch came to support. Suddenly, Little Oz felt a lot less pressure. At this time, the two captains of the large fleet were fighting with the giant Vice Admirals, and Little Oz was able to escape. With firm eyes, he rushed towards the execution platform. He wanted to use his own power to rescue Ace. Seeing Little Oz suddenly galloping towards him, Ace secretly thought that something was wrong. The outcome of charging alone like this is already conceivable. Go back quickly, Little Oz. You rushed too hastily, Ace shouted quickly. But at this time, Little Oz was already confused by rescuing people. He vaguely felt that he could rescue Ace. But at this time, the three admirals have not yet taken action. There is also Garp Sengoku on the high platform, watching eagerly. It's not easy to rescue Ace. Sengoku, who was on the podium at this time, frowned. If this giant was allowed to behave like this, he might not really be able to rescue Ace. Sengoku's eyes were cold and he looked towards Shichibukai. He couldn't stand these guys who had been watching with cold eyes. The Shichibukai also noticed Sengoku's eyes. At this time, they had to bow their heads even under the eaves. They all understood what Sengoku meant. Whitebeard, who had been observing the battle, frowned. "Little Oz, come back soon, it's time for you," he reminded hurriedly. It turns out that Little Oz was so eager to save Ace that he went to the execution platform alone. But under Marine's dragnet, it's extremely difficult to save Ace. At this time, Little Oz was very close to the execution platform. But at this moment, strings of silk threads suddenly cut off his right leg and bound him. His huge body was difficult to support. Little Oz knew that he might not be able to move forward, so he wanted to stretch out his hand to save Ace. At this time, he was very close to the execution platform. Suddenly, a bubble shaped like a bear's paw hit his chest, and an explosion suddenly erupted in his chest. He also fell down. Hey, who allowed you to attack my Oz?" Seeing Oz clean up all the holes in his body, Moria suddenly became angry. If the body is destroyed, the strength will be greatly reduced when making zombies in the future. He hurriedly used his Shadow Fruit ability to control Oz. And Little Oz also completely lost consciousness. "Little Oz!" Ace shouted on the execution platform. The scene in front of him was really unacceptable. At this time, Beasta was still fighting with the Ghost Spider and the Mole Vice Admiral and had no time to care. The captains of the large fleet were also fighting with the Marine Giants, the Vice Admirals. The giant of the Oz family fell. As the battle progressed, Shichibukai began to make some noise. At this time, Marine and the pirates were completely fighting each other. Shichibukai's Haki Mahawk suddenly took a step forward slowly. It was this step that immediately attracted everyone's attention. This guy is the head of the Shichibukai, the world's best swordsman, Mahawk Yoshi. It can be said that besides Whitebeard and the three admirals, he has the strongest combat power. Of course Garp Sengoku is not included. At this time, the Shichibukai all looked at Haki, wondering what this guy wanted to do. "Let me see the gap between us." Haki suddenly said this to Whitebeard in the distance. Chapter 54 Marineford's two professional actors. 54/63. Chapter 54 Marineford's two professional actors. Previous. Next. Chapter 54 Marineford's two professional actors. Mahawk walked to the front of the battlefield and pulled out the black sword Yi. I saw him making a long sword move, pointing directly at Whitebeard. His sharp eyes like an eagle exude a cold aura all the time. It makes people feel intimidated just by looking at it. At this time, his eyes were fixed on Whitebeard in front of him. How big is the gap between us and this man? Although the Summit War is the largest war since the Age of Discovery. But as the world's best swordsman, Haki is actually not too interested in this war. Tay also doesn't like this kind of scene. The reason why he agreed to Marine's participation in this war was mainly because of Whitebeard. This man with the title of the strongest man in the world is his goal. Bark 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 bark. I didn't expect that he was the first one among us who couldn't hold himself back. Doflamingo covered his eyes and laughed. He is also very curious about how strong the legendary pirate Whitebeard is. And how does Haki, the strongest among the Shichibukai, compare to Whitebeard? Oh, it seems you are interested too. The Empress was slightly surprised. Looking at the sharp-eyed eagle eye in front of her, she couldn't figure out what he was thinking. But Bartholomew the big bear didn't speak, just put down the book in his hand. He also wanted to see how big the gap was between Shichibukai and four emperors. GG, has one of us finally taken action? Gecko Moria said with a smile. At this time, all the Shichibukai were very concerned about how Haki's attack on Whitebeard would happen. They all want to know how far apart they are from Whitebeard. 7 warlords of the sea and 4 emperors are pirates with titles. But the gap in reviews is huge. Although they are powerful, the 7 warlords of the sea are lackeys called Marine. The 4 emperors are known as the emperors of the sea. Such a huge gap naturally makes several people dissatisfied. But there is indeed a gap in strength between Shichibukai and 4 emperors. This is a fact that everyone agrees to, but how big is the gap? There is no way of knowing. At this time it was higher than the stands. Oh hey, it's Kochi. This man also took action. Kazaru said, a little surprised. I didn't expect that this guy Haki would be so interested in Whitebeard. Snort. Akynu snorted. Aokiji also turned to look at Haki. After all, Haki is the man with the title of the world's best swordsman. Even the third admiral was full of curiosity about this man. Although his identity is Shichibukai, as the leader of Shichibukai, Haki's strength is definitely not bad. And almost no one has seen him attack with all his strength. Therefore, at this time, the three admirals were also looking at Haki with all their attention, wanting to see what he could do. Everyone here at the Whitebeard Pirates also looked at Haki. The squad captains looked sideways, and the captains of each large ship group also hurriedly clenched the weapons in their hands. Haki's behavior is undoubtedly provoking the Whitebeard Pirates. The guy who dares to attack Daddy directly. There was a burst of anger in everyone's heart. How dare this marine lackey dare to face Daddy directly? Who gave him the courage? Too arrogant. The gap between 4 emperors and Shichibukai is not that big. Gu. La la la. Another brat wants to challenge me. Whitebeard also noticed Haki's movements and laughed. Instead of being angry at the challenges faced by so many people, he seemed to enjoy them. As a strong man from the old era, he has not enjoyed the joy of fighting for a long time. Haki's eyes turned cold, and the black knife struck out from top to bottom. He struck Whitebeard directly with the knife. Suddenly, a dark green sword energy rushed towards Whitebeard at an extremely fast speed. Although Whitebeard is strong, it is already sunset, and his strength is probably not as good as before. It's probably not that easy to take over Haki's sword, the Empress said thoughtfully, but just when he was about to hit Whitebeard, this extremely powerful sword energy was actually lifted into the sky. After the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone discovered that a man covered in diamonds had successfully blocked the attack. Diamond Josie, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division 3. Everyone was shocked. He was actually picked up by Whitebeard's squad leader. Has the Whitebeard Pirates gotten this powerful? How could a squad leader easily take the attack of Haki, the greatest swordsman in the world? At this time, Eagle Eye frowned when he saw that his attack had been resolved, but then he looked relieved. He reinserted the black sword into the scabbard. Obviously there is no plan to take action again, CHDB. Since he couldn't take action against Whitebeard directly, he didn't want to take action either. The only one here worth his while is Whitebeard. As the world's greatest swordsman, Haki's strength is naturally not that simple. The reason why the attack was blocked was because Josie's fruit restrained his swordsmanship. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of swordsmanship attributes from Mahawk. Li Mu grinned and was overjoyed. With just one hit, he received another 100,000 attribute points. He is worthy of being the world's best swordsman, and he can also explode with 100,000 attribute points. He praised Haki in his mind. And Li Mu also discovered that the most attribute points seemed to be 100,000 points. And these people who can produce 100,000 attribute points are all top powerhouses in this sea. Is the maximum limit of the system just 100,000, or is it that no one can hit more than 100,000 attacks? Li Mu was also a little curious. With Haki's action, the war once again reached its climax. Suddenly countless giant vice admirals poured into the battlefield. The battle situation was not favorable to the Whitebeard Pirates for a while. Seeing this, the captains of the division stopped waiting and chose to join the battle. At this time, Aokiji, who was on the square, also noticed Josie who blocked Haki's attack. It seems it will be difficult to get close to Whitebeard without taking care of these division captains first. Aokiji thought with a headache. Then I saw him teleporting continuously, and soon came to Chaozi's side. Chaozi's face changed drastically when he discovered such a change. Someone could actually approach him quietly. He had never encountered anything like this before. Without any time to think about it, Josie hurriedly elementalized. Suddenly, his whole body was covered with hard diamonds. Only then did he have time to look sideways. Who is this guy approaching him? It turned out to be Marine, who shocked Aokiji. A feeling of nervousness immediately surged into Josie's heart. Although he was not afraid of Marine Admiral, this was the first time he faced Marine Admiral, so he was still a little nervous. But the defensive power of his shining fruit is extremely powerful, and he is not worried that he will be hurt. Aokiji frowned, feeling a little annoyed. He thought he was already very fast, but he didn't expect Diamond Josie to react and activate the elementalization of the fruit in advance. In this case, there is no option to use the ice blade to deliver a fatal blow. Thinking of this, Aokiji's body began to tremble with cold air, and half of his body was frozen. Absolute zero. Even he himself was frozen, and Inzi probably wouldn't be much better. And so it is. Even after activating the elementalization of the diamond, Josie was still frozen. At this time, Josie was like an ice sculpture. Suddenly the ice that had frozen Josie began to crack. Then a roar came out, and Inzi actually shattered all the ice on his body. Aokiji looked in disbelief and retreated hastily. Josie had returned to his original appearance at this time, but he was panting. It was obvious that he had just spent a lot of effort to get rid of the shackles of the ice. At this time, his body was shaking continuously, and it could be seen that Aokiji's attack just now still left a lot of damage on him. Josie looked at Aokiji fiercely. Aokiji also looked at Josie coldly. The two began to confront each other. Congratulations to host, you picked up 10,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 10,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you have picked up 10,000 points of chi and blood bank property. Congratulations to host, you picked up 10,000 observation Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 10,000 armament Haki points. A burst of news came from the system. Li Mu was overjoyed. It's really big now, so many attribute points. Admiral's action is indeed not easy. This move will bring you hundreds of thousands of dollars. He thought excitedly, but as messages kept popping up one after another, he realized that something seemed not quite right. So the 100,000 attribute points are missing a zero. Damn it, this isn't 100,000 at all, it's 10,000. Li Mu was shocked. Why is this? Didn't Aokiji drop hundreds of thousands of attribute points from his fight with Whitebeard just now? So now it has become a drop of 11,000. That is why he was very confused as to what Aokiji was doing. You also learned Kazaru's move. Aokiji is such a professional actor. She's acting so well and her expressions don't change at all. He suddenly felt a little irritable. Just as Aokiji and Josie were confronting each other, Kazaru stood up on the high platform. Akynu noticed Kazaru's movements and looked at Kazaru. Oh, my body is sore if I don't take action. People really can't accept old age. Kazaru said lazily. Then he twisted his body and performed a set of gymnastics in front of Akynu. Akynu was speechless, but didn't say anything. I can only lower my hat and ignore this guy Kazaru. Kazaru saw that Akynu didn't seem to want to take care of him, and felt embarrassed for a while. Fly directly over Marineford. It is said that to capture the thief first, capture the king. What is the point of such a fight? 8-foot beautiful Magatama. He uses his ultimate move right away. The subject is Whitebeard in the distance. I saw countless light spots emerging from Kazaru's hand, and then these light spots shot towards Whitebeard at an extremely fast speed. Just when Kazaru's attack was about to hit Whitebeard, a phoenix cry suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a strange bird with blue flames all over its body soared into the sky. Like a blue phoenix. This is none other than Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. I saw that Marco's target was Kazaru in the sky. He was extremely fast, and when he came to Kazaru, flash attacks before he spreads his wings. Suddenly, countless light point attacks hit him one after another. Just disappeared. Oh hey, what is this? Is it the phantom beast form of the zone fruit? It's really strange. I didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would have such a character. Kazaru looked at Marco in front of him very curiously, and was even a little stunned for a moment. Marco also knew this was a good opportunity and took to the air. Phoenix seal. His feet were now like bird claws. He kicked Kazaru, and flames suddenly appeared from his feet. Kazaru was too busy dazing to notice Marco's attack. The whole person was immediately kicked out, smashed into the high wall of Marine headquarters. Suddenly there was a big hole in the wall. But Kazaru's body had already turned into a pile of light balls. Then these light balls floated to an uninhabited place above the square, and then the light balls gathered together. Kazaru's figure was revealed again. Oh, it's so dangerous. Kazaru said in a panic. But his wretched expression and strange tone could not tell that he was panicking. And this panicked tone was probably pretended by him on purpose. But Marco had no intention of letting Kazaru go, and saw him attacking Kazaru at extremely fast speeds. "Oh, the little guy is too anxious," Kazaru said calmly. Then he raised his finger, and immediately countless laser beams attacked Marco from his finger. But Marco had a smile on his face. "Don't waste your strength, your attacks are ineffective against me," Marco said calmly. "Oh hey, what should we do?" Then the two continued to fight together. "Congratulations to host, you picked up 10,000 devil fruit attribute points. Congratulations host, you picked up 9,000 strength attribute points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 8,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 7,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, give away 9,000 armament Haki points." This time Li Mu did not choose to be happy immediately. Instead, I checked the numbers. Sure enough, Kazaru started acting again. The same as Marine Admiral. Since Aokiji can explode 100,000 attribute points, Kazaru will definitely have no problem. But now Kazaru is constantly changing positions back and forth in the air. Several more laser beams were shot out. It had no effect on Phoenix Marco. Li Mu couldn't help but show a look of contempt on his face. Kazaru was really speechless. At this time, Kazaru joined the battle, Aokiji joined the battle, and Akynu was the only one left on the high platform. Li Mu, on the other hand, kept complaining about Marine and Admiral paddling. Aokiji and Josie kept fighting, and it was obvious that Josie was at a disadvantage. There is always a danger of being defeated. But in the end, Chaozi still did not lose, but the friendship went back and forth. The same goes for Kazaru and Marco. Kazaru kept moving around, occasionally firing 2 laser beams to attack Marco. These two guys are really professional actors in Marine. Li Mu couldn't help but complained. Chapter 55. Is this the strongest Marine? Love it, love it. 55/63. Chapter 55. Is this the strongest Marine? Love it, love it. Previous. Next. Chapter 55. Is this the strongest Marine? I love it. Marine Headquarters Marineford. The battle situation is very complicated. Marine, which has stood in this sea for more than 800 years, is at odds with the oldest pirate group, the Four Emperors. At this time, Whitebeard has not yet taken action, but 2 of Marine's 3 most powerful admirals have already died. But the situation did not become one-sided. Instead, he gradually became anxious. Marine Admiral Aokiji and Kazaru were also restrained by division captains Josie and Marco. The Marine Giants, Vice Admirals, were engaged in fierce battles with the captains of various large fleets. The scene can be said to be extremely chaotic. Congratulations host, you picked up 20,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you got 3,000 points of agility attribute in a blink of an eye. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100 points of vitality and blood attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of armament Haki. Here at Li Mu, attribute points are still falling. But in general, there are more and less. After all, there are strong and weak among the warring people. But because Aokiji and Kazaru were both paddling, no large amount of attribute points were dropped. At this time, on the high platform, Akynu's face twitched twice, and he couldn't understand why Marine's combat power was clearly stronger than that of the Whitebeard pirates, but they were still so invincible. Snort. It seems I have to take action myself. He raised his head, the hat no longer covering his eyes. His eyes were full of cold-blooded cruelty. I saw him suddenly teleporting to the square and arriving at the center of the battlefield. He pinched the neck of a pirate, and then punched the pirate's head with lava. The pirate also received the lunch box instantly. Congratulations to host, you picked up 20,000 points of power attribute from Admiral Akynu. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of devil fruit ability from Admiral Akynu. Congratulations to host, you picked up 20,000 armament Haki points from Admiral Akynu. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 points of health attributes from Admiral Akynu. Following Akynu's move, Li Mu immediately noticed a large amount of attribute points. As expected of the most ruthless admiral, He goes all out even against ordinary pirates. That's good, it won't end up like those two guys Kizaru Aokiji. You can't squeeze out many attribute points in a long time. Li Mu looked at the attribute points that Akynu exploded and couldn't help but complain. It can be seen that Akynu is different from the other marine admirals. This guy is really ruthless when he starts to attack. Soon several pirates died in his hands. But because of Akynu's action, the execution platform became unguarded at this time. The execution platform fell into emptiness for a while, with no one guarding it. Did that guy Akynu take action too? Whitebeard looked at Akynu coldly, feeling a little uneasy. He has long heard that Akynu is the most cold-blooded among the three marine admirals. Nothing matters except Marine's justice. At this time, the battle between Beasta and the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral and the Mole Vice Admiral also entered a fierce stage. At this time Mansk Vice Admiral also got involved. The three Vice Admirals joined forces and obviously gave Beasta enough face. But the captain is still the captain after all. Even if three powerful Marine Vice Admirals join forces, he still seems to be very capable. The Sea of Roses is dancing. He struck again, and petals scattered all over the sky. It can be seen that his attack range is very large. Seeing such a fierce offensive, the Marine Vice Admiral was shocked. Use armament Haki in a hurry to defend. The three of them quickly drew out their swords, preparing to intercept these petals. But there were too many petals, and the attack was very fast. Even the three Vice Admirals have worked hard. But Beasta's attack was pervasive, and he still managed to injure a Marine Vice Admiral. There were some small cuts on the three people's bodies, and blood was constantly flowing. Congratulations to host, you picked up 10,000 points of swordsmanship attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 armament Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 5,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you got 5,000 observation Haki points in a blink of an eye. Another burst of attribute points was recorded. It can be seen that there is still a certain gap between the strength of Marine Vice Admiral and the captain. And this man is also the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Beasta, also known as the Foil Sword. Such a powerful opponent is obviously not easy to solve. The situation is tense now, but fortunately Marine has a large number of Vice Admirals. As the Ghost Spider and Mole Vice Admirals were unable to support themselves, other Vice Admirals rushed over to support them. Well done, Beasta said with a laugh. Then they attacked directly, and everyone fought together again. At this time, Marco and Kazaru were still chasing each other. Oh, you can actually catch up with my speed. As the Whitebeard Pirates really awesome. Kazaru teased Marco while relying on the speed of light to flash continuously. At this moment Marco felt as if he had been tricked by Kazaru. But he also had his considerations in mind. Although he looks like a fool, he knows that Kazaru is a Marine Admiral after all, and it is impossible to defeat him. That's why he kept chasing Kazaru, so Marine's side also lost the combat power of a Marine Admiral. During the chase with Kazaru, Marco was always watching the changes on the battlefield. He discovered Akynu's end, and there was no one sitting in the Marine Admiral's position on the high platform. There are not many good times like this. Marco shook his eyebrows and immediately made a bold decision. He wants to ride alone to the high platform and save Ace. He then continued to pretend to chase Kazaru, but when no one was paying attention, he suddenly shot into the sky. He took advantage of this unguarded opportunity. Zoom rushed towards Ace. 3. Without Admiral, there are very few people who can stop him. At this time, a giant bird with blue flames flew over Marineford. Heading towards Marine's execution platform, moving at an extremely fast speed. Marco was overjoyed. He felt that there was a high probability that he could save Ace this time. Seeing Ace getting closer and closer, Marco felt very happy. If Ace can be saved in this way, their trip to the Whitebeard Pirates will not be in vain. But just when Marco was only one step away from the execution platform, a majestic figure suddenly appeared in front of the execution platform. Although his hair is gray and he has entered old age, he is still grinning wildly. Marco frowned and looked at the person in front of him. It's Garp, who is called the Marine Hero. It's a bit difficult to handle now, he thought with a frown. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco often accompanies Whitebeard and can be said to be Whitebeard's right-hand man. Because of this, he had heard Whitebeard talk about Garp, the man who once defeated the overlord of the sea, Rox. In that era of Rox, the only Marine who could compete with the Roger pirates was inseparable. At that time, he also held a very important position in Whitebeard's heart. He is even called Marine Hero Garp by Marines. Marco looked at Garp with some worry, but now he was already here and had no choice to retreat. Since I'm a phoenix, I guess there won't be any problems. After thinking about it clearly, Marco's eyes became firmer. Ace must be rescued no matter what. At this moment, Ace also noticed Marco speeding towards him. He also noticed Garp blocking him. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, as if he was caught by something. But he knew that Garp did this for the sake of justice in his heart. And just as Ace thought, the reason why Garp wanted to stop Marco from saving Ace was because he had justice in his heart. At this time, Garp felt like a balance was constantly shaking in his heart. On the other hand, he has the justice he deserves as a Marine. On the other side is his grandson, who as a grandfather should love. With all kinds of helplessness, he finally chose to turn the helplessness in his heart into a burst of laughter. As Marco is about to arrive at the execution platform, Garp's right arm is completely covered in armed colors. He lowered his head so that no one could see his expression at the moment. Then he saw the right moment and punched Marco. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 armament Haki points. Li Mu was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly, Garp could explode 100,000 attribute points so easily. He also knew that Garp was very strong, but he really didn't expect it to be like this. Although he was the Marine hero who defeated the maritime overlord Rox. But at this moment, the hero is getting older, and as he gets older, his own strength will be greatly reduced. But even so, Garp still scored 100,000 attribute points. Under Garp's heavy punch, the giant bird with blue flames fell directly from the air to the ground at a high speed as if it was hit. Then it hit Marineford square directly. A huge pothole suddenly formed. Marco was also knocked back to his original shape at this time, and he was wearing a dirty look. It was obvious that he was quite hurt. Damn it, I almost died, he said with some fear in his heart. In Phoenix form, this was the first time he felt this way. This feeling of being very close to death. At this time, Whitebeard, who was standing on the bow of the Moby DK, had also been watching the battlefield. When he saw Marco rising into the sky and attacking the execution platform, even he thought it was feasible. But it didn't take long for the happiness to be completely destroyed. Did even Garp take action? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and said secretly. It can be seen that Whitebeard still has great respect for his old rival. He was also a little worried about whether Garp's combat power would affect the direction of this war. Whitebeard felt a little melancholy when he saw his old rival taking action. He thought about things from the old days again. At that time, Marine's strongest rival, Rox, was still doing evil. Rox is different from ordinary pirates. His appearance is completely the arrival of evil. He himself is like the embodiment of evil. Ordinary pirates can only compete for treasure. But Rox can be described as burning, killing and looting, and even attack the world's noble celestial dragons many times. Seeing this situation, the world government also summoned all Marines to conquer the Rox. In the end, Rox was successfully defeated. The credit for defeating Rox also fell to Garp, making him a C player. Military hero. And Whitebeard was actually a member of Rox Pirate. Even Kaido from Beast's Pirates and Charlotte Linlin from Big Mom Pirates are like this. How exciting. At this time, Li Mu watched the good show on the execution platform. Sure enough, Garp's reputation as a hero was not in vain. Not only is he powerful, he is also very decisive in his attacks. At this moment, he was hiding in the center of the battlefield, constantly harvesting attribute points. Li Mu attaches great importance to these dropped attribute points, as these are necessary for him to become stronger. He simply glanced at the enemies in front of him. After all, they are all ordinary Marines that cannot be found in ordinary Marines. It's not even a threat to him. After all, Tai is the strength of Marine Admiral now. Character. Li Mu. God level pickup system. Chi and blood. LV-90, 686W, 900W. Power. LV-91, 520W, 910W. Agility. LV-92, 635W, 920W. Physical skills. LV-95, 459W, 950W. Swordsmanship. LV-91, 439W, 910W. Observation Haki. LV-90, 265W, 900W. Armament Haki. LV-91, 415W, 910W. Conqueror's Haki. LV-1, 0/10W. Sparkling Fruit. LV-75, 650W, 750W. Comprehensive Evaluation. Marine Admiral. Li Mu opened the Properties panel and took a brief look. He was very satisfied in his heart. This fight lasted less than 10 minutes. He felt a little sad. Before this time, it was not so easy for him to obtain attribute points. Even if I try my best to get some attribute points, it's still not as fast as it is now. At this time, his numerical values were increasing crazily. Various numerical values have exceeded level 90. Only Conqueror's Haki has made little progress. But there is nothing we can do about it. Conqueror's Haki is so rare. It's already pretty good if he can get it. It is worth mentioning that his Sparkling Fruit development has also reached level 75. Even if this level is not as good as Kazaru, it is probably close to it. After all, the full level is 100, and his current level is not far away. He could clearly feel that his body was still getting lighter. The attribute points on the ground are still gathering into his body. At this time, light balls were still falling on the battlefield, some of which were impossible to pick up. Is this the Summit War? It's worth waiting for me for so long. Li Mu thought very excitedly. He thought about the desperate risk he had taken in the Sabayati archipelago. I thought of looking for pacifists everywhere to brush up my attribute points. But these efforts pay off. He was also very happy when he saw the various attributes on the panel that were about to reach full level. In this way, it is only a matter of time to get close to the top powerhouse. At this time, his system was still refreshing the screen. Very fast. Not to mention that he was already personally picking up some relatively close attribute points. The system has tried its best to pick them up, but it is still very slow. In other words, the attribute points dropped too quickly. At this time, Li Mu felt indescribable satisfaction. This Summit War was really not in vain. Now he can be sure that his strength has reached the Admiral level. Chapter 56. Subversive War, Akynu's Whitebeard. 5663. Chapter 56. Subversive War, Akynu's Whitebeard. Previous. Next. Chapter 56. Subversive War, Akynu's Whitebeard. As the battle continues, the Whitebeard pirates become more and more courageous. But the opponent is Marine after all, a force that has stood on this sea for more than 800 years and has never fallen. Even though the Whitebeard pirates had a huge advantage for a while, Marine soon took it back. The two sides were fighting inextricably, and the difference in strength was not very big. With the participation of many Titan Vice Admiral and Marine Vice Admiral, the Whitebeard pirates were once at a disadvantage. After all, Marine has more than 100 Vice Admirals participating this time. In terms of core strength, Marine has an absolute advantage. Although the Whitebeard pirates have a deep foundation, they have been fighting back and forth with Marine in terms of high-end combat power. But after all, Marine has stood on this sea for more than 800 years. How can it be so easily shaken? There are over 100,000 Marine soldiers, and the Marine Vice Admiral plus the giant Vice Admiral are even more numerous than the pirates. Under the huge quantitative gap, the strength gap between the pirates and Marines will only grow wider. And the pirates' defeat may only be a matter of time. But in order to take down the Whitebeard pirates as soon as possible, Teruden wanted to further attack the Whitebeard pirates. Akynu then focused on the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The main combat strength of the Whitebeard pirates is still these squad leaders. Each one can block several Marine Vice Admirals. As long as these captains are captured, the Whitebeard pirates' offensive will be greatly reduced. After Akynu figured this out, he was ready to take action on these division captains. At this time, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were fighting Marine in the square. Their opponents are mostly Marine Vice Admirals. At this time, Speedo Kilkire, the captain of the 237 team of the 14th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was shuttled through the Marine. His speed is extremely fast and his strength is amazing. Holding a flaming sword in his hand, Marine soldiers fell in large numbers wherever they went. It can be seen that his fighting style is a super physical combat that combines speed and strength. Although his offensive momentum was fierce, Akynu quickly noticed his conspicuous attack methods. Akainu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could tell that he was very unhappy that this guy had defeated a large number of Marines in a row. Akynu suddenly made a move, came behind Spadokir, and held down his shoulders. When he sensed a huge force suppressing himself, Speedo suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He could feel that this power was different from before, stronger than any opponent he has faced so far. So I didn't have time to think too much, so I hurriedly retreated and escaped. Fortunately, he is fast enough. This speed is not bad, Akynu said with some surprise as he watched this guy slip away from his hands. But that's as far as it goes, he said viciously. Then he chased after Speedo. Although Speedo is very fast, no matter how fast he is, can he pass by quickly. At this time, Akynu came behind Speedo again and directly attacked Speedo with Dark Hound. This is Akainu's ultimate move. Although Speedo tried his best to block it, but it still couldn't be stopped. His shoulder was immediately shot through. But fortunately Speedo dodged in time, otherwise Akainu's blow would have been enough to kill Speedo. Seeing such a big reversal in the scene, all the captains also looked over. Speedo, Halta, captain of the 12th Division, said worriedly. Then he rushed over to support. His body is quite strong and huge. It's a knife attack on Akynu. The blade hit Akynu directly. HMPH. Marine Admiral is nothing more than that, he said somewhat arrogantly. But suddenly, lava flowed from the place where Akynu was split, melting his weapons. Then he saw Akynu staring at him fiercely, his eyes full of cold murderous intent. Then Akynu pulled out the fist that injured Speedo before and walked towards Halta. Halta suddenly panicked without his weapon. At this time, seeing that Akynu was unable to resist, the captains of the 8th and 9th Divisions also came to support him. But who is Akynu? The most ruthless of the Marine Admirals. Even the combined efforts of the 4 squad captains were unable to defeat him. Instead, the 4 squad captains fell into a passive position for a while, and were all injured by Akynu one after another. Dark Hound and Lava Fruit were brought to ultimate by him. Defeat all 4 division captains with fierce means. HMPH. The Whitebeard Pirates are nothing more than that. Akynu snorted and said, "Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of strength attribute from Admiral Akynu. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes from Admiral Akynu. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of agility attributes from Admiral Akynu. Congratulations to host, for picking up 100,000 observation Haki points from Admiral Akynu. As Akynu takes action, a large number of attribute points drop. Li Mu was suddenly shocked. As expected of the most powerful Marine Admiral, the attack is really ruthless, Li Mu thought in his heart. But he didn't have time to think too much because Akynu was still taking action. Meteor Volcano. Akynu looked at this anxious scene and couldn't stand it anymore. I saw that his right arm was wrapped in magma, and magma was still emerging. I don't know how much bigger my arms are than usual. Then he punched the air. Suddenly, large blocks of magma began to fall in large areas. These magma fragments smashed towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are not as good as Marines' 150,000 elite soldiers, they are still there. At this time, the dense pirates were targeted by Akynu's large-scale attack. Suddenly large areas were wiped out. At this time, the ground was covered with scorched earth. Akynu's attack was indeed ruthless. The power of this move Meteor Volcano is indeed powerful enough. At this time, Whitebeard looked at the battle situation in front of him with a very ugly expression. This guy Akynu took action, causing the losses of the Whitebeard Pirates to greatly increase. Damn it Sakazuki, you actually attacked these ordinary pirates. Whitebeard thought viciously. He had no idea that Akynu would actually attack ordinary pirates. But for Akynu, He doesn't care about it as long as it is an act that he feels is just. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of Power King attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of Strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. As Akynu meteor volcano's offensive falls, the attributes in the system also began to drop rapidly, and all of them have 100,000 attribute points. As expected of Akynu, Li Mu sighed sincerely again. What a guy, meteor volcano exploded with hundreds of thousands of attribute points. This made him feel indescribably happy. It's not that Li Mu insists on praising Akynu, but every move of Akynu has 100,000 attributes. This was not only when dealing with squad captains, but also when dealing with some ordinary soldiers. He directly used all his strength. The attack is really ruthless. It's many times stronger than those two water paddle monsters of Aokiji Kazaru. Li Mu exclaimed. From the time Akynu was released until now, every time it is released, Akynu drops a large number of attribute points. There's never any ambiguity. Compared to the other two paddling admirals, it is indeed much stronger. Li Mu used to think that she hated this guy called Red Dog, but now it seems like she can't live without Red Dog. The character of Red Dog is perfect for improving attributes. Li Mu thought in his heart. Just as Li Mu thought, Akynu has a paranoid personality and believes that being a pirate is sinful. Therefore, even when dealing with ordinary pirates, he would use all his strength to kill them with one blow. At this time, meteor volcano has not stopped yet and is still falling. Come more, come more. Li Mu was still happily picking up the attribute points dropped by Akynu. He even felt that the attribute points would never stop falling. Happy host, picked up 100,000 points of devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, for picking up 100,000 observation Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 armament Haki points. Good guy, he is truly the strongest admiral in Marine. Such staying power, such explosive power. It's not at the same level as Kazaru Aokiji. It's really too strong. The attribute points brought by Akynu are still continuing at this time. At this time, a huge piece of magma suddenly hit Whitebeard. I don't know if Akynu did this intentionally or unintentionally, but this is probably the last piece of magma. And it is very big, as big as a small mountain. Like a meteorite. At this time, everyone in Marineford Square also noticed this amazing scene. Dad, this meteorite was aimed at Dad, Marco said anxiously. At this time he had just climbed out of the pit. I got rid of the entanglement of the Marine soldiers again. Looking at the meteorite hitting Whitebeard, he felt a little worried. But he no longer had the strength to fight. Garp's punch caused serious internal injuries. At this time he was staggering when he walked. Dad, the other squad captains shouted. Everyone is worried about Whitebeard. Because only the people of the Whitebeard pirates know the true situation of Whitebeard. He's not just fading away. Over the years, Whitebeard's health has continued to deteriorate, and his strength has declined even more seriously. Seeing Akynu's powerful offensive, the captains couldn't help but feel worried. It's just a piece of magma, so why be afraid? Whitebeard shouted loudly. The reason why he did this was to stabilize the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. After Akynu took action, the Whitebeard pirates' morale dropped significantly. Naturally, he also noticed this. At this moment, he just felt that Akynu's move was just right. I saw Whitebeard pick up the cloud cutter and insert it into the huge meteorite-like magma block. The magma block was immediately blocked. I saw huge blocks of magma stuck in the clouds. Whitebeard lifted it up easily. Then Whitebeard took a deep breath and blew out the magma block. Suddenly there was only an ordinary stone left. Whitebeard's Naginata flicked him directly to Marine's side. Dad, Daddy. Seeing Whitebeard take action, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates regained confidence again. Morale also improved immediately. At this time Akynu stared hard at Whitebeard, and Whitebeard stared back. Their eyes met. Akynu knows that to capture the thief first, capture the king first. As long as Whitebeard is defeated, the Whitebeard pirates will be defeated. Thinking of this, Akynu clenched his fists. He also looked gearing up. Kid, do you want to challenge me too? Whitebeard smashed Kong Yunchi to the ground and said. Immediately, Akynu's eyes showed an extremely ferocious light and he flew towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard grinned. Boo la la la. I saw Whitebeard teleporting directly behind Akynu. He punched Akynu. Akynu naturally didn't dare to be careless when facing Whitebeard. Observation Haki goes straight to full range. I also had a premonition of Whitebeard's attack. He turned quickly to meet him. The steaming magma fist collided with Whitebeard's fist carrying the shock fruit. Suddenly, a huge impact quickly swept through the entire battlefield centered on the two men. At this time, everyone's attention was attracted. Akynu and Whitebeard stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. At this time, many Marines and pirates were unsteady under the impact. Boom! The impact barely stopped when it reached Marineford's wall. At this time, the entire Marine headquarters was shocked. After the first blow failed, the two struck again. 1.1 Akynu's fists carrying the power of magma kept swinging out like phantoms. Whitebeard didn't give in too much and went straight to meet him. The two fists collided countless times in just a few seconds. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of Power King attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 Devil Fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 Armament Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 Observation Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of Energy and Blood attributes. Congratulations to host, rounded up to 100,000 points of Agility attribute. The dropping of attributes continues. The two took action without delay. Seeing that the collision of fists could not determine the winner, Akynu's eyes flashed with a sinister look. Dark Hound. His fist turned red and struck Whitebeard's heart. Whitebeard saw that Akynu's attack was not forgiving at all. Quickly activate Shock Fruit's ability to cover the fist. He faced Akynu's Dark Hound and blocked the attack. Then the two fought together again. Attribute points kept dropping like hundreds and thousands of them for free. But the two were clearly evenly matched. There was no sign of any difference in the number of moves they fought. And the entire Marineford has already been in darkness because of the fight between the two. Countless Marine soldiers and ordinary pirates kept retreating under the impact of the fight between the two. The ground beneath the two of them was sinking downwards. Marineford's outer wall continued to crack due to the fight between the two. Even the sky gradually turned dark. Li Mu also happily picked up attribute points on the side. Chapter 57. You should be glad that you didn't take action. It belongs to my Whitebeard era. 57/63. Chapter 57. You should be glad that you didn't take action. It belongs to my Whitebeard era. Previous. Next. Chapter 57. You should be glad that you didn't take action. It's my Whitebeard era. Akynu and Whitebeard fought in darkness. Boo la la la. Kid, you have some strength. Whitebeard said with a laugh. At this time, the two people had distanced themselves. Whitebeard hasn't had so much fun playing in a long time. Because this guy Akynu was ruthless and injured several division captains one after another, Whitebeard felt very unhappy. He had an unspeakable dislike for Akynu. Therefore, he did not hold back at all. HMPH. You remnants of the old era should disappear. Akynu said while glaring at Whitebeard. Then the fierce looks flashed in their eyes again. Although Akynu is ruthless, Whitebeard is still a strong man from the old era. Naturally, he will not show mercy when it comes to fighting. This time Whitebeard is on full fire. His momentum was even close to that of his peak. Whitebeard teleported directly to Akynu. Kid, you should be glad that you didn't take action. It belongs to my Whitebeard era. But next, let you feel the horror of me, Whitebeard. Whitebeard said angrily. Then Whitebeard's fist, wrapped in the power of Shock Fruit, hit Akynu. Whitebeard is already very tall. It was fully twice as tall as Akynu. With such a gap, Whitebeard directly punched downwards. Akynu was shocked. He could feel Whitebeard's blow more terrifying than before. He didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly used his hands to defend himself. Boom! As soon as Whitebeard struck, the entire Marineford shook. It can be seen that this blow is very powerful. At this time, the place where Akynu and Whitebeard fought was filled with thick smoke. Akynu was smashed into the ground, with only his upper body still above the ground. Whitebeard showed no mercy when he saw this. Continue to pound away at Akynu. Boom, boom, boom. Whitebeard punched him 3 times, and Akynu's whole body was flattened. At this time, the whole person was smashed into the ground. You must know that these 3 punches of Whitebeard are all equipped with 27 shock fruit power. And Akynu is not the only one who feels uncomfortable. Whitebeard's attacks are both friendly and enemy. Some weaker marines and pirates were under this powerful force. He couldn't even stand still, he was swaying and falling down. Damn it, Whitebeard is still as strong as ever. On the podium, Sengoku said angrily. It turns out that under Whitebeard's offensive, Marineford's high platform was already full of cracks. The Marine headquarters, which has stood for hundreds of years, is obviously no longer able to hold on. It's enough to see the horror of shock fruit. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of energy and blood attributes. Congratulations host, take 100,000 armament Haki points. With Whitebeard's continuous attacks, Li Mu gained another large amount of attribute points. As expected of Whitebeard, the pirate who was known as the strongest man in the world. Such a continuous powerful attack will probably never be seen again except by Whitebeard. Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. Not only did he gain many attributes at this time. Looking at the ground that was constantly cracking due to Whitebeard's attacks, the Marine headquarters couldn't hold on. Li Mu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. At this time, Akynu, one of the Marine admirals, was using lava fruit to continuously dig beneath the ground. Wherever the magma went, even the soil melted. Soon he created a passage and walked out of the ground. He looked at Whitebeard with a little more fear in his eyes. But at the same time, others were also busy. The giants of the Marine vice-admirals are still at war with the captains of the great fleets. Although the giants' powerful power brings considerable advantages. But the huge body still weighs down the giant vice-admirals. The situation is very anxious. In addition, the captains of the large fleet are not bad, and they are constantly replacing people to fight. Marine's giant vice-admirals are also a little tired of dealing with it. The captains of the division were constantly fighting against the Marine vice-admirals. Although the Marine vice-admiral is the backbone of Marine, there are still differences in strength. There are not many vice-admirals as powerful as the Ghost Spider and Mole vice-admiral. Mostly generic vice-admirals. Therefore, instead of being at a disadvantage, the captains of the division were defeated by the Marine vice-admiral who had won many battles in several battles. If Akynu hadn't taken action and injured several division captains, it would be hard to say what the current battle situation would be. At this time, the battle between Aokiji and Josie continues. Aokiji summoned hundreds of ice spears and attacked Josie. But after all, Josie is a user with the ability of the shining fruit. Covered and protected by diamonds, Aokiji's attacks are also very powerful. But it was still possible for him to block it. As expected, the ice gun began to shatter when it hit Josie. Josie snorted coldly, obviously not taking Aokiji seriously. Aokiji's expression suddenly smiled. He also understands that he is one of Marine's 3 admirals. If he keeps playing like this with Josie, he will inevitably be discovered by Sengoku. I saw the broken ice blocks of the ice gun that originally hit Josie began to condense, and Josie was immediately frozen into an iceman. Josie continued to imitate the previous method of freeing himself from the ice. He exerted all his strength, and suddenly the ice cubes on his body continued to break. But by this time Josie was already out of breath. Looking at Aokiji who had nothing going on in front of him, he said, "I'm a little worried." He could see that Aokiji was draining his energy. As long as this continues, he will definitely be the first to fall. But his fruit ability is too cumbersome, and he has no way to solve the current situation. At this time, Aokiji was actually just playing with Josie, and he didn't want this guy to fall like this. Therefore, Aokiji has slowed down the frequency of some shots. At this point the screen comes to Kazaru. After ending the battle with Marco, Kazaru also began to look for new opponents. After all, paddling is paddling, but it would not be good if Sengoku found out about his paddling. He would be reluctant to have his wages deducted. If you go to work, why bother with your salary? I saw Kizaru's eyes constantly scanning Marineford's battlefield. He wanted to find a weaker guy to play with slowly. In this way, he can end the battle while still swimming. That guy Whitebeard is probably a sure shot since Sakazuki is here. Even if he loses, he won't lose to Whitebeard. This is what Kazaru said about Akynu. Although Admiral said there is not much difference in strength, Akynu is really ruthless in his attacks. He doesn't care about others at all, and attacks others' vital points with every move he makes. Therefore, Kazaru was not worried at all about the direction of the war. He was confident in his heart that Marine would eventually win this battle. All he had to do was paddle and wait for the battle to end. So he needed someone to act with him, and it turned out that Marco was a very good candidate. But that good guy was not happy for himself, so he went to mess with that guy from Garp. This made Kazaru feel very uncomfortable. This also forced him to look for a suitable opponent to carry out his fishing work. As he continued to scan the whole place, he finally found a guy who was not strong, but still had a certain status in the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, the Ice Witch Whitebeard was constantly killing enemies. Countless Marines fell to her sword. He had spent a lot of energy fighting Marine's giant Vice Admiral before. At this time, the captains of other large fleets went to fight. She chose to deal with these Marine soldiers. Although her strength was almost exhausted, it was not difficult for her to deal with these elite Marine soldiers. Every time the sword was drawn, Marine fell to the ground. At the same time, she froze many Marines like magic. Relying on his extraordinary bravery, Shendib was constantly thinking about approaching the execution platform. She fought hard to kill the enemy and finally tore a hole in Marine. It is also one step closer to the execution platform. No wonder Kazaru noticed her. Obviously, Whitebeard could no longer be allowed to continue approaching the execution platform at this time. And Kazaru also needs a suitable opponent. He squinted his eyes and smiled strangely. As wretched as you want. Oh hey, let you be my opponent, he said with interest. Then Kazaru's body turned into traces of yellow light and began to dissipate. Then it started to gather again. When he reappeared, Kazaru was already behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard was shocked, although he didn't notice anyone appearing behind her. But Kazaru had just reached that powerful aura. He secretly said something bad. Admiral. Whitebeard turned around and was a little shocked to see it was Admiral Kazaru. But since it was Admiral who took action, she also knew that she might be in bad luck just once. Marine Admiral is Marine's highest combat power, and it is simply not something that Whitebeard can deal with. Of course she understands this. I saw that Whitebeard's expression began to become extremely solemn, and his face was also very ugly. Because she had no choice but to fight Admiral next. But it can be said that she has no confidence at all in this fight. After all, the opponent is Marine Admiral, and he is an invincible existence to her. It was even difficult for him to survive. OEH, I can see you're a little panicked, Kazaru said jokingly. Immediately, Kazaru's feet began to glow with yellow light. Then he raised his foot and planned to kick towards Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard is no match for Kazaru, he is still the captain of the Whitebeard pirates' large fleet. The strength is naturally not bad. When Kazaru's attack came, he quickly picked up his sword and blocked Kazaru's kick. Observation Haki's precognition lets her know the direction of Kazaru's attack. Quickly play armament Haki to ultimate. Although Kazaru didn't use much power in this blow. But Marine Admiral's strength lies here. It's not something that Whitebeard can stop. Boom. Whitebeard was kicked out by Kazaru. The huge power made Whitebeard feel his heart tremble. Even the internal organs were shaking violently. She only felt a heat in her chest, and then a stream of blood spurted out. It still seems. Did you use too much force? Kazaru looked thoughtful while stroking his beard. It was obvious that he didn't want to kill Whitebeard with one move. And Whitebeard happened to fall next to Li Mu. Li Mu was originally supporting the battle between Whitebeard and Akynu, constantly picking up attributes in secret. Seeing the rising attributes of 167, he couldn't be happier. Therefore, he had no time to pay attention to his captain Whitebeard. At this time, he was shocked when he saw Whitebeard suddenly appearing at his feet. Captain, what's going on with you? How did you come? Li Mu said with some confusion. He had been watching the battle between Whitebeard and Akynu, not paying attention to other people's battles at all. Therefore, the sudden appearance of Whitebeard at his feet made him very curious. Why are you here? Whitebeard said with some surprise and joy. It turns out that where the war started, Dibe had been looking for the whereabouts of Li Mu. After all, the strength Li Mu showed when fighting Jack the Drow was not weak. Such strength will definitely help a lot in this battle. She sincerely hopes that Li Mu can contribute to this war. But as the war began, she discovered that Li Mu was missing. When the war officially started, she had to go to the front line to hold off those Marine Vice Admirals. Therefore, we stopped looking for Li Mu. But I didn't expect to meet him at this time. In the previous Li Mu battle, when the battle started, a group of pirates rushed forward, found a suitable position, and began to continuously harvest attribute points. At that time, he had no time to help the Whitebeard pirates solve the crisis. At this time, Li Mu knew that he was in the wrong and couldn't say much. He looked at Whitebeard and saw blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and her face was extremely pale. He looked like he was dying. It seems to be in very bad condition. Only Whitebeard understood that Kazaru's kick almost made her faint on the spot. I have to say that the strength gap between Vice Admiral and Admiral is still too big. When she faced Marine Vice Admiral before, she could be said to have done it with ease. Even facing multiple Marine Vice Admirals alone is no problem. Big Mom is now so vulnerable to the Marine Admiral Kazaru in front of her. It was too late to wait for the in-depth communication between Li Mu and Whitebeard. A strange voice came over. The voice was very vulgar, with an air of ridicule. Oh hey, now is not the time for you to lie down. It turned out to be Kazaru, the haunting guy. It is not difficult to see that Kazaru wants to put Dib to death. I saw Kazaru coming to Whitebeard's side and preparing to kick him down. At this time, Whitebeard was seriously injured. If Li Mu just ignores him, Whitebeard will definitely be killed by Kazaru. After all, he is his own captain, so Li Mu cannot just watch like this. When Kazaru kicked him, Li Mu decisively blocked it. Oh, is it you? Kazaru looked at Li Mu, as if he remembered something. Chapter 58 Kazaru, have you ever experienced the feeling of being kicked by light? 58/63. Chapter 58 Kazaru, have you ever experienced the feeling of being kicked by light? Previous. Next. Chapter 58 Kazaru, have you ever experienced the feeling of being kicked by light? Looking at Li Mu in front of him, a look of disbelief flashed in Kazaru's eyes. Admiral, long time no see. Li Mu greeted Kazaru seriously. Previously in Sabayati Archipelago, he had received considerable care from Kazaru in every sense. Long time no see. Sabayati Archipelago said goodbye. I thought I would never see you again. Kazaru is also Kaido with a playful look on his face. It was obvious that he was a little curious about Li Mu's appearance in Summit War. Why is this guy who defeated Sen Momomaru in Sabayati Archipelago here? The two of them greeted each other like old friends, but Whitebeard on the side was very puzzled. Sabayati Archipelago, Li Mu knows this Marine Admiral. Whitebeard thought so after hearing the conversation between the two. No wonder Whitebeard would think too much, but the conversation between the two was like old friends reunited after a long separation. So you are a member of the Whitebeard pirates? Kazaru said calmly. Although Li Mu's appearance here made him a little curious, he still knew Li Mu's strength very well. At least the last time Sabayati Archipelago met, Li Mu didn't show any strength that could make him shine. Just defeating Zon Momomaru's strength is not enough in this Summit War. Haha, it wasn't before but it is now. Li Mu responded calmly. He is not afraid of Admiral Kazaru now. Although he was not sure whether he could beat him, both sides had Admiral's strength, so it wouldn't be an instant kill. They're all pirates anyway, so today they're all in one pot. Kazaru said with a playful smile. It seemed that solving Li Mu was just something he could easily do. At this time, Li Mu looked at Kazaru calmly, and Kazaru responded with a lewd and playful look. It seems normal between the two. But in fact, the smell of gunpowder was already very strong at this time. Have you ever kicked a ball? Kazaru asked calmly. No, I just wanted to try it today. Li Mu is also an indifferent Kaido. At this time, Kazaru felt a little unhappy. What is this guy pretending to be? Did I forget so quickly that Sabayati Archipelago was chased and crushed by me last time? But Li Mu had his own plans in mind. He knew that he now had quasi-admiral strength. He completely lived up to the Kazaru in front of him. Instead, he wanted to test Kazaru's strength. I saw Kazaru grinning slightly, thinking that young people nowadays are really crazy. At the same time, he slowly raised his feet, and a yellow light began to flash on his feet. It's Kazaru's signature move, flash kick. Then he didn't hesitate and kicked Li Mu directly with this very domineering kick. The speed can be said to be very fast, obviously as fast as the speed of light. In other words, he managed to dodge by relying on observation Haki's advanced prediction. Otherwise it would probably be difficult to avoid. But Li Mu is completely worthy. At this time, his observation Haki is about to reach the top ranks. Although it is not possible to predict the future, even a strong person like Kazaru cannot prevent dangers. Then Li Mu raised his hand and armament Haki activated at the same time, directly blocking Kazaru's light speed kick. At this time, one person kept kicking and the other person did not raise his hand. The scene fell into stillness for a while. Kazaru's expression changed, and he was shocked at the same time. He knew that his seemingly random kick was far from as simple as it seemed. This is a supernova kick at the speed of light. He was actually blocked like this. At this time, he could completely feel that Li Mu's strength had become stronger. And it has become more than a little stronger, it has completely gone up several levels. This guy's strength has skyrocketed. Kazaru thought in confusion. How long has it been since the Sabayati Archipelago incident? Li Mu unexpectedly experienced such a surge in strength. Kazaru's face couldn't help but twitch, even a genius couldn't make such a change. This is countless times better than Sabayati Archipelago. At this time, Li Mu looked at the astonished Kazaru with a slight smile on his lips. Is this a flash kick? It's nothing more than that. His tone was very disdainful, with a touch of playfulness. I also learned this from Kazaru. Oh, it looks like your strength has improved a lot in a short period of time. Kazaru narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully. He was a little shocked that Li Mu's growth rate was so fast that he couldn't even imagine it. Indeed, I have spent a lot of effort to improve my strength. Li Mu is indifferent to Kaido. You have a good talent. Let me see how many pounds you still have. After Kazaru finished speaking, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and a rare fighting spirit surged into his heart. At this time, he held the idea that he would inevitably force out Li Mu's true strength. Prepare to launch a new round of offensive against Li Mu. After a golden light, Kazaru disappeared directly. He directly used Sparkling Fruit's super-fast teleportation to reach a place 3 kilometers away. Then he bounced back towards the light again. With such a distance and the speed of light, one can imagine how terrifying Kazaru's kick would be. Kazaru, who disappeared in just 2 breaths, reappeared. The kick that was faster than a bullet appeared again. Li Mu's intelligence had already foreseen Kazaru's attack. Although he was a little apprehensive, he was not afraid. Li Mu turned on armament Haki in advance, and his whole body turned hard and black. His armed color has already reached the stage of great success. It takes a few levels to reach full level. But even if he hasn't reached full level yet, he is still a top-level armament Haki. In this sea, there are probably not many people who can reach his level. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Kazaru kicked Li Mu, and Li Mu crossed his arms to block. Although he successfully stopped it, he still couldn't withstand this powerful force. He was knocked back a few steps, but was not harmed at all. At this time Kazaru's powerful attack directly caused the effect of small missiles. The place where the two met was filled with thick smoke, making it impossible to see what was going on the field. Whitebeard took advantage of the gap between the two men to escape. Looking at this tragic scene, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. If Kazaru had used this technique to attack her before, she would have said goodbye to everyone long ago. But the smoke lingered for a long time, and Li Mu's condition was also very worrying. Congratulations to host, you picked up 10,000 points of demonic attributes from Marine Admiral Kazaru. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. Didn't this guy Kazaru say to use all his strength? What a showman. You lose so many attribute points after creating such a tragic scene. I said it's so easy to defend yourself like this. Li Mu had already begun to complain in her heart. This guy Kazaru is so hateful. He deserves to be the number one in paddling. He uses the smallest amount of force to create the strongest scene while talking and laughing. When the thick smoke dissipated, Whitebeard also noticed that Li Mu looked completely fine. The worry in his heart subsided. Although Li Mu is very strong, his opponent is Marine 3 Admiral 3 after all. It is not that easy to get some benefits from his subordinates. At this time, Kazaru also noticed Li Mu standing in front of him as if nothing happened. He scratched his hair. Isn't it good to be defeated like this? You have to force me to do my best, right? He said with a big yawn. Then Kazaru suddenly appeared in front of Li Mu. Continuous kicks directly greeted Li Mu. Bang bang bang. Li Mu kept taking action to resist. There was even a crashing sound. At this time, Li Mu was a little surprised. He discovered that Kazaru's attack power was constantly increasing. Congratulations to host, you picked up 20,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 30,000 agility points. Congratulations to host, you have picked up 40,000 armament Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 40,000 observation Haki points. As Kazaru continues to attack, the attribute points dropped are also increasing. Li Mu was overjoyed that Kazaru was finally willing to help. Immediately, Kazaru's kicks began to slow down, and his entire body continued to disappear. It turns out that Kazaru was a little annoyed by Li Mu. Although it was his way to catch fish, he still couldn't catch a single little pirate with his continuous offensive. It made him lose face. At this time, he was constantly increasing his strength by increasing distance and speed. Each time the distance is 3 to 5 kilometers. The powerful kick is simply unbearable to ordinary people. This kind of kick can be said to be very powerful. Most people simply can't bear it, especially because of the extremely fast speed. If you don't have a strong sense of knowledge, there is no way to defend yourself. But Li Mu has not only reached the top level for his sight color, but also for his weapon color. It's not too difficult for him to defend against Marine Admiral Kazaru's attack now. Kazaru's kicks seemed to tickle him, and there was nothing surprising except for the smoke and dust on the ground. After seeing that the light speed kick was fruitless, Kazaru no longer tried to hide it. I saw lasers shooting at Li Mu. Li Mu had no choice but to run armament Haki at full capacity to defend. At this moment, he also realized the power of sparkling fruit. Unparalleled speed makes it difficult to escape the powerful attacks from sparkling fruit. But Kazaru's offensive goes beyond that. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. I saw Kazaru ducking into the air. He made a forward gesture with his hand, and countless flashes of light suddenly condensed in his palm. Immediately afterwards, countless light points attacked Li Mu. Quote. Congratulations host, you picked up 60,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 70,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 80,000 agility points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 80,000 armament Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 80,000 observation Haki points. At this time, the drop of attribute points has stabilized to a value of 80,000. Li Mu also felt a little tired. After all, it was Marine Admiral's attack, even though his strength was also Marine Admiral. But obviously it's not that simple to defeat Kazaru. After just a few fights, he didn't use sparkling fruit. He can only be forced defense. The fight between the two became more and more intense, and Li Mu had to take action. Kazaru attacks the void before his eyes and starts punching. In this way, Kazaru had to free up his hands for defense, and Li Mu suddenly felt that the pressure was much less. The two fought like this for hundreds of rounds, but still couldn't decide the winner, and Kazaru had to become more serious. The pirate I looked down on before is now as powerful as me. Kazaru was even more shocked. At this time, he regretted why he had not chosen to strangle Li Mu on the Sabayati archipelago. This guy is growing up too fast, and it will only be a matter of time before he becomes Marine's rival. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Kazaru's original personality is like that. No matter what, it was impossible for him to pursue someone who was not as powerful as him. In his opinion, there are so many pirates like this that it is impossible for them to have any impact on Marine. But at this time he regretted it. But the battle is not over yet. As expected of Marine Admiral, the light speed kick is powerful. Li Mu was also having more and more difficulties at this time. Kazaru was no longer holding back when he took action, but looked like he was firing on all cylinders every time. Because Kazaru has already felt the pressure of a genius who is growing at an extremely fast rate. As Kazaru continues to attack, the attack speed of the light speed kick continues to increase, and its power becomes more and more powerful. Under Kazaru's increasingly powerful offensive, Li Mu also recorded Kazaru's development of sparkling fruit. Including but not limited to laser, teleportation, light speed kick, control of Jing Magatama, etc. At the end of this battle, Kazaru used all his tricks and no longer concealed his true strength. At this time, Li Mu had already secretly memorized the ability of sparkling fruit. With Kazaru, the developer of sparkling fruit, teaching, he also knows how to use sparkling fruit. Another fight involving hundreds of moves. Congratulations to host for picking up 80,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host for picking up 80,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host for picking up 80,000 devil fruit attributes. Li Mu not only gained a large number of attribute points, he also learned Kazaru's moves. In the end, the two of them distanced themselves, because under such a continuous attack, there was obviously no sense of distinction. But Li Mu was also surprised. Even at this point, Kazaru still refuses to give his best. After all, the upper limit of Marine Admiral is 100,000 attribute points. Seeing Kazaru in front of him panting, Li Mu admired him for a while. Even now, I am still fishing here. What did you think of me? Kazaru, have you ever experienced the feeling of being kicked by a light? Li Mu said very calmly. But when Kazaru heard this, Tianfen stretched. Being kicked by light, isn't this his specialty? The person talking about sparkling fruit has the speed of light, how could he be kicked by light? But then his pupils shrank for a while, as if he saw an unbelievable scene. At this time, the light under Li Mu's feet began to light up. This is clearly Kazaru's specialty, light speed kick. Chapter 59. Kazaru is shocked. Is this sparkling fruit? 59/63. Chapter 59. Kazaru is shocked. Is this sparkling fruit? Previous. Next. Chapter 59. Kazaru is shocked. Is this sparkling fruit? Li Mu slowly raised his feet, and bursts of golden light shone on his feet. This light naturally comes from sparkling fruit, and Kazaru is familiar with it. Seeing the familiar golden light with this attribute, it was impossible for Kazaru not to be shocked. At this time, his face suddenly changed, and the playful and obscene expression in the past disappeared, replaced by a face full of solemnity and shock. What's happening here? Am I dazzled? He thought in disbelief. Even he, who usually had a vulgar expression on his face, was no longer calm at the moment. What is your ability? He asked Li Mu very seriously. Regarding his own fruit ability, he also became a little serious. What do you think? Li Mu said, pretending to be mysterious. Anyway, I love whatever I want. This is the genuine sparkling fruit, but it's none of his business what everyone thinks. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kazaru frowned and said with a look of disbelief. And the reason why Kazaru was so surprised was, according to common sense, it is impossible for a fruit to appear repeatedly. At least he, the original owner, would not have the same fruit ability while he was still alive. And this is also an unwritten rule on the sea. It is impossible for two identical devil fruits to exist at the same time. But the fruit ability used by Li Mu at this moment is exactly the same as Kazaru's. It was hard for Kazaru not to be shocked. Because the abilities used by Li Mu are so similar to Kazaru's, even Kazaru who possesses sparkling fruit cannot find any flaws for a while. Could it really be sparkling fruit? Impossible, impossible. Sparkling fruit is absolutely impossible to appear at the same time. There's definitely something wrong with this. Kazaru still refused to believe that what Li Mu used was sparkling fruit. He just felt a little embarrassed on his face. This is a fruitful ability that I am proud of. How could you be easily imitated by this guy in front of you? If this guy is really a sparkling fruit, all the research results on devil fruit over the years will be empty talk. After all, this is a conclusion reached over hundreds of years. There's just no way the same situation could happen with devil fruit. Could it be the devil fruit who is superior and subordinate? Kazaru thought to himself. This is the most likely explanation at the moment. Similar to Mara fruit and lava fruit, the Logia fruit, which is in a superior-subordinate relationship, is very close in ability to a certain extent. And the shining fruit must also have superior and subordinate devil fruits. After all, this sea is so big, there must be many fruit abilities that Kazaru has never seen before. After all, it's not just the light itself that can shine. Like a mirror or a flashlight, or some kind of zone fruit. Kazaru kept making guesses in his mind for reasons he couldn't understand. I want to know what the abilities of these two fruits with exactly the same abilities are like. He scratched his head and thought of another possibility. Artificial devil fruit. After all, in the hands of scientists, nothing is impossible. As for Vegapunk, who serves Marine, too many miracles have happened in his hands. Even a strong person like Kazaru is still extremely shocked every time he sees Vegapunk's technology. Therefore, artificial devil fruit is not impossible. But Kazaru thought about it carefully and realized that his body had never been investigated and studied before. Marine had never mentioned anything like this to him. Whitebeard, who had been watching the battle at this time, was also very shocked. Is this your devil fruit? She couldn't help but ask. You must know that since joining the Ice Witch Pirates, Limu has never used devil fruit's ability. Everyone also agreed that he was just an ordinary pirate, not demon fruit power. After all, when faced with a strong man like Jack the Drow, Limu never showed off his devil fruit ability. Even without using devil fruit's ability, Limu easily solved Jack the Drow. I have to say that Limu's strength is truly terrifying. At first he didn't think it was anything, but at this moment Dib felt more and more that Limu was not a simple guy. Then Limu didn't hesitate and kicked Kazaru directly. Used Kazaru's special skills to attack Kazaru. He also felt secretly happy for a while. Kazaru, I really need to thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to learn this light speed kick. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, I am very grateful to Kazaru for demonstrating the correct usage of sparkling fruit. You know, Kazaru used sparkling fruit's light speed kick in front of him more than once. He couldn't learn other moves, but he was already familiar with this light speed kick. It is also extremely smooth to use. As the developer of the light speed kick, Kazaru knows that this kick is extremely fast and it is very unrealistic to rely on speed to avoid it. When he noticed Limu's action, he saw it. Kazaru's feet began to glow with the same light. He also has to kick back with the speed of light. The two people kicked each other at a speed invisible to the naked eye. However, the two were of similar strength, and such a kick could not determine the outcome. At this time, both of their feet were stuck in midair, unable to move forward at all. Kazaru looked at Limu with narrowed eyes, wanting to see something in Limu's eyes. But Limu's expression was very calm. After all, he was very sure that the sparkling fruit she used was the one he got from Kazaru. Seeing Kazaru's surprised look at this moment, he felt indescribably relieved. At this time, he also thought about whether he could pick up other devil fruit. Although sparkling fruit is powerful enough, but he still wanted more. What zone fantasy beast species? Or just get a Nika fruit, but that will take too long. It is estimated that Nika has not yet awakened. The two of them kicked each other, and a strong air flow suddenly centered on the point where the two of them hit each other. Keep thinking about the radiation around you. The Marines and pirates who were currently fighting once again suffered this unthinkable disaster. The impact was very powerful. Ordinary Marines and pirates simply can't handle it. Many Marines and pirates were knocked back several steps by the impact. Some of them were so powerful that they almost fell to the ground. That's the impact. Is it the battle between Akynu Admiral and Whitebeard again? It seems to be coming from Kazaru Admiral. What's going on? Why hasn't Kazaru Admiral been able to kill a little pirate? And there was such an explosion. The Marine soldiers were very puzzled. The explosion in front of them was obviously beyond their knowledge. Moreover, Kazaru's strength is also recognized by the Marine soldiers. Why has it not been possible to defeat an ordinary pirate? Thinking of this, the Marine soldiers also focused their attention on the battle on Kazaru's side from time to time. That guy has something. He actually fought back and forth with Kazaru. I thought he had been dealt with by Kazaru. Isn't that guy Li Mu from our Ice Witch pirates? Was he really that fierce? The pirates said in shock. They don't know what level Admiral is. Li Mu was actually able to fight Admiral back and forth. In any case, they were in disbelief. It's not just Marines and pirates at this time. Even some Marine Vice Admirals thought the impact was a bit strong. It was actually sent by Kazaru Admiral fighting a pirate. The Marine Vice Admirals, including the giant Vice Admirals, couldn't believe it. Admiral Kazaru is one of the most powerful Marines. Although he doesn't show off at ordinary times, his combat power at critical moments is not inferior to that of Akynu and Aokiji. His record is also very strong. Countless legendary pirates died at his feet. Thinking of this, the Marine Vice Admirals also looked sideways, shagged watching the fight between Kazaru and Li Mu. Shichibukai, who was having fun playing in the square, was also shocked by this powerful vibration. They are currently killing some young pirates from the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Sengoku was watching them from the stage. Even if they are acting, they have to cooperate. Otherwise, they cannot afford to be labeled as disobedient. After all, Kaishia Jinbei was impelled down by Marine because of this. After seeing Kazaru's fight erupt into such an amazing explosion, Shichibukai's eyes were also attracted. Previously, they had been paying attention to the battle between Akynu and Whitebeard, and had no time to care about what Kazaru was doing. But Kazaru would actually be entangled by an ordinary pirate, which was something they never imagined. As the kick ended, Kazaru was even more surprised. This is exactly the same as his light-speed kick. The flesh on his face was twisted together, and all the entanglements in his heart were exposed on his face. The usually lewd and playful smile disappeared. Instead, there was a look of solemnity and seriousness. I saw Kazaru quickly teleporting away from Li Mu. Immediately afterwards, laser beams fell from the sky like raindrops. Li Mu saw a smile in his eyes. A bold decision came from his heart. Then he also used several laser beams and aimed the laser attack at Kazaru. At this time, the lasers falling in the air collided with the lasers pouring out from the ground. It exploded like fireworks in the sky above Marineford. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, for picking up 100,000 observation Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. Messages suddenly came from the system. Kazaru, this old guy, is finally willing to show off his housekeeping skills. Li Mu was overjoyed. It was great that Kazaru was willing to give his best. In this way, the attribute points he can obtain will also be greatly increased. After a fireworks-like explosion exploded over Marineford, everyone's attention was completely attracted. Even Baihu and Akynu were fighting at this point. What is this guy Kazaru doing? I can't even catch a little pirate, Akynu said with some annoyance. After all, he was facing the local coach. The pressure on him is immense. Huge. The most powerful man in the world, Whitebeard, still gave him a full sense of oppression even at sunset. Seeing that Kazaru continued to fail to achieve results, he also felt a little resentful in his heart. He is still waiting for Aokiji and Kazaru to support him. At this time, Whitebeard also felt a flash of shock in his heart. Who is this general? Why is he so fierce? He actually got into a heated fight with Marine Admiral Kazaru. Seeing the explosion like fireworks in the sky, Whitebeard understood that Kazaru was probably at full fire. Just when everyone's eyes were completely attracted by the battle between the two, Kazaru suddenly made a push hand gesture. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. He didn't hesitate and just used his ultimate move. Li Mu smiled when he saw this. You've come just in time. The 8-foot Magatama. He directly used the exact same moves against Kazaru's moves. Bang bang bang. Countless light spots exploded in the air, and even bigger fireworks exploded. Kazaru's face was livid at this time. At this time, he had no other guesses. All the moves are the same as his, except for sparkling fruit, there are no other possibilities. Then Kazaru turned into a ray of light again and galloped towards Ji Mu. He kicked out, but was blocked again by Li Mu using the same move. What followed was a series of collisions. Suddenly the entire Marineford was affected by this powerful confrontation. Seeing that neither long-range attacks nor light-speed kicks could harm Li Mu, Kazaru simply summoned a lightsaber to kill Li Mu. Although Kazaru usually uses sparkling fruit and light-speed kick mostly. But after all, he is a Marine Admiral who has climbed up step by step in Marine. His swordsmanship is also very superb. But the same is true for Li Mu. With the increase in attribute points, his swordsmanship level is almost catching up with the great swordsman Eagle Eye. Congratulations to the host, you picked up 100,000 points of leadership. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, for picking up 100,000 observation Haki points. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. Li Mu received another attribute point. Haha, all the attribute points you owed me before are finally given to you this time. It's so easy to squeeze them out, he said somewhat angrily. You must know that Kazaru lost a lot of attribute points because of his exploits. But this time he pulled them all out at once. The two men obviously had no intention of stopping their fight. From the clash of lasers to the collision of fists and feet, the two experienced a lot. At this time, the two people were constantly colliding in the sky above Marineford. And Li Mu also successfully picked up a large number of attribute points. Violent movements attracted everyone's attention. The sky above Marineford is covered in sakura flowers. Because the fight between the two became more and more intense, the Marine soldiers and pirates also stopped fighting at this time. Otherwise, it would be completely impossible to continue fighting with the series of impacts and fireworks like explosions. All the Marine soldiers and pirates could only stare blankly at the sky. Chapter 60. The whole audience was in an uproar. Admiral was defeated. 60/63. Chapter 60. The whole audience was in an uproar. Admiral was defeated. Previous. Next. Chapter 60. The whole audience was in an uproar. Admiral actually lost. As the battle between Li Mu and Kazaru became more and more intense, everyone present also looked at it. Sengoku, who had been busy directing the battle, rarely took time to look at the battle in the air. It's rare for this guy Kazaru to have such a serious side, he thought with some confusion. You should know that he is the Marine Marshal, he knows it best. Kazaru usually fishes and paddles in order to earn a little money. No matter what kind of battle it is difficult for him to show his full strength. But Sengoku, who has watched Kazaru grow up, still knows Kazaru's true strength very well. It can only be said that if Kazaru is serious, he will not lose to Sakazuki. Because sparkling fruit is too strong. Even among the many Logia fruits, it is unique. A super powerful fruit that combines strength and speed. It can be said that there is no weakness at all. Is Kazaru so serious? Who is this opponent? Garp thought in confusion. After seeing that the guy Kazaru fought was just an ordinary pirate, Garp became even more confused. After all, Kazaru rarely uses his full strength on weekdays. Now he is just dealing with an ordinary little pirate. It was actually in a state of full firepower. But after watching it for a while, Garp also understood. But where did this powerful pirate come from? There is no such strong person in Marine's news. The Whitebeard pirates actually hide such combat power. Staff officer, he said with some surprise. Who is Kazaru? One of the 3 admirals of Naval headquarters. Marine's highest combat power is not only at its peak, but also at a very young age. And now there is actually a pirate who can fight to a draw with such Kazaru. It can be imagined that the strength of this pirate is definitely not bad. Why doesn't Marine have any information about him? Staff officer, he thought with some confusion. For a strong man of this level, it stands to reason that Marine should investigate clearly in advance before starting a war with the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, it is completely possible to reverse the situation of the war. Marine's 3 senior staff officers are all paying close attention to the battle in front of them. Kazaru rose from Marine soldier to Marine Admiral step by step. This took no more than 15 years. It can be said that his talent is extremely high. And he grew up under the witness of Sengoku Garp and Commander Suru. And sparkling fruit was only obtained later after achieving great results. It can be said that Kazaru is a very comprehensive Marine Admiral. Whether it's taijutsu, haki, or fruit abilities. If such a strong man attacks with all his strength, it will be difficult for anyone to be able to parry it. The strong men of the old era have grown old, and the supernovas of the new world have not yet grown up. Apart from the 4 emperors and the other 2 admirals, there are only a few strong men in this sea who can compete with Kazaru. But under such circumstances, a pirate actually appeared and fought fiercely with the peaked Kazaru. HMPH, can't you even take down an unknown pirate? Akynu said angrily. On weekdays, Kazaru's paddling was noticed by him, but because Admiral was an admiral. Naturally, it was hard for him to say anything. But he has a unique understanding of Marine's justice in his heart. At least a righteous Marine would not paddle like this. The justice in his heart did not allow Marine Admiral to act like this. But Akynu just has a deeper obsession. But people are not stupid. After simply watching the battle between the two for a while, he discovered the clues. Although Kazaru is indeed suspected of fishing in the water, but Lee Emu's strength at this time was also noticed by him. This pirate seems not as simple as I thought, Akynu exclaimed inwardly. His eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a little confused. When did the pirates have another guy who could compete with Admiral? A fighting spirit gathered in Akynu's heart. I will definitely meet this guy when I get the chance. He secretly made up his mind. But right now, his primary target is still Whitebeard. Isn't that sparkling fruit? Aokiji thought with some confusion as he watched the battle in the air. But there is an unwritten rule in the sea, that is, the same fruit ability cannot appear at the same time. Therefore, everyone instinctively thought that the two people's abilities were not the same. But Aokiji knows Kazaru very well and knows some details of Kazaru's abilities. At this moment, he had a vague feeling in his heart that this pirate had a secret. Aokiji and Akynu are both Marine Admirals and know the depth of Kazaru's strength. Although this guy Kazaru usually likes to fish and paddle, I always like to have a hand in reserve when it's time to make an effort. But once Kazaru's strength is taken seriously, he is invincible. With his unparalleled speed, even the two of them could do nothing against him. The worst is the worst. Marine Admiral is nothing more than that. Before I came here, first thought Marine would definitely beat the Whitebeard pirates. I didn't expect that the dignified Marine Grand Prize would actually have a back-and-forth fight with an ordinary pirate. Gecko Moria looked at the battle in the sky with a sneer. I don't quite understand why Marine Admiral has been unable to capture an ordinary pirate. Bark 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 bark. This time it's really not in vain. It seems that Marine Admiral is not as scary as imagined. He actually fought back and forth with ordinary pirates from the Whitebeard pirates. Doflamingo said with a laugh. Don't be too happy yet. When did the Whitebeard pirates have such a strong guy? In my opinion, it's not that Admiral is weak, but that this pirate is too strong. The eagle's eyes were sharp, and at the same time, there was a faint fighting spirit in his heart. He also wanted to have a hearty battle. I never imagined that the Whitebeard pirates would be so crouching tiger, hidden dragon. A little-known pirate can actually fight Admiral Kazaru, the Empress said as she looked at the battle in the air with some fear. Bartholomew's expression showed a rare hint of shock. The books held in both hands were also put down. The Shichibukai were also shocked by the scene in front of them. They didn't know Kazaru's specific strength. They didn't know for a while whether Kazaru was too weak or Lee Mew was too strong. But it is Marine Admiral after all, so even if it is weak, it cannot be that weak. At least they in Shichibukai don't have the guts to fight Admiral. And this only shows that the nameless pirate of the Whitebeard pirates is indeed too strong. Such a person can actually remain unknown in the Whitebeard pirates. As expected of the Whitebeard pirates. Doflamingo said in shock. The other Shichibukai also frowned slightly. They have to continue to consider the gap between Shichibukai and 4 emperors. At this time, Whitebeard was seriously injured and was recuperating behind the Whitebeard pirates, his face full of shock. This guy is actually so strong. She had some idea of Lee Emu's strength. After all, she was a member of her ship. But she really didn't expect that even Marine Admiral Lee Mew would be able to fight. Oh my god, a person I recruited casually before could actually play such a role in Summit War. At this time, Whitebeard's heart was extremely confused. Lee Mew shocked her time and time again. When Kim brought Lee Mew to Whitebeard, she didn't take it to heart. Just think of it as supplementing the lack of people in the pirate group. It's enough to just help with odd jobs, but if you really want to fight, you probably won't be able to count on it. But it was such a person who saved her twice. It even defeated Jack the Drow. Now he is even tied with Kazaru. Whitebeard's heart was once again shrouded in shock. What a surprise. A person I recruited casually before actually played such an important role in Summit War. She was overjoyed. She really didn't expect Li Mu to be so powerful. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but thank Kim. If not for Kim recruiting Li Mu, the Ice Witch pirates were probably destroyed long ago. Fortunately, this guy Li Mu gave her surprises again and again. Since when did I have such a person in my pirate group? Whitebeard thought in confusion. After all, he is a strong man from the old era. It can be considered as joining the old world. With his eyes, it is not difficult to see the specific situation of Li Mu's fight with Kazaru. Kazaru is very strong, but since Li Mu can tie with him, he is probably at the Marine Admiral level. After all, he couldn't fight Kazaru with full firepower. Whitebeard knew very well that the entire Whitebeard pirates probably could do the same. Not even the squad leaders. Because it is not difficult to see that Kazaru in the sky is really serious. Marine Admiral's full-strength attack is naturally not something that ordinary people can match. Dad, this man is so strong, I guess I won't be his opponent. Marco said with some surprise. Having fought against Kazaru before, Marco is very aware of Kazaru's strength. Even if he attacks with all his strength, Kazaru seems to be able to do it with ease. But now it is not difficult to see that Kazaru is even a little angry. Please give me flowers. Lasers are fired as if they are free of charge. The whole person seems to be integrated with the light. But the moves of the two people are very similar. Could it be that they have the same ability? But as soon as the idea came up, it was rejected by Marco. Because it is impossible to have two kinds of fruit abilities in this sea. Is that sparkling fruit? Is that what he's capable of? Josie thought with some confusion. This guy Josie's brain is a bit slow. At this moment, when he saw the same moves between the two, he immediately thought that the two had the same fruit abilities. Didn't think of anything else at all. No, doesn't it mean that two identical devil fruits won't have the same ability at the same time? Beasta knew the inside story and said hurriedly. On the sea, these are common sense to pirates. Devil fruit will reappear in the sea after the death of the Esper. But the same two devil fruit abilities will never appear at the same time. It should be a superior subordinate relationship, Izo said with a frown. But when he said it, even he himself was a little reluctant to believe it. Because the abilities of the two of them are so similar at this time. Under the attention of everyone, the battle between the two continued. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 armament Haki points. Congratulations to host, for picking up 100,000 observation Haki points. Another burst of system messages. After Kazaru showed his true strength, Li Mu's various attributes also skyrocketed crazily. The battle between the two began to be evenly matched at the beginning, and gradually changed. At this time, Li Mu has completely mastered the ability of sparkling fruit after many duels. He no longer passively fights Kazaru. He began to try to take the initiative. Upon seeing Li Mu's body shape began to change, he also became light. In a flash, he left the spot and appeared several kilometers away. When he came back, it was a powerful light speed kick. At this moment, Kazaru became a passive defensive party. The battle between the two even spread to the entire marine. I saw the two of them flashing and moving in the air. Violent bombing sounds continued to erupt in the air. Boom boom boom. The sound is endless. At this time, Kazaru's forehead began to sweat, and he gradually entered a disadvantage. At this time, it was difficult for him to even passively receive Li Mu's attacks. He even vaguely felt that his speed could not keep up with Li Mu's speed. But his attributes cannot understand such a situation. Obviously not long ago, Li Mu was beaten violently by him in Sabayati Archipelago. At that time, let alone being able to fight a Tai, he didn't even have fruit abilities. Time has obviously passed not long ago, and this guy has actually grown to this point. Kazaru was a little confused. The reason why the battle was even at the beginning was because Li Mu also only had the strength of Marine Admiral. But where is this? This is Summit War, and a lot of attribute points are dropped at every moment. When Li Mu and Kazaru are fighting, you must know that the system is also beating like crazy. With the influx of a large number of attribute points, Li Mu's strength has already reached the Admiral peak. Backed by Summit War's huge attribute points, Li Mu can be said to be getting stronger as he fights. This also caused Kazaru to become unable to do what he wanted. And at the beginning, although Li Mu just had the strength of Admiral, but his growth is really inseparable from Kazaru's guidance. Not only did it provide him with a large number of attribute points, but he also personally taught Li Mu how to use sparkling fruit. This can't be blamed on Li Mu. It really taught the apprentice to starve the master to death. At this time, the two of them kept changing positions in the air, and flash kicks met in the air again and again. Bang bang bang. Every intersection will explode with huge fireworks. The whole sky above Marineford was like a huge fireworks festival. As the fight continued, Kazaru, who was originally at a disadvantage, gradually began to fail. He no longer chooses to use Flash Kick to collide with Li Mu. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Kazaru prepares to use his best move to attack Li Mu. But suddenly a yellow flash flashed and he was shocked. Li Mu's speed was actually faster than him. Kazaru was shocked, but it was too late to defend himself. Li Mu's light speed kick directly hit Kazaru's body. Kazaru was kicked into the ruins. Chapter 61. Deal with Kazaru, Akynu is coming. 61/63. Chapter 61. Deal with Kazaru, Akynu is coming. Previous. Next. Chapter 61. Dealing with Kazaru, Akynu is here. After Kazaru was kicked into the rubble, Marineford was in an uproar. Admiral. The Marine soldiers shouted in shock. After all, these are the three admirals with the highest combat power in Marine. It's really unbelievable that he was kicked into the ruins by this guy Li Mu. No, that's our Mr. Admiral Kazaru. He actually took care of Mr. Kazaru. Are my eyes blurred? Haha. Mr. Kazaru is really funny. The Marine soldiers were talking in disbelief. They had never seen Admiral lose, let alone Kazaru in Admiral. It is said that Kazaru has speed close to that of light. Ordinary people can't even see his trajectory clearly, let alone catch up with him. But such a mysterious Marine Admiral was actually defeated by Li Mu. Who is this pirate? Never heard of it, never seen it. Why did you suddenly defeat Admiral? Is this the backup plan of the Whitebeard pirates? The Marines continued to discuss, trying to find a perfect explanation for Kazaru's defeat. The Marine soldiers were not the only ones shocked at this time. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also had expressions of disbelief. When did our Whitebeard pirates have such a strong man? Okay, great. Damn it, this is too strong. Admiral. Down. Although I was really looking forward to this happening, I really didn't expect that he actually won the Admiral. The pirates were both surprised and happy. There is actually a guy among them who can defeat Marine, 513, Admiral. You know, that's Marine Admiral. Even if they don't know what the strength of Marine Admiral is, they also know that their captain is already very strong. At least the squad leader can walk sideways in the new world. But such combat power is still very difficult when facing Admiral. But this guy in front of me actually defeated Admiral. At this time, the pirates also estimated that Li Mu's strength was even higher than that of the captain. Their shock could not be overemphasized. The most shocking one is the Ice Witch pirates. Others don't know Li Mu exists. They had seen it several times on the icebreaker. But they thought Li Mu was just an ordinary pirate who couldn't be an ordinary pirate. How could he suddenly develop the strength to defeat Marine Admiral? I actually did it. This is too strong. I never thought that such a person would actually be a member of my Ice Witch pirates. Whitebeard thought in disbelief. This situation is really too dreamy. The troublesome character that every division captain found difficult to deal with was actually solved by his crew. At this time, Whitebeard was really shocked. Li Mu was shocked more every time than all the shocks in her life combined. From the very beginning when she defeated Jack, she felt it was incredible. Now he actually defeated Kazaru, one of the Marine admirals. What level is Kazaru? One of the 3 admirals with the highest combat power in Marine. And Kazaru is already considered a genius among Marines, right? Even so, it took Kazaru countless years to get to this point. And Li Mu, she looks very young. You can imagine that you can have such strength at such an age. Whitebeard also knew that he had found a treasure. It is the luckiest thing for Li Mu to join the Ice Witch Pirates. But Li Mu joined the Whitebeard Pirates just to participate in the Summit War, and had no intention of staying with the Ice Witch Pirates forever. But Whitebeard should also be somewhat prepared in his heart. After all, he is the one who can defeat Kazaru. After the war, even if Li Mu still wants to stay with the Ice Witch Pirates, she will be taken to the Moby DK by Whitebeard. After all, Li Mu's talent and strength are so high. On top of Marineford Plateau, Sengoku looked ugly. The livid face was gloomy and terrifying. There was a little helplessness in his cold eyes. After all, Marine Admiral was defeated, which had a great impact on the direction of Summit War. Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of Marine and represents the true strength of Marine. Now that even Kazaru has been defeated, the morale of the Marines has become extremely low. Sengoku frowned, and Kakuzu's mouth trembled faintly. Chi-Chi was speechless. Looking at Kazaru's embarrassed appearance, he couldn't tell. It was not a deliberate performance, it was a performance of all-out effort. Li Mu defeated Kazaru purely by relying on his own toughness. This made Sengoku even more worried. A combat force that can defeat Marine Admiral, to be honest, it is entirely possible to counterattack this war. This is a war that Marine has carefully prepared for a long time. Sengoku didn't want to lose like this. Therefore, he was very confused at this time. The Whitebeard Pirates have gained another extremely powerful fighting force. Whitebeard, I underestimated you. Is this part of your plan? Sengoku whispered sadly. He really didn't expect that he still underestimated the Whitebeard Pirates. Although there are bound to be surprises in war, Sengoku can certainly understand this. As Marine Marshal, he has experienced countless battles. What kind of war has he not experienced? What kind of reversal has he not encountered? But now an unknown pirate actually took over their Marine's peak combat power. This is a fact that Sengoku cannot accept no matter what. After all, Kazaru is also recognized as one of the strongest among Marines. Being defeated like this had a huge impact on Marine. Without a reasonable explanation, the morale of the Marines would probably collapse. The originally inextricable battle situation changed dramatically because of Li Mu's action. The high-end combat power of both sides is not much different, but Li Mu's move caused Marine to fall into passivity and disadvantage. Now, the only advantage Marine has left is probably the overwhelming number of people. I really didn't expect it. Garp frowned and thought. After all, Kazaru was a student he taught. Garp knew very well how strong Kazaru was. Although Kazaru is a bit loose in character, it is not impossible for him to be careless. But was defeated because of this? He still didn't quite understand. From the beginning to now, his strength has obviously been getting stronger. What is the reason? And the staff officer said meaningfully. After hearing what counselor he said, Garp also fell into deep thought. Could it be said that there are really people in this world with such strong learning ability? It only takes a few fights to get stronger. That is, these two did not go to the Sabayati archipelago. If only they knew that Sabayati archipelago Li Mu could not withstand Kazaru's attack not long ago. But now Kazaru can be defeated, and the two of them are shocked to death. In a short period of time, such strength can be improved. At least they couldn't find anyone else with their rich experience. At this time, no one at Shichibukai was in shock. As Shichibukai, they are naturally very aware of Marine Admiral's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to be Marine's lackeys. At least they knew they were inferior to Marine Admiral. Gia, it's unbelievable that the Whitebeard Pirates actually produced such a strong man. Even Kazaru was defeated by him. His attributes are so amazing. I wonder what impact his appearance will have on this battle. Gecko Moria thought with some fear. After all, he is the one who can defeat Admiral, and he is still on their opposite side. It's hard not to be afraid. What a strong strength. I don't know how big the gap between me and him is. The eagle's sharp eyes stared at Li Mu. The fighting spirit in his heart was already a little unbearable. He desperately wanted to fight Li Mu. Are you here again? Hawkeye really wants to fight whoever is stronger. But I have to say that the nameless pirate who defeated Kazaru is indeed strong enough. I don't know where the Whitebeard pirates recruited people from. The pirate empress thought with some fear. Bartholomew the Big Bear was completely shocked at this time. Fu Jing's expression couldn't help but twitch twice. Doflamingo, who loved to laugh very much, was completely unable to laugh at this time. He knew what Li Emu's appearance meant. Their Shichibukai was in Marine's shoes at the moment. Once Marine is completely defeated, they won't be much better. At this moment, they have completely offended the Whitebeard pirates. I originally thought it would be a one-sided situation. But it turned out to be inextricable from the start. Now there is someone who can defeat Marine Admiral. As a result, the situation has become somewhat out of control. It's actually like this. We have to find a way to escape from here. If this continues, it's probably only a matter of time before Marine loses. Doflamingo thought anxiously. Under the red sunglasses was his fearful expression. Whitebeard, who had distanced himself from Akynu at this time, was also paying attention to the game on the court. Gu la 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 la. Who is that person? Our Whitebeard pirates actually produced such a strong man. Is he from that pirate group? Whitebeard said with some disbelief. He who commanded the Moby DK naturally knew that Li Mu came from the Grand Fleet. Because dreams are the closest to him. But it's really shocking that the big fleet can produce a guy who can defeat Kazaru. Even Whitebeard was surprised and delighted at the moment. It seems to be under Sister Y. Marco has been watching the battlefield and discovered that Li Mu has been fighting following the trajectory of the Ice Witch pirates. I had previous conversations and interactions with Whitebeard. Therefore, it was soon confirmed that Li Mu was from the Ice Witch pirates. Sister Y, it's true. There is such a powerful person hiding down there, and she deliberately didn't report it. Josie said with some resentment. If only Li Mu had been assigned Admiral level strength from the beginning. The situation in Summit War is definitely much better now, so it's normal for Josie to be a little resentful. That's right. Beasta echoed Josie's statement. You know he wanted to fight. The opening scene has been fighting on the front lines. The Marine Vice Admiral who was defeated by him had no idea how many friends he had. But even in this situation he still saw no hope of rescuing Ace. Because Marine's resistance is also very strong. In addition to countless Marine soldiers, there is a huge number of Marine Vice Admirals. And the secretive Marine Admiral thought for a while that the Whitebeard pirates had lost. But fortunately, the situation soon turned around. An unknown pirate actually defeated Marine Admiral Kazaru. This guy is too strong. I fought against Kazaru before, and there was no hope of victory at all. Instead, Kazaru kept restraining him like he was walking a dog. But he actually defeated Kazaru as soon as he came up. I still can't believe it. Marco frowned and thought for a moment before saying. It can be seen that Marco is very afraid of Li Mu. After all, such a strong man suddenly appears, Wei Wei will be a little worried in her heart. I wonder if Sister Y knows the details of this guy. With such strength, you don't want to make a name for yourself, but you actually hide in our Whitebeard pirates and become a little pirate. Josie said with some fear. That's right. Beasta also echoed. It was obvious that the squad leaders did not trust this strong man who suddenly appeared. Gu la 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 la. Don't think so much. Work hard together. Don't let anyone underestimate us, the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard yelled. After all, Admiral fell down at this time, and now is undoubtedly the best opportunity to pursue Marine in 5.5. Whitebeard naturally didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. So he hurriedly boosted the morale of his pirate group. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the captains no longer had any doubts in their hearts. Dad didn't say anything, so it's no problem. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates were in a good mood because of Admiral's fall. Marine is nothing to be afraid of, even the most powerful Admiral is nothing more than that. Isn't it easy for everyone to unite and win? That's right. What's so scary about Marine? The Admiral is nothing more than that. Marine's defeat will only happen sooner or later. I can't control that much anymore, just do it. The members of the Whitebeard pirates all looked full of fighting spirit. For a moment, the Marine soldiers were a little overwhelmed. And this is what morale does. As the Whitebeard pirates began to charge, Marine was gradually losing ground. Seeing this, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates became even higher. At this time, Kazaru was defeated, and Li Mu quietly landed on Marineford's square. He wanted to hide while the fierce fighting between the two sides was going on. For him, picking up attributes is the most important thing. If Kazaru hadn't come to him on his own initiative, he wouldn't have been willing to start a civil war with Kazaru. Now that he defeated Kazaru, everyone is really paying attention. In this way, it would be difficult for him to continue to pick up attribute points quietly. Just when Li Mu was mixing in the crowd and planning to quietly pick up attribute points, the monstrous lava suddenly blocked in front of him. He was startled and looked up. Akynu is coming. Chapter 62 Lava fruit was actually picked up by me. 62/63. Chapter 62 Lava fruit was actually picked up by me. Previous. Next. Chapter 62 Lava fruit was actually picked up by me. After the previous continuous development, the battle with Kazaru is added. Li Mu clearly knows that he already has the strength to surpass Admiral. The strength of the iron-clad Admiral in the late game. Although Akynu is the strongest among the three admirals. But he wasn't afraid, and although they are said to be the strongest, in fact the strength of the three admirals is not much different. It's just that Akynu is cruel and ruthless in his behavior. His attacks are also ruthless, attacking others' vital points. At this time Akynu walked towards Li Mu unhurriedly. His expression was unusually cold, and he stared at Li Mu fiercely. Because Li Mu defeated Kazaru, Marine's morale is now greatly reduced. The momentum was slightly suppressed by the Whitebeard pirates. Akynu naturally couldn't see such a thing, so he gave up the duel with Whitebeard directly. Walking towards Li Mu, trying to find Marine's place. Although he looks calm on the surface, he is so in his heart. Although Kazaru is paddling, there is no doubt about Admiral's strength. Since he can defeat Kazaru, it shows that Li Mu's strength is definitely good. Akynu understood the current situation very well, and he was not a careless person. He never looked down on anyone. So as soon as he came up, he was ready to use all his strength to face Li Mu. It starts with a super attack of lava fruit. A huge piece of magma headed directly towards Li Mu. The entire magma is as big as a small mountain. And the fire and heat are still coming out, as if it is going to melt everything. What a fool, are you still going to let me pick up attributes? Li Mu felt quite resentful. I obviously just want to pick up some attributes in a low-key manner, so why do people always come and interrupt me for no reason? It's so abominable. Neither Kazaru nor Akynu provoked them at all. Can you just not see me like this? Looking at the huge magma in front of him, 27 he was suddenly speechless. Red dog, can I just say that it's really you? Kill him as soon as he comes up. He complained in his mind. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. A message came from the system. Sure enough, what Li Mu thought was the same, Akynu really used all his strength as soon as he came up. All I can say is that it's you, Red Dog. But Li Mu was not afraid at all. He didn't even want to hide. This guy Akynu can also do sneak attacks. Then Li Mu raised his hand and struck the enhanced laser beam from his finger. Boom! The huge magma was directly exploded. Suddenly it shattered into countless pieces. Run away! Run away! Admiral Akynu got into a fight with the mysterious pirate. Immediately, countless marines and pirates fighting nearby began to flee. Even a small piece of the magma fragments all over the sky is enough for these marines and pirates to drink from. This is magma with a temperature of more than 1,000 degrees. As long as you touch it, your whole body will inevitably burn up. These marines and pirates also knew the power of lava fruit, so they had to escape quickly. It can only be said that mortals suffer when masters try too hard. Even if he escaped, Li Mu didn't want to kill indiscriminately. But Akynu doesn't care about that. He teleported directly and came to Li Mu. His fist became extremely red, and there was a faint feeling of terror. Dark Hound. Akainu's attack was so fast and fierce that Li Mu's heart trembled. It's really deadly, he sighed in his heart. Although Akynu directly fired a Dark Hound towards his heart at an extremely fast speed. But Li Mu's observation Haki is not for show either. He hurriedly covered his fist with armament Haki. Collision directly with Akainu's Dark Hound. Suddenly, a powerful impact centered on the two of them and struck all around. At this time, some pirates and marines who were running slower were blown away by the airflow. Akynu looked at Li Mu viciously, trying to figure out something from this mysterious pirate. But Li Mu was not afraid of him at all and glared back at Akynu. Now he has strength that is not inferior to that of Marine Admiral. Plus pervert Logia fruit sparkling fruit. He has the strength to stand up to Akynu. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. The two of them faced off for a long time, and for a while they couldn't tell the difference. Did Akynu take action too? If Sakazuki takes action, I can relax, Sengoku said with a sigh of relief. That guy Kazaru is usually used to fishing, so he must have lost to Li Mu because of his carelessness. But Akynu is different from Kazaru. He is cautious by nature and is extremely ruthless towards his opponents. It's absolutely no problem if he takes action. By then, the confidence of the Marines can be restored, and morale will not remain low. Is Akynu planning to attack him too? It's good that I have a clear look at this guy's strength. Whitebeard looked thoughtful. He simply stopped trying to stop Akynu. Then Akynu and Li Mu give it a try. Although the previous battle between Kazaru and Li Mu had a result. But he was so busy with the duel with Akynu that he barely had time to pay attention. He was also a little curious about how Kazaru was defeated by Li Mu. But now that Akynu is about to take action, we might as well take a look at Li Mu's strength. As for someone who can beat Kazaru, there shouldn't be too much pressure against Akynu. At this time, Akynu's Dark Hound and Li Mu's fist clash failed to determine the winner. The fists of the two were still colliding with each other with force. Upon seeing this, Akynu took out his other hand, and suddenly a huge magma hit Marineford square like a meteorite. This meteorite is very huge. If it hits it, many pirates and marines will probably suffer. Li Mu's mouth twitched even more. What a good guy, you won't even spare your own people. However, he has no obligation to save lives and heal the wounded. The death of these marines and pirates has nothing to do with him. He can probably escape easily as long as he uses sparkling fruit. But Akynu seemed not to let Li Mu go. After he summoned the magma to smash down, he greeted Li Mu with a flurry of fast punches. Li Mu is not used to Akynu. Armament Haki is fully opened, and sparkling fruit directly fights Akynu with fists. What strength is Li Mu now? Admiral late stage. With the addition of sparkling fruit, Akynu's speed couldn't catch up with him at all. It didn't take long for Akynu to feel that he couldn't hold on any longer. He had been punched several times by Li Mu in the face. But in order to prevent Li Mu from being hit by the lava, he chose to hold on. Boom! Finally, the huge magma crashed down. Li Mu also punched Akynu back before being hit. He didn't dare to resist the power of lava fruit. He didn't know what would happen if this terrifying temperature continued to burn. I saw Li Mu directly transformed into a ray of light at this critical moment. A pillar of light lit up Marineford, and everyone was frightened. A hole was also opened in the huge magma. Li Mu had turned into a beam of light and successfully escaped from the attack of the magma. At this time, he was suspended in the air and looking towards the ground. There is a huge pothole in Marineford's square. Many marines and pirates complained endlessly. They were painfully burned by the magma. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of strength attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 devil fruit attributes. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 points of agility attribute. Congratulations to host, you picked up 100,000 armament Haki points. Congratulations to host, for picking up 100,000 observation Haki points. A series of system messages came. Li Mu was naturally happy. Although this guy Akynu is very ruthless. But it is precisely because of this that attribute points are dropped in large quantities. Akynu never disappoints when it comes to attribute point drops. At this time, Marineford was covered in scorched earth, and many marines and pirates were injured by Akynu and complained endlessly. Lying on the ground and rolling around. Suddenly a cold light flashed through, and bursts of ice mist appeared, extinguishing the flames. It turns out that Aokiji couldn't stand the suffering of these marines, so he had to extinguish Akynu's magma. But as a result, many pirates were rescued. Aokiji, this guy, Has done it all in one fell swoop. Akynu cursed angrily. As long as the pirates can be eliminated, he feels that he can still bear the loss. The life and death of these Marines seem to have nothing to do with him. Sakazuki, are you so angry that you don't even care about the lives of Marine soldiers? Aokiji clenched his fists, feeling angry at Akynu's behavior. The two people who were not dealing with each other once again had differences over this matter. But I can only say that each has his or her own justice. Aokiji attaches more importance to Marines' care, while Akynu attaches more importance to the crusade against pirates. At this time, the huge magma turned into an ordinary stone under the influence of Aokiji. It looks like a meteorite above the ground. I saw Akynu standing on the boulder looking at Li Mu. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. He was a little surprised that Li Mu was still safe under his previous attack. At this moment, a very special message suddenly appeared in the system's attribute drop message. Congratulations to host, you picked up lava fruit from Akynu. Li Mu's expression suddenly changed. The dignity and seriousness that he had pretended before suddenly disappeared. The excitement in his heart was directly reflected on his face. Groove, devil fruit is here again. The powerful lava fruit. He was overjoyed that this was the second devil fruit. From now on, he will be a dual fruit ability user. And there are two super powerful Logia devil fruits. Lava fruit. It can be called the top 3 Logia fruits. It is the superior fruit of Mara fruit. Not only does the temperature reach over 1000, it can also directly summon huge blocks of magma to hit the enemy. It's not impossible to wrap it around your hand to carry out extremely powerful attacks. It is really a very powerful Logia fruit. At this time, Li Mu had an evil smile on his lips, and this sudden scene made him extremely happy. First it was Kazaru's sparkling fruit, and now even Akynu's lava fruit fell into his hands. His strength has improved this time. Now that you have it, there is no reason not to use it. He plans to use lava fruit to try against Akynu. He casts lava fruit directly. Suddenly, his fists were covered with magma. Still bubbling and bubbling. But because he has mastered lava fruit, he doesn't feel hot at the moment. 773. Although the destructive power of the lava fruit just obtained is estimated to be very poor. But the more it is at such a moment, the more unexpected effects it can have. After all, no one would have guessed that he could actually use 2 devil fruit abilities. But once he used it, Akynu could see clearly below. What? Akynu was shocked. He saw the lava coming out of Li Mu's hand. Suddenly I felt confused. You must know that everyone thinks that Li Mu has always used fruits of the upper and lower levels of sparkling fruit. Although the fruit's ability is close to that of Kazaru, it is impossible to be the same fruit. After all, there cannot be 2 identical devil fruits at the same time. No one could imagine that this was the same ability. But at this time, Akynu couldn't figure it out. In addition to his devil fruit ability, there were people who could have their hands covered with lava. This unscientific. What exactly is this? Akynu squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Li Mu, trying to see something from his eyes. But it is not difficult to see that Li Mu is completely excited at this moment. There's nothing strange about it at all. A person with double fruit abilities. No, this is impossible. How could he be a fruit user? Akynu kept thinking in his mind. But one thing he always understood was that this devil fruit could not appear at the same time. Is it just a coincidence? He happens to have 2 devil fruits, and they are both the superior and subordinate of sparkling fruit and lava fruit. Or is this the ability of some kind of zone phantom beast species? Akynu was puzzled. After all, there has never been a case of double fruit ability in this sea. Even devil fruit with similar abilities is difficult to encounter. Although devil fruit is very rare. But that's only for the world. Once you enter the new century, devil fruit will no longer be rare. Even more important in New World is the long-range use of Haki. But when masters fight against each other, every second counts, and Jian is stunned for a moment. Li Mu seized the opportunity and punched directly. He jumped down from the air and attacked Akynu. There is a huge block of magma wrapped in his hand. Under such a powerful attack, Akynu was directly thrown away. He hit the square and immediately created a huge crater. This lava fruit isn't bad. Li Mu felt happy. Although I just got it, I haven't had time to upgrade it yet. But looking at the huge power that hit Akynu, he was still very satisfied. Wouldn't it be better for me to secretly pick up attributes? You must come here to cause trouble for me. Chapter 63 Akynu is defeated. The eyes of the whole world are gathered. 63/63. Chapter 63 Akynu is defeated. The eyes of the whole world are gathered. Previous. Chapter 63 Akynu is defeated. The eyes of the whole world are gathered. Akynu fell like a kite with its string broken. The whole Marineford was in an uproar. No way. Akynu Admiral, he also lost. Who is this pirate? Why haven't you heard of it before? It's Admiral Kazaru again, and it's Admiral Akynu again. He overturned our two main forces by himself. Oops, who else can be his opponent? The Marines all sighed. The anxiety in my heart is self-evident. Aokiji was the only one left in Marine Admiral at this time. You must know that Marine Admiral is like a pillar to Marine. Although Sengoku is the commander-in-chief of Marine. But Marine Admiral has superior strength and is the lifelong dream of all Marine soldiers. In their hearts, Marine Admiral is an existence that will never fail. Now, 2 of the 3 Marine Admirals have been killed in Lee Emu's hands. How can the Marine soldiers not stop? It would not be an exaggeration to say that the morale of the Marine soldiers was low before, but now they are frightened. After all, there was nothing the Marine Admiral could do, so what hope could they have of winning? Is the sky going to change? Since the Whitebeard pirates have such strong people, why not take action from the beginning? Haha, this isn't true. Those are Sakazuki Admiral and Kazaru Admiral. Is this really such a defeat? The Marine soldiers still didn't want to admit the scene in front of them. Still comforting myself. But no matter what, a defeat is a defeat. The loss of Marine Admiral to Lee Mu has become a fact, and no matter what everyone thinks, it is a fact that cannot be changed. It is said that Lee Mu's current strength has reached above Admiral through the blessing of attribute points. At this time, Marineford's Marine soldiers looked at Lee Mu in the distance. His eyes were full of fear and doubt. Why can a half-killed pirate defeat 2 Marine Admirals? What exactly is this matter about? The Marines took a long time to come to their senses. To say that defeating Admiral Kazaru before was probably an accident. But now defeating Admiral Akynu again has confirmed the fact that Lee Mu is stronger than Admiral. After all, Marine Admiral cannot be defeated by luck or accident. It wasn't just the Marines who were shocked and confused at this time. Even the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were very shocked and confused. Damn it, Akynu is defeated. Did I see it wrong? Is this possible? This is Akynu who has the title of the strongest Marine. I didn't expect that even he would be defeated. This. Although this was a good thing for the pirates, they still couldn't withstand the shock of this incident. I was very surprised. After all, they are just ordinary elite pirates. But they also followed the Whitebeard pirates as they traveled through the New World. Naturally, I have seen a lot of the world. They also know what Marine Admiral represents. This is Marine's highest combat power. It's the faith in Marine's heart. Even Marine Admiral has been defeated, so why is there any need to continue fighting? I thought the pirates were a little happy here. It seems it's time for us to counterattack. Haha, Marine Admiral is nothing more than that. Yes, there is nothing to be afraid of. Let's work harder together and rush to the execution platform to rescue Captain Ace. The pirates shouted excitedly, and their morale was extremely high for a while. Because it all happened so fast. It was so fast that even the Marine Vice Admiral and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates' large fleet could not see clearly what was happening. Although I didn't see the specific process clearly. But everyone saw one fact clearly. That is, after Lee Mu defeated Kazaru, he overthrew Akynu without stopping. Killing 2 admirals in succession, how could they not be frightened by such a move? If you read correctly, even Sakazuki Admiral was defeated by that guy. Obviously just a pirate with no reputation. As expected, Ghost Spider thought angrily. At this time, he continued to fight with the pirates, and felt that these pirates were becoming more difficult to deal with. And all this is the result of Lee Mu defeating the 2 admirals. Bolstered by this morale, the pirates began a desperate attack. Even Marine Vice Admirals find it difficult to resist. Although I don't want to believe it, the facts are before our eyes. Be prepared, it's going to be a tough battle next. Mole Vice Admiral said with a solemn expression. Now that both admirals have been defeated, the next battle will only become more difficult. He deeply understands this truth. Of course, other vice admirals also looked embarrassed at this time. On the one hand, they had to stop the pirates' attack, but on the other hand, the news of Admiral's defeat also affected their mood. At this time, the giant vice admirals are the most difficult. Originally, they had to face the captains of various large fleets. The previous battle was tense and everyone had reservations. But now that the situation has become clear, the captains of various large fleets have also begun to attack fiercely. Under such changes, it was difficult for the giant vice admirals to support themselves. At this time, Shichibukai was watching. What was that flash of red light just now? All the Shichibukai were very puzzled. They also haven't had time to see the whole story clearly. The fight between Li Mu and Akynu caused smoke and dust to billow in the square. There was charred land and billowing smoke everywhere. By the time the Shichibukai saw clearly, Akynu had already been beaten away by Li Mu. 2. Today is really a feast for my eyes. I didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would be so angry that they hide such a character. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to think about who could defeat the two Marine Admirals. Gecko Moria said in disbelief. Usually when he met Marine Admiral, he would not dare to vent his anger. After all, he still stands as a pirate, even though he is recognized by the world government as a public pirate force. But the third admiral has a bad character and will suffer losses if he is not careful. But Li Mu actually defeated two strong men of this level so easily. Moria was understandably shocked. Fool, this is not a good thing for us. After Marine is dealt with, guess where the Whitebeard pirates' targets will be? We are with Marine, can we still escape? Doflamingo said angrily. He only felt that his head felt heavy at this moment. I originally thought I was just going through the motions with Marine, but now Marine is no match. This was a result he could never have imagined. If he had known that things would turn out this way, he wouldn't have come. After all, he is just a Shichibukai. If the anger of the Whitebeard pirates spills out, he will not be able to bear it. This is also a rare time when Doflamingo is anxious. Usually he just watches the excitement and doesn't care about other people's affairs. But Li Mu's ability to defeat two Marine Admirals made him have to be wary. There's nothing to be afraid of. I would like to test how strong this guy is. Eagle eyes are sharp. Behind him, He Daoye looked ready to move. But he still suppressed the fighting spirit in his heart and did not rush to take action. After all, the opponent has the strength to defeat the two four emperors. He also had no confidence that he could survive a few moves in Li Mu's hands. It's really shocking. If you didn't kiss me, I would never believe it. The Empress said with a serious look on her face. Bartholomew the Big Bear couldn't help but nodded. Such a battle situation was obviously not what he expected. At this time Whitebeard was also deeply shocked. Originally, I just wanted to let Akynu go and try out my GMU's strength. But he didn't expect to harm Akynu. As a result, Akynu was defeated by Li Mu. Gu la 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 la. After a moment of melancholy, Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. Although this situation is unexpected. But this is a huge good thing for the Whitebeard pirates. Marine lost two admirals in a row, and Marine's combat power declined rapidly. And morale is extremely low. On the other hand, the Whitebeard pirates' confidence is slowly growing, and their morale has suddenly reached its peak. How does this make Whitebeard unhappy? I didn't expect that there would be such a strong person among my Whitebeard subordinates. And I, Whitebeard, don't know anything. He became a little melancholy. He knew that it would take him at his peak to reach the level of Li Mu. All the captains were speechless for a long time when they saw the scene in front of them. They never imagined that Li Mu really defeated Akynu. Who is this guy? Where did you recruit Sister Y from? This is too fierce, Marco said in shock. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he is well aware of Marine Admiral's strength. That is enough strength to be ranked among the best in the world. It is simply not something that ordinary pirates can defeat. At least he wasn't confident that he could defeat the Marine Admiral. But this inconspicuous pirate in front of him, who was not even famous at all, actually defeated two Marine Admirals one after another. I'm completely convinced. After Chaozi said such a sentence, he said no more. He had doubts about Lee Emu's background before. But after seeing Lee Emu's performance, there was no doubt at all. With such strength, even if he was planning evil against the Whitebeard pirates, wouldn't he have done it already? As for waiting for Summit War to show your strength, it's too fierce. Beasta couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart and shouted out. Except for my dad at the top, I have never seen such a fierce person. Yi Zhang couldn't help but praise. At this time, on the marine platform, Sengoku, Garp, and Commander Suru stood there, watching the battle with restrained attention. But after the results came out, the three people's faces didn't look good. Staff officer he looked solemn, with a bit of confusion and fear in his eyes. Did you just see it? The red light above the fist. She said very anxiously. I saw it, but what is it? It shouldn't be his devil fruit, right? Garp said with some confusion. At this time, everyone has already agreed that Lee Emu's fruit ability is the superior and inferior level of sparkling fruit. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to use that red light attack. That's right, but this strange attack made Garp and Counselor He very puzzled. Is there no one who can stop him? Sengoku said angrily. At this time, his face was livid, and his eyes were staring at Lee Mu without blinking. He didn't understand why such a pirate suddenly appeared. Obviously I have never said that there are such strong men in the Whitebeard pirates. The previous scene had already been broadcast live to all parts of the world by phone bugs. The whole world was in uproar as a result. Sabayati Archipelago, Dressrosa, New World, 4 Seas. There were heated discussions everywhere. The other 4 emperors are also paying attention to this live broadcast. Everyone stared at Lee Mu intently. Who is this guy? When did the Whitebeard pirates have such a strong man join them? Yan Liangjin said very puzzledly. All the evil cadres of Beast's pirates stared at the scene in front of them very seriously. Originally, they planned to take advantage of the void behind the Whitebeard pirates to launch a sneak attack. But after discovering that the Whitebeard pirates not only did not fall at a disadvantage in the Summit War, they actually had the momentum to overwhelm Marine. Seeing this, Kaido immediately interrupted the plan to attack the Whitebeard pirates. If the Whitebeard pirates returned safely from Marineford and found out that the 100 Beasts pirates had occupied their territory, they would probably be anxious. At that time, it will not be acceptable to Kaido to start a war with the Beasts pirates like he started a war with Marine. At that time, the losses will not be the things that can be occupied now. Although I don't know where this guy came from. But since he can defeat 2 Marine admirals, he must have the strength of an emperor. The Whitebeard pirates cannot be underestimated, we must take a long-term approach. Quinn said with some fear. Kaido, who had originally intended to retreat, heard what Quinn said. He also immediately ordered a retreat. Whitebeard pirates. I still underestimated it, but there is another guy with emperor-level strength. We cannot underestimate the Whitebeard pirates now. Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Linlin said with fear in her eyes. As a 4 emperors, she also knows that Marine Admiral's strength is not that simple. But since this mysterious pirate can defeat the 2 admirals, it also shows that he is not simple. Auntie didn't dare to act rashly. If the Summit War ends and the Whitebeard pirates get angry and start a war, the losses are much greater than the current gains. Retreat. She finally gave the order to the pirates. All the crew also obeyed the order and retreated from Whitebeard's territory. Oh, this guy is interesting. He actually defeated Kazaru and Akynu. The Whitebeard pirates don't know when such a powerful and fierce guy appeared. You still look young. Is there anyone who will succeed the Whitebeard pirates? Shanks looked at Lee Mu in front of the screen and said thoughtfully. They were originally on their way to Marineford to rescue the Whitebeard pirates. But this way,